Chapter 15:15. At the same time, the white-eyed wolf, the golden wolf king and Li Jian had also arrived at the Bone Canyon. However, when they saw the situation in the canyon, their bodies froze and their eyes were filled with shock and horror. The canyon and the mountains on both sides of the canyon were filled with the corpses of ghost wolves. There was no mistake. They were ghost wolves. Countless ghost wolves were lying on the ground, lifeless. Furthermore, their flesh and blood seemed to have been sucked dry, leaving only skin and bones. How could this be? The white-eyed wolf murmured. Who did this? The golden wolf king roared and charged into the canyon with a murderous aura. Everywhere he passed, there were corpses. It was like Azura hell and one could not help but feel their scalps tingle. Who could be so cruel? To suck their flesh and blood dry. Li Jian mumbled. Wait a minute. Zhou Jing suddenly said, as though he had thought of something. The white-eyed wolf and Li Jian turned and looked at Zhou Jing suspiciously. The golden wolf king was in grief and could not extricate itself. Zhou Jing swept his gaze across the corpses of the ghost wolves and said, Did you guys notice that their deaths are very similar to the deaths of the Ant Queen and the Spider Emperor? The white-eyed wolf and Li Jian were stunned as they turned to size up the corpses. I remember that the Ant Queen and the Spider Emperor said that their tribesmen were sucked dry and died. And now, the ghost wolves are the same. Could this be a coincidence? Zhou Jing murmured. The white-eyed wolf said in surprise, Do you mean that the culprit is Zhuge Mingyang? Zhou Jing nodded. Oh no. Have you forgotten? Zhuge Mingyang has already been chopped into pieces. How can it be him? The white-eyed wolf shook his head. That's right. How can someone who has already been chopped into pieces come out to stir up trouble? Li Jian added. Apart from Zhuge Mingyang, who else could have such means? Zhou Jing frowned and was also puzzled. No matter who it is, I will not let him off easily. The golden wolf king roared angrily. He shook off the white-eyed wolf and ran into the depths of the canyon alone. What should we do? Li Jian and the other man looked at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf pondered for a while and looked at Li Jian. The golden wolf pup has gone crazy. We can't let it run around alone. Zhou Zheng and I will follow it and take a look. While we're at it, let's see if we can find any survivors. And you, immediately go and inform little Qin Zi about the situation here. I'll leave an X sign along the way so that you and little Qin Zi can find it. After saying that, the white-eyed wolf jumped onto Zhou Zheng's shoulder. Zhou Zheng immediately chased after the golden wolf king with the white-eyed wolf. Li Jian glanced at the backs of white-eyed wolf and Zhou Zheng before turning around to return. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei. At this moment, the two stood side by side on a mountain ridge, looking at the ground in front of them. Their eyes were full of murderous intent. The ground in front of them was broken and dyed red with blood. Blood-devouring bees were lying in pools of blood. Some were torn apart. Some had their heads smashed. In short, they all died very miserably. The two jumped down from the mountain ridge and walked step by step in the blood. In the end, they didn't find any survivors. It was estimated that at least 2,000 or 3,000 blood-devouring bees had died here. Who is it? Come out. Ling Yunfei roared to the sky. His long purple hair danced in the air, and his murderous intent shook the sky. Boom. Suddenly, another loud noise came from a place 100 miles to the left. The ripples of a battle could be felt. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei looked at each other and hurried over. But before they arrived, the loud noise and the wave disappeared again. When the two arrived, they saw the corpses of blood-devouring bees all over the ground again. Bastard! Don't hide if you have the guts. Come out and fight with me. Ling Yunfei roared. However, there was no response. From the beginning to the end, Qin Feiyang did not speak. But suddenly, his gaze trembled. He turned to look at Ling Yunfei and shouted, Call back all the blood-devouring bees. What? Ling Yunfei was surprised. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, This person should be trying to kill all the blood-devouring bees one by one. Ling Yunfei's body shook and he roared, All the blood-devouring bees, come here and meet me immediately. His voice was like a bell, resounding through the sky. For a moment, Blood-devouring bees from all directions followed Ling Yunfei's voice and rushed over. He, as expected of Qin Feiyang, you saw through my purpose so quickly. At the same time, a cruel laughter sounded from behind a mountain peak not far away. It was like a devil laughing sinisterly. It was incomparably terrifying. This voice, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with a cold light. He raised his arm and pointed in the air. Boom! An invisible force emerged and rushed towards the mountain peak like a huge wave. Accompanied by a loud bang, the mountain peak disintegrated instantly and dust covered the sky. Qin Feiyang waved his hand again. A gust of wind rose and the dust was quickly blown away. Just as the dust dissipated, Qin Feiyang caught sight of a blood-red figure fleeing into the distance. Wait for the blood-devouring bees here. I'll chase after it. Qin Feiyang left behind a sentence and used phantom steps to chase after it. Keep it alive. Ling Yunfei roared behind him. Got it. Qin Feiyang nodded, his gaze locked onto the blood-red figure. The two of them chased and entered a huge mountain and disappeared. Over here. The blood-devouring bees returned one after another. Ling Yunfei sent the spatial divine items one by one. Just as Ling Yunfei was about to chase after Qin Feiyang, Li Jian rushed over. When Ling Yunfei saw Li Jian, he was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "Why are you back? Where are the white-eyed wolf and the others?" There was an emergency. Li Jian said in a deep voice, then asked, "What's going on over here? I seem to have heard your angry roar just now." Someone wants to kill the blood-devouring bees. But we've already discovered it. Qin Feiyang has also chased after it. What's the emergency on your side? Ling Yunfei frowned. What an eventful autumn. Li Jian sighed deeply and briefly explained the situation of the ghost wolf. What? Ling Yunfei's expression changed and he muttered, "It wasn't an illusion just now? He's really not dead." What do you mean? Li Jian heard this and looked at Ling Yunfei in surprise. Just now, Qin Feiyang and I both heard that person's voice. Do you know who the owner of that voice is? It's Zhuge Mingyang. Ling Yunfei said in a deep voice. This? Li Jian was stunned and said in shock and anger, "How is this possible?" At that time, the Spider Emperor cut him into 8 pieces. That's why I thought I was hallucinating at first. But after hearing about the situation of the ghost wolf, I can basically conclude that this Zhuge Mingyang is still alive. Damn it, how did he do it? Could it be that the Zhuge Mingyang we killed before was just his substitute? Ling Yunfei rubbed his forehead, feeling extremely irritated. Li Jian's brows were also tightly knitted. Let's go. Let's find Qin Feiyang first. Ling Yunfei said. What about the Golden Wolf King and the others? Li Jian was stunned and asked. Since Zhuge Mingyang is here, there shouldn't be any danger over there. Wait until we find Qin Feiyang, then we'll dare to meet up with them. Ling Yunfei said. Li Jian nodded. Immediately, the two of them took a mysterious step and rushed in the direction where Qin Feiyang disappeared. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the blood-red figure entered a large canyon one after another. The distance between the two of them had been shortened by a large margin. Qin Feiyang shouted, "You're only a 9-star war emperor, and I'm at the peak realm. You won't be able to escape." Since I can't escape, then I won't. The blood-red figure chuckled and stopped on a huge rock in the canyon. With his back facing Qin Feiyang, he gave off a strange sense of mystery. Qin Feiyang jumped up and landed on another huge rock. He looked at the blood-red figure and said, "Turn around. I want to see if it's you." What do you think? The blood-red figure smiled playfully. Don't play tricks. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand and a red sword chi surged out, turning into 2 sword shadows and slashing toward the blood-red figure. Hee. The blood-red figure still did not turn around, but the battle chi in his body roared out. In the next moment, an azure dragon appeared above the blood-red figure. A vast dragon's aura rolled in all directions. Following closely, the azure dragon opened his eyes and 2 brilliant divine lights burst out, carrying a destructive aura as they swept toward the sword shadows. Clang! Boom! Accompanied by two loud sounds, the two sword shadows were instantly annihilated. Qin Feiyang's face turned slightly pale. He glanced at the Azure Dragon, then stared at the blood-red figure, and said gloomily, "Azure Dragon's secret art, it's really you." Ha! The blood-red figure suddenly laughed out loud. He slowly turned around. A familiar face gradually entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Who else could it be but Zhuge Mingyang? Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuge Mingyang's face and said in disbelief, "Why aren't you dead?" "Ha, I like to see that confused look on your face." Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. "Do you still remember what I said to you back then? It's you who made me who I am. If it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be the current me." Zhuge Mingyang said with a trace of gratitude in his eyes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. When he was kidnapping the Fire Qilin, Zhuge Mingyang had indeed said such a thing. "My cultivation base is the best proof," Zhuge Mingyang said again, his expression full of pride. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. What puzzled him was Zhuge Mingyang's cultivation. When he first entered the Divine Ruins, Zhuge Mingyang was only a 3-star war emperor. Then, all of a sudden, he soared to a 7-star war emperor. Now, he had actually soared to a 9-star war emperor. Even if Zhuge Mingyang was in the Divine Ruins and obtained some divine pills and miraculous medicine, it wouldn't be so exaggerated. Is your mind a mess right now? However, I won't tell you the answer. You can slowly think about it yourself. Zhuge Mingyang had his hands behind his back, his face full of ridicule. At this moment, Ling Yunfei and Li Jian finally rushed over. When they saw Zhuge Mingyang's face, their faces were instantly filled with disbelief. Chapter 15:16. Ling Yunfei said, "Could it be that the one we killed before was really your substitute?" Substitute? Zhuge Mingyang was taken aback, then laughed out loud, filled with sarcasm. "Seems like it's not. But how is that possible? To be able to come back to life after being cut into pieces, could it be that you have an immortal body?" Li Jian was surprised. That's right. You're much smarter than Qin Feiyang. I have an immortal body. No matter how you kill me, I won't die." Zhuge Mingyang laughed wildly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. "No matter how we kill you, you won't die?" "That's right. If you don't believe me, you can try." Zhuge Mingyang looked at him provocatively. "Alright, I'll try." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and raised his hand. His battle chi surged as he slapped towards Zhuge Mingyang's head. Seeing this, Zhuge Mingyang, who was still showing off his strength a moment ago, suddenly changed his expression and retreated like lightning. "Isn't it an immortal body? Why are you running?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Stepping out with phantom steps, he caught up with Zhuge Mingyang. His 5 outstretched fingers bent, like an eagle's claw, and grabbed Zhuge Mingyang's head. "Don't kill me." Zhuge Mingyang's face turned pale. "So it's just a paper tiger?" Ling Yunfei sneered. Li Jian said, "Don't say, I almost believed his nonsense and thought that he had an immortal body." Immortal body? How can it be so simple? Look at boss, even after fusing with the fire of life and the purple gold dragon blood, he doesn't dare to say that he has an immortal body, let alone him. Ling Yunfei sneered, his face full of disdain. Is that so? However, at this moment, Zhuge Mingyang glanced at Ling Yunfei. The previous fear and panic had disappeared, replaced by a sneer. What's going on? Ling Yunfei was surprised. He could still laugh at this time? Could it be that he really had something to rely on? Zhuge Mingyang no longer paid attention to Ling Yunfei. He looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "Qin Feiyang, you'll never be able to kill me, do you understand? Then you'll be dead." Killing intent surged in Qin Feiyang's eyes as he exerted force with his big hand. Zhuge Mingyang's head instantly split into pieces. But there was no blood. "Qin Feiyang, the current me is no longer the same as before. Just wait for despair." They Zhuge's Golden Wolf King. Seriously, Golden Wolf King, just as his head was about to shatter, Zhuge Mingyang's body actually collapsed and turned into spiritual qi, dissipating into the air. In the end, there was nothing left. There was only a wild laughter that echoed between heaven and earth, not dissipating for a long time. What's going on? Ling Yunfei and Zhuge were furious. Qin Feiyang scanned the void and said in a deep voice, "It should be an incarnation or a clone." Clone. Their eyes trembled. If there was a clone, there would be a real body. If the clone was destroyed, then what about the real body? Suddenly, the two remembered Zhuge Mingyang's last words. White-eyed wolf, Zhuge, golden wolf king, were in danger. Could it be? Ling Yunfei's face suddenly changed. He turned to look at Li Jian and shouted, "This clone is just a bait. Zhuge Mingyang's real target is the white-eyed wolf and the others. Quickly take us to them." Heard it. Li Jian's expression also changed. He immediately nodded and rushed towards the White Bone Canyon. Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang and urged, "Boss, let's go." Qin Feiyang frowned and quickly caught up with Li Jian with Ling Yunfei. He asked, "Where are the white-eyed wolf and the others now?" Li Jian told Qin Feiyang about the situation in the White Bone Canyon. "What? All the white-eyed wolves are dead. And like the Ant Emperor and the Spider Emperor's clansmen, they were sucked dry and died?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "If that's the case, then I'm sure Zhuge Mingyang's clone is only here to tempt us. His real body must be hiding in the White Bone Canyon, waiting for an opportunity to kill the white-eyed wolf and the others." Ling Yunfei said in a deep voice. "It's really a centipede, dead but not stiff." Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. With a wave of his hand, he swept up Li Jian and used the phantom steps. Soon, they entered the White Bone Canyon. Li Jian said, "Brother Wolf said that there will be an X sign along the way. Pay attention." Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei nodded and scanned the rocks on the road. So, they saw an eye-catching X sign on a rock that was as tall as a person. And beside the sign, there was an arrow symbol that pointed to the depths of the canyon. "The Golden Wolf King is a little impulsive." Ling Yunfei sighed. "It's not his fault. Almost the entire clan was wiped out. If it were anyone else, they would go crazy." Qin Feiyang said. Boom. Suddenly, in the distance, there was a deafening sound. Not long after, a wave of battle waves rolled over. "There's a battle. Could it be the white-eyed wolf and the others?" Ling Yunfei was bewildered. Qin Feiyang carefully sensed the battle waves, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes, and he said, "It's the aura of the Golden Wolf King, Zhou Zheng, and Zhuge Mingyang. They have already started fighting. Damn it, there's indeed an ambush here." Ling Yunfei's hair stood on end as he shouted, "Faster! This is already my limit, how can I be faster?" Qin Feiyang said with a gloomy face. He was also extremely worried in his heart. The three of them moved as fast as lightning. As they got closer, their auras became more and more obvious. They could even clearly sense that the auras of the Golden Wolf King and Zhou Zheng were gradually weakening. What's going on? The Golden Wolf King and Zhou Zheng are both super experts at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. Why can't they beat a Zhuge Mingyang? Ling Yunfei frowned. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Carefully sense it again." Ling Yunfei heard this and closed his eyes to sense for a moment. He suddenly opened his eyes and said in shock, "There's divine power, it's a divine art." That's right. Zhuge Mingyang has a divine art. Since his doppelganger has the cultivation of a 9-star War Emperor, then his original body must also have the cultivation of a 9-star War Emperor. Although Zhou Zheng and the Golden Wolf King have the advantage in terms of cultivation, Zhuge Mingyang's divine art is enough to turn the situation around. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. If the Golden Wolf King has the divine bow and the blood pearl, then he definitely won't be afraid of Zhuge Mingyang, but now, Li Jian sighed deeply. Without the divine bow and the blood pearl, the Golden Wolf King was equivalent to a poisonous snake without fangs. He was no different from an ordinary 9-star War Emperor realm peak. Boom. Suddenly, another loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. Qin Feiyang and the other two were bewildered. This loud explosion was exceptionally loud, as if the sky had collapsed. Woo-woo. In a short while, A destructive wave flooded the sky and surged toward them. Accompanying it were tornadoes and storms that swept across the heavens and the earth, destroying everything. This is, Qin Feiyang and the other two's expressions changed drastically. This was the aura of self-destruction. Damn it! Who self-destructed? Zhou Zheng the white-eyed wolf? And Zhuge Mingyang? Ling Yunfei roared. Qin Feiyang was silent. He led Ling Yunfei and Li Jian straight into the storm and swept toward the center of the explosion. About 10 breaths passed. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared in the dust ahead. It's the Golden Wolf King. Li Jian was pleasantly surprised. Qin Feiyang was also overjoyed. He hurried forward, only to see the Golden Wolf King covered in blood and flesh. His aura was also extremely weak. The white-eyed wolf was lying on his back. The wounds on his body were so deep that his bones could be seen. His eyes were closed and he was motionless. The Golden Wolf King used his battle chi to imprison him to prevent him from falling off his back. At the same time, he was also protecting him. Qin Feiyang asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm not dead yet. Boss Wolf is only seriously injured and unconscious." But Zhou Zheng, the Golden Wolf King, lowered his head as he said this. His bloodshot eyes were filled with self-blame. Qin Feiyang suddenly had an uneasy premonition. What happened to Zhou Zheng? Li Jian grabbed the Golden Wolf King and asked. "Zhuge Mingyang is too strong. Even when Zhou Zheng and I joined forces, we were still no match for him. In order to help Boss Wolf and me escape, he self-destructed his body. It's all my fault. If I hadn't lost my mind and insisted on running into the canyon, he wouldn't have died. Boss Qin just hit me and scolded me," the Golden Wolf King said in pain. "Damn it. Zhuge Mingyang, I'm going to kill you." Li Jian was instantly enraged and rushed towards the center of the explosion. "Stop him." Qin Feiyang quickly looked at Ling Yunfei and shouted. Ling Yunfei took a step forward and grabbed Li Jian's arm. He shouted, "Zhou Zheng is a peak 9-star combat emperor. The destructive power of his self-destruction is enough to destroy any living being below the pseudo-god realm. If you rush in now, you will die." "I don't care. Even if I die, I will kill him and avenge Zhou Zheng." Li Jian roared. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Jian and waved his hand. He sent the white-eyed wolf and the Golden Wolf King to the ancient castle. Then he walked in front of Li Jian and slapped him. "Young master, you..." Li Jian looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. What did he do? Why did he slap him? Was it wrong to avenge one's companion? "Have you calmed down?" Qin Feiyang said with a gloomy face. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, Li Jian's heart was immediately filled with fear. Zhou Zheng's death must be avenged. But what's the use of rushing in recklessly like you? It will only add one more sacrifice. Qin Feiyang said. Li Jian shuddered and said, "I'm sorry, young master. I was too impulsive and didn't think of the consequences." "Don't say sorry. I don't need it. I just want you to remember one thing. Now your life is mine. Without my permission, you are not allowed to die." Qin Feiyang said. Li Jian replied respectfully. He was very touched. Although Qin Feiyang's attitude and tone were very strong, he could clearly feel the concern in his words. "That's enough. Go to the ancient castle to hide. I will go find Zhuge Mingyang. When I find him, I will let you send him to hell with your own hands," Qin Feiyang said. Li Jian nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. After sending Ling Yunfei and Li Jian to the ancient castle, he looked up at the center of the explosion. "Zhuge Mingyang, I want to see how tough your life is." Chapter 15-17. At the same time, there was dead silence in the ancient castle. Lu Hong squatted on the ground and wiped the blood off the white-eyed wolf's body with a handkerchief. Li Jian stood aside with his hands clenched and his eyes red. As for the Golden Wolf King, he stood silently at the side, still blaming himself. After the white-eyed wolf's condition stabilized, Ling Yunfei looked at Li Jian and asked suspiciously, "Are you close to Zhou Zheng?" "We grew up together, entered the divine hall together, and became law enforcers together. We supported each other all the way. Although we were not biological brothers, our relationship was better than that. I didn't expect him to leave just like that. Li Jian squatted on the ground in pain and tears streamed down his face. It was said that men did not cry easily, but Li Jian cried in front of everyone. It was obvious how close he was to Zhou Zheng. Ling Yunfei patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. But when the Golden Wolf King heard Li Jian's words, he blamed himself even more. He walked up to Li Jian and said, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It's okay. It's not your fault. If Zhuge Mingyang hadn't killed your people, you wouldn't have lost your mind. So, it's all Zhuge Mingyang's fault." Li Jian said with a murderous look. "That's right. We must kill him." The Golden Wolf King also nodded. They had a common enemy. "By the way, Li Jian, didn't you follow the state preceptor before? Then do you know why Zhuge Mingyang can come back from the dead again and again?" Ling Yunfei looked at Li Jian and asked. "I don't know. It's such an important thing. Zhuge Mingyang and the state preceptor can't tell me." Li Jian shook his head. Ling Yunfei couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard this. Then he lowered his head and pondered. What was going on? Lu Hong and the others were also thinking about this question. Outside, Qin Feiyang had also entered the center of the explosion. The wind howled and the air billowed. Qin Feiyang stood beside a deep pit. His blood-red hair danced wildly in the wind. His entire body was suffused with a thick sense of sorrow. This pit was extremely large and deep. From afar, it looked like the bottom of a huge basin. Zhou Zheng's aura lingered in the air above the pit. It was very strong. Obviously, Zhou Zheng had self-destructed here. This pit was also formed by his self-detonation. Apart from this pit, nothing else was left. "You won't die so unjustly. I'll make him come down and bury him with you." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. He closed his eyes and tried to sense Zhuge Mingyang's aura. A moment later, he opened his eyes, and a trace of bewilderment crept into his eyes. Zhuge Mingyang's aura had actually disappeared? Could it be, had Zhuge Mingyang been killed by Zhou Zheng's self-destruction? If that was the case, it would be too easy for him. "Qin Feiyang, I'm over here. If you want to kill me to avenge Zhou Zheng, hurry up and follow me." But suddenly, a loud laughter filled with provocation came from afar. The voice came from the northeast. It was Zhuge Mingyang. "It's good that you're not dead." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He turned around and used phantom steps to rush toward the northeast. However, when he swept through the dust, there was no trace of Zhuge Mingyang at all. "Come on, catch up with me and I'll let you avenge Zhou Zheng." Zhuge Mingyang's voice came again. He was already very far away from where Qin Feiyang was. So fast? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Previously, the distance between them should only be about 500 to 600 miles. However, in just a short while, the distance between them had increased by more than 1,000 miles. "Hurry up. I've been waiting here for so long that even the flowers have withered." Zhuge Mingyang's arrogant voice sounded again. Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with cold light. He used phantom steps and rushed in the direction of the voice. However, in his heart he was still puzzled. Zhuge Mingyang was only a 9-star combat emperor. How could he be so fast? Could it be that he had already stepped into the peak realm? Even if Zhuge Mingyang had stepped into the peak realm, his speed should be the same as his. With a stomach full of doubts, he jumped onto a mountain ridge and saw a figure standing proudly on top of a giant peak dozens of miles away. Who else could it be but Zhuge Mingyang? He had his hands behind his back like a king, looking down at Qin Feiyang from afar. At the same time, looking at Zhuge Mingyang, Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted slightly. Zhuge Mingyang's long hair had turned gray and fluttered in the wind. His body was surrounded by wisps of gray and white flames. Moreover, the flames were filled with the aura of death. It felt as if Zhuge Mingyang was possessed by the god of death. He gave off a great sense of danger. "You rushed over immediately after killing my doppelganger. Unfortunately, you were still one step too late. Although it's a pity that I couldn't kill the white-eyed wolf and the golden wolf king, it's still worth it to be able to kill Zhou Zheng." Zhuge Mingyang laughed. His body and face were stained with blood. He looked like a demon. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said, "What happened to you?" "A lot of things happened. But it's all thanks to you." "Tell me, how should I thank you?" "I think I have to kill all the people and dire beasts around you to express my gratitude to you." Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. However, he was extremely puzzled. Zhuge Mingyang's current cultivation was indeed only a 9-star combat emperor. However, how could he be so fast? Moreover, after Zhou Zhang's self-destruction, he didn't even suffer any injuries. "Do you still remember the past? I was known as the #1 monster in the Great Qin Empire. However, because of your appearance, I lost this honor. At that time, I swore that I would take it back. Now, I believe that I have the ability to do so. What about you? I want to ask you, do you have the confidence to keep your title as the #1 monster?" Zhuge Mingyang laughed and his face was full of contempt. "I didn't care about the title of the #1 monster. However, since you said so, I'll tell you that I'm going to take it. Listen carefully, it's forever." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Forever," Zhuge Mingyang murmured and suddenly became furious. He roared, "Who are you to say forever? Do you have the right to say that?" Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a waning moon and sun rose into the sky and their divine aura shook the heavens. It was the first and second forms of the moon eclipse, crescent moon and sun eclipse. However, Zhuge Mingyang's crescent moon and sun eclipse had turned grayish-white. A strong aura of death shrouded the surroundings. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he realized that the blood in his body was flowing away. "I'm going to kill you and take your head. I'll let the world know that I, Zhuge Mingyang, am the true prodigy of the Great Qin Empire. A mere Great Qin Empire is no longer worthy of my attention. I'm going to be the #1 in the entire universe. All of those geniuses will become dead souls under my feet." Zhuge Mingyang roared as the crescent moon and sun eclipse shook the sky and blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was even more bewildered. This was because he felt that the closer the crescent moon and sun eclipse were to him, the faster the blood in his body was flowing away. What was going on? However, he didn't have time to think about it. The crescent moon and sun eclipse had already arrived. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and his flaming battle chi surged. He also formed the crescent moon and sun eclipse to meet the attack. "You really deserve to die. The moon eclipse was created by my Zhuge family's ancestor. What right do you have to use it?" Zhuge Mingyang roared as his expression became crazier. "What right do I have? Just because you're a subject. Is that enough?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "A subject? Ha, don't be anxious. Once I leave the divine sight, I'll immediately destroy the Great Qin Empire. At that time, I'll be the emperor of the Great Qin Empire. And you will eventually become a slave of a fallen country. You won't even have the right to be a subject." Zhuge Mingyang laughed wildly. "I'm afraid you won't have the chance to walk out of the divine sight," Qin Feiyang said. Rumble. The two crescent moons and sun eclipse collided with each other. Heaven and earth lost their color at this moment. Mountains collapsed and the earth sank. Black abyss after black abyss, accompanied by deafening rumbles, spread out in all directions with the place where the two of them were at the center. Finally, under Qin Feiyang's incredulous gaze, the two crescent moons and sun eclipse actually collapsed at the same time, destroying everything. How is this possible? One had to know. His current cultivation was at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. And Zhuge Mingyang was just an ordinary 9-star combat emperor. It was the same deity art, but they were of different cultivation levels. Yet, they were evenly matched and it ended in a draw. Qin Feiyang found it hard to accept this result. Surprised? Surprised? This is all thanks to you. Zhuge Mingyang chuckled, raised his arm and opened his palm. Wisps of grayish-white flames rose from his palm. Qin Feiyang looked at the flames and realized that they were condensed from battle chi. It's all thanks to you that my battle chi can transform. However, the power of my current battle chi is 1 level greater than that of all of your battle chis. That's not right. Not only battle chi, but also strength and physical strength, they are 1 level stronger than all of you. This is why, Although I'm one level lower than you, I can still fight you to a draw. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Transformation? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. What kind of transformation was this? To make Zhuge Mingyang so terrifying? Actually, Zhuge Mingyang's transformation could no longer be described as a rebirth. It was as if he was a completely different person. Wait, a completely different person? Could it be that Zhuge Mingyang had really been possessed? Although Lu Xingchen had denied it, what if he had a trick up his sleeve? Even if it wasn't Lu Xingchen, it could be someone else. After all, anything could exist in this miracle. Just as Qin Feiyang was distracted, a loud dragon roar resounded through the world. Chapter 1518. The dragon was over 1,000 feet long and its body was grayish-white. It was surrounded by flames and emitted a powerful dragon aura. This is your fighting soul? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. Zhuge Mingyang nodded. Qin Feiyang was in disbelief. Even his fighting soul was different from before. Zhuge Mingyang's fighting soul used to be the Azure Dragon. Now, the fighting soul in front of him was like the incarnation of the Grim Reaper and it was filled with the aura of death. Destroy! Zhuge Mingyang shouted. An invisible force roared in all directions. When it shrouded Qin Feiyang's cultivation level dropped by a small realm. Fortunately, the power of this superpower has not changed. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Is that so? Zhuge Mingyang grinned. Before he could finish his words, Qin Feiyang's cultivation level dropped again, and he fell to an 8-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. In the past, Zhuge Mingyang's superpower could only cause one's cultivation level to drop by a small realm. Now, it could cause one's cultivation level to drop by 2 small realms. Everything is transforming, Yi Futian said. Haha, do you feel despair? Zhuge Mingyang laughed and took a step forward. He appeared in front of Qin Feiyang at lightning speed and hit Qin Feiyang's chest with his palm. Clang. With this palm, Qin Feiyang was sent flying and he crashed into the ground far away. A sinkhole appeared. Qin Feiyang was lying in it. His hair was messy and his face was dirty. Blood was flowing out of his mouth. His chest was caved in and many of his bones were broken. He was badly mutilated. Is this all you've got? The Qin Feiyang that I know is not only this. Zhuge Mingyang laughed and his grayish-white hair danced in the air. He looked like a celestial demon and he was arrogant. My strength. Qin Feiyang slowly got up and the coldness in his eyes became stronger. Without being able to use Changshui and the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang is just a worthless dog. Zhuge Mingyang shouted and the 3 moves of the Azure Dragon's secret art appeared. It carried an explosive aura and attacked Qin Feiyang. What? How do you know that I cannot use Changshui and the ancient castle? Qin Feiyang was shocked. When the guardian appeared, my avatar was not far away. He saw it with his own eyes. Zhuge Mingyang's celestial clones, Qin Feiyang murmured as he abruptly raised his head to look at the 3rd style of the Azure Dragon's secret art. He had seen these 3 moves more than once. The first move, Dragon roaring in the heavens. The second style, Azure Dragon's Eye. The third style, Azure Dragon's Celestial Phenomenon. Although the power of the 3 moves was stronger than before, Qin Xian still did not take them seriously. It was far from enough to kill Qin Feiyang with just this bit of strength. Chirp. Flaming battle chi surged. The first 3 moves of the Fire Phoenix secret art appeared first. Phoenix Cry, Fire Phoenix Seal, King of all spirits, divine might shook the sky. The 3 divine arts roared in the sky and clashed with the 3 moves of the Azure Dragon's secret art. The world suddenly lost its color. The night sky within a few thousand miles was dyed with the light of fire. Boom. Crack. In less than 3 breaths, the 3 moves of the Azure Dragon's secret art collapsed and turned into specks of light that dissipated into the world. No matter how much you've changed, I, Qin Feiyang, will still be the king and you will still be my defeated opponent. This is fate. Yes, you've worked hard, but you found the wrong target. If it was someone else today, you would definitely be proud of yourself. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he executed the phantom steps and activated the battle technique. His battle intent soared into the sky as he charged toward Zhuge Mingyang. His blood-red hair swayed in the wind. His clothes fluttered. It was as if the god of battle had descended. King? Defeated opponent? What makes you say that? I don't believe you can keep suppressing me. I don't believe in fate either. Zhuge Mingyang let out a roar like a wild beast. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged forward and fought with Qin Feiyang. Bang bang bang. Boom. The moment their fists and feet collided, waves of destructive air waves surged out in all directions like mountains and seas. How is this possible? Gradually, Zhuge Mingyang wore a look of disbelief. One had to know. He now possessed the cultivation of a 9-star battle monarch, while Qin Feiyang was only an 8-star battle monarch. Moreover, whether it was his battle chi or his physical strength, they were all far stronger than before. It could be said that the power of his punch was comparable to a 9-star battle monarch at the peak state. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang was not at a disadvantage when facing him. The battle was still going on. Qin Feiyang's aura was like a rainbow. The more he killed, the fiercer he became. Zhuge Mingyang gradually began to feel powerless. There were more and more wounds on his body. Blood splattered and dyed the ground red. I said that no matter how much you transform, you can't escape the fate of being defeated. Qin Feiyang, who had the battle technique, was like a demon. The power of each punch was unleashed to the extreme. Boom. Suddenly, he punched Zhuge Mingyang in the chest. Zhuge Mingyang screamed and flew out on the spot. His chest cracked and his heart shattered. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. Boom. Finally, he was like a meteorite smashing into the depths of the earth. He was dizzy and his bones were about to fall apart. Is the battle technique so heaven-defying? Looking at the godlike Qin Feiyang approaching step by step, Zhuge Mingyang was in a daze as he muttered to himself. Qin Feiyang, I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, he stood up and let out a long roar. Eclipse. Mystic moon. Dragon roaring in the 9th heaven. Azure dragon eye. Azure dragon celestial phenomenon. The 5 divine arts appeared together. Be destroyed for me. Zhuge Mingyang was furious. With the 5 divine arts, he charged towards Qin Feiyang. The terrifying divine power swept across the sky. But for this, Qin Feiyang's expression did not change. The one who should be destroyed is you. Qin Feiyang raised his hand and waved. Golden light burst out from his palm and flooded the sky. Boom. Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the 5 divine arts rotated in the air and instantly drowned Zhuge Mingyang. Screams resounded through the sky. In the blink of an eye, Zhuge Mingyang's clothes were torn into pieces. 2 arms exploded, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The skin all over his body cracked inch by inch and blood gushed out. The bloody wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. Finally, his whole body was submerged in the mud and his screams slowly subsided. But Qin Feiyang did not let Zhuge Mingyang go so easily. With a wave of his hand, the mud flew up and Zhuge Mingyang appeared in his line of sight. At this moment, Zhuge Mingyang's body was not intact. His whole body was covered in mud and mixed with blood. However, he was not dead. He turned over with difficulty and laid on the ground, staring at Qin Feiyang with hatred. Qin Feiyang's mind moved and closed the battle formula. He looked down at Zhuge Mingyang and said indifferently, "Sometimes you have to believe in fate." Ha, ridiculous fate. Just give up, I will not admit defeat. One day, you will die in my hands, including the people around you, and those beasts. Zhuge Mingyang laughed like a demon, his expression incomparably ferocious. You won't have another chance. Qin Feiyang shook his head, his expression incomparably cold. With that, he waved his hand and took away Zhuge Mingyang's Qiankuan bag. Then, Li Jian appeared beside him. As soon as he saw Zhuge Mingyang, Li Jian's eyes burst out with hatred. I said, I will let you kill him with your own hands to avenge Shou Zheng. Now, go ahead. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Thank you, young master. Li Jian bowed and thanked him, then took a step forward and stepped on Zhuge Mingyang's body. He laughed sinisterly. You can kill anyone, but you can't kill Zhou Zheng. So what if I kill him? You too are two white-eyed wolves. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. Shut up, Li Jian shouted. What? Did I say anything wrong? It was Ancestor Yun who trained you. Without Ancestor Yun, what are you? I'm afraid you're still at the bottom. In order to survive, you're wagging your tail to others and living a life worse than pigs and dogs. But what about you? You actually joined Qin Feiyang and went against the imperial preceptor who trained you. I want to ask, shouldn't people like you be killed? Zhuge Mingyang shouted. Murderous intent flashed in Li Jian's eyes. He stepped on Zhuge Mingyang's face and stomped Zhuge Mingyang's head into the ground. Although the imperial preceptor trained us, we have done a lot for him over the years. It's time to pay him back. Now, I will avenge Zhou Zheng and kill you, you bastard. Li Jian took a step back and took out a dagger. His face was full of viciousness. You will regret this. Just you wait. Zhuge Mingyang laughed sinisterly. You're about to die and yet you're still so stubborn. I'll shut you up first. Li Jian suddenly grabbed the dagger and stabbed it down. The dagger directly penetrated Zhuge Mingyang's throat. Fresh blood spurted out. The surrounding ground was quickly dyed blood red. To be honest, without the imperial preceptor's help, you, Zhuge Mingyang, are just a lowly worm. So, you have no right to criticize me. Now, I'm going to end your life and bury you with Zhou Zheng. Li Jian smiled disdainfully. He raised his hand and chopped Zhuge Mingyang into pieces again. But it was not over yet. Li Jian put away the dagger, stood up, and waved his hand. Battle Qi rolled out until Zhuge Mingyang's corpse was ground to dust. Only then did he stop. Can someone like you come back from the dead? Qin Feiyang remained expressionless. Not to mention sympathy. I've finally avenged you. Zhou Zheng, you can rest in peace now. Li Jian muttered. He turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. He bowed and said, Young master, thank you. Please believe me. In the future, I will definitely follow you wholeheartedly and never betray you. I believe you. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Go to the castle and find Ling Yunfei. Go to his divine space item and comprehend the mysteries of becoming a god. The stronger you are, the more help you will be to me. I will work hard and live up to your expectations, young master. Li Jian said. Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand to send Li Jian to the castle. He then checked Zhuge Mingyang's Qiankuan bag. Chapter 1519. In Zhuge Mingyang's Qiankuan bag, other than a jade box, there was nothing else? How could this be? Wasn't this too shabby? But suddenly, a wry smile crept onto his face. He remembered. The Qiankuan bag that Zhuge Mingyang brought in from the outside had long been snatched away by him in the Spider Emperor's territory. In other words, the Qiankuan bag now was new. He took out the only jade box, and the moment he opened it his eyes flashed. Kuei water essence. And there were 4 of them. Sure enough, you took the opportunity to take away the Kuei water essence when I was fighting with Lu Xingchen, but in the end, didn't it still fall into my hands? Qin Feiyang looked at the flesh that had been ground into pieces, sneered, and then kept the jade box. Right, Viper and the others. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled, and he hurriedly closed his eyes. Through the slave seal, he sensed the location of Viper and the other beasts. He was afraid that Viper and the other beasts would be sucked dry by Zhuge Mingyang like the ghost wolves in the canyon. Finally, he heaved a sigh of relief. He could clearly sense the location of Viper, double-winged snow eagle, and the other beasts. Being able to sense their location proved that they were still alive. However, everyone was still a little far away from him. It's good that you're alive. Qin Feiyang muttered, swallowed a battle chi pill, and used phantom steps, rushing towards the northwest direction. Along the way, he found a lot of ghost wolves' corpses. Almost all of them were the same, sucked dry and died. This made him feel inconceivable. The ghost wolves were scattered all over the place. Even if it was him, it would take several days to slaughter the entire wolf pack. But Zhuge Mingyang, in such a short period of time, actually absorbed all the ghost wolves' blood. How did he do it? Wait. Qin Feiyang stopped in his tracks, lowered his head, and fell into deep thought. After a long while, his gaze trembled. Could it be that Zhuge Mingyang's revival was related to these ghost wolves? In other words, did Zhuge Mingyang come back from the dead because he absorbed all the spirit wolf's qi and blood? If that was the case, he quickly turned around and went back the way he came. Very soon, he once again came to the place where Zhuge Mingyang had died. The crushed flesh was still there. Qin Feiyang stood at the side and observed for a moment. He didn't find anything strange. Wildfire can't burn it out, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Flaming battle qi surged out and pounced on the flesh. He didn't stop until the flesh was burned to ashes. All that's left is ashes. Let's see how you're going to revive. Qin Feiyang sneered. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Then he turned around and sensed Viper's location while rushing to his aid. Time was like sand between one's fingers, passing by in the blink of an eye. Noon of the second day. He stood at the edge of a giant peak, overlooking the surroundings. Because the Viper's aura was nearby. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a mountain stream below. His face was instantly filled with joy. Somewhere in the mountain stream, a young man was galloping while vigilantly scanning the surroundings. This person was about 1.8 meters tall. His body was thin and his facial features were regular. He could be considered as a talent. However, the skin all over his body was emitting a strange green color. Especially his eyes. They were green like a snake's eyes, and they were suffused with a cold light. That's right. He was Viper. From afar, Qin Feiyang could feel a fatal poisonous aura from him. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. He restrained his aura and jumped down from the cliff. Then he quietly went behind Viper and found an opportunity to strike. Viper was like a frightened rabbit. He slapped his palm towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He smiled and said, "Good reaction." As he spoke, he took a step back. "Young master?" When Viper heard Qin Feiyang's voice, he was stunned. Then, he turned his head and saw that it was really Qin Feiyang. He was overjoyed. "Young master, I finally found you." Viper ran in front of Qin Feiyang and was ready to give Qin Feiyang a bear hug. Qin Feiyang quickly took a step back and said, "First, withdraw the poisonous aura from your body." Viper was stunned. He scratched his head and said with a smile, "I forgot." After saying that, with a thought, the poisonous aura was withdrawn. His skin and eyes also returned to their normal color. In fact, this was a way of self-defense. As long as he released the poisonous aura, ordinary people and beasts would not easily get close. "Is it okay now?" Viper snickered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He stretched out his arms and opened his arms. Viper stepped forward and gave Qin Feiyang a bear hug. He sighed, "A day without you feels like 3 years. I miss you so much. By the way, did you find Brother Wolf and Dan?" "Shh." Qin Feiyang hurriedly made a shushing gesture. "What's wrong?" Viper was surprised. "Wang Yu is in the castle," Qin Feiyang secretly said. Viper was stunned and raised his eyebrows. "How can you let her enter the castle?" Qin Feiyang said, "It's a long story. When you go in later, you can ask Dan Wang Kai and the others. They will explain it to you." But Viper nodded and said, "I really didn't expect to see you alive again. This is simply hell. It's so hot. Look at the sweat on my body." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Even if it's hell, we have to continue. By the way, have you seen any living spirit wolves along the way? I was just about to talk to you about this. Yesterday morning when I passed through this mountain range, I found a lot of spirit wolves' corpses. At that time, I felt strange, so I came in to take a look. I didn't expect to see more corpses on the way. And the way they died was very strange. It was as if their flesh and blood were sucked away by something," Viper said, his face full of surprise. Qin Feiyang sighed secretly. "Do you know what's going on?" Viper asked. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, "If you have any questions, ask Fatso and the others." Viper nodded and took out an illusory form pill. He turned into a middle-aged man and asked, "Aren't you going to the castle?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I still have to find the pangolin, black dragon snake, winged snow eagle and the others." "What? They're here too?" Viper was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. Viper said, "Okay, send me to the castle." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Viper to the castle. Then he rushed in the direction of the black dragon snake. Finding people was the most troublesome thing, especially when they were not together yet. It was a waste of energy and time. At noon on the third day, Qin Feiyang found the black dragon snake and the pangolin. It was also the evening of the third day. Qin Feiyang finally found the winged snow eagle in a valley. In other words, it took him 2 days to find the winged snow eagle and the other beasts. But when he found the winged snow eagle, it gave him a big surprise. This surprise was the Silver Wolf King. However, the current Silver Wolf King was no longer as handsome as before. The fur all over his body was dim and lusterless, and his facial features were also incomparably old. The fluctuations of his life were also extremely weak. It gave people the feeling that his life was coming to an end. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang stood with everyone, looking at the Silver Wolf King and the winged snow eagle suspiciously. They were all wondering why these two fellows were together. As for the Golden Wolf King, he looked at the Silver Wolf King, his eyes and body trembling with excitement. At the same time, there was also endless anger. The Golden Wolf King asked, "Brother, what's going on? Why did you become like this?" "I don't know either." The Golden Wolf King shook his head. "You don't know?" Everyone looked at each other. "Hurry up and explain." The Golden Wolf King urged. "This matter started 3 days ago. At that time, I was on my way to the water source. But suddenly, a few clansmen collapsed. I thought they were tired, but when I checked, I found that the qi and blood in their bodies were actually flowing away. I hurriedly checked my own situation and finally found that my qi and blood were also flowing away." The Silver Wolf King said. Recalling the situation at that time, he still felt a little scared. "And then? Did you find the reason for the loss of qi and blood?" The Golden Wolf King asked. "I found that there was a mysterious force lurking in my body, robbing my qi and blood. And I also found the same mysterious force in the bodies of my clansmen. But this mysterious force has no aura and is very difficult to detect. It is pervasive and can't be expelled. In the end, I could only watch as my clansmen fell in front of me one after another." The Silver Wolf King closed his eyes in pain. After a long time, he calmed down the grief in his heart and continued, "Just when I thought that I was going to die, that power suddenly disappeared. But at that time, I didn't have much qi and blood left in my body, so I still couldn't escape death. But just as I was about to lose all hope, the double-winged snow eagle accidentally bumped into me and gave me some pills to save my life. After that, the Silver Wolf King turned to look at the double-winged snow eagle, his eyes full of gratitude. But when he saw Qin Feiyang, a cold light flashed in his eyes. So that's what happened. Everyone suddenly understood. It seemed that the Silver Wolf King's cultivation was higher and his qi and blood were more vigorous than the other ghost wolves, so he was lucky to escape death. The Golden Wolf King also looked at the double-winged snow eagle and said, "Thank you. We're family. Don't be so polite." The double-winged snow eagle lay on Qin Feiyang's shoulder and chuckled. The Silver Wolf King immediately looked at the double-winged snow eagle and said, "Snow Eagle, I'm very grateful that you saved me, but I don't agree with this so-called family." The Golden Wolf King's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Brother," but before the Golden Wolf King could say anything, the Silver Wolf King glared at Qin Feiyang and shouted, "Brother, why are you with him? Do you know that he killed many of our clansmen?" The Golden Wolf King glanced at Qin Feiyang and sighed inwardly. He nodded and said, "I know." The Silver Wolf King turned to the Golden Wolf King and said in disbelief, "Since you know, then you." The Golden Wolf King interrupted the Silver Wolf King and said, "That's enough, brother. Stop talking. Hurry up and recover your qi and blood." It was worried that the Silver Wolf King would become more and more ridiculous and infuriate Qin Feiyang. After spending so much time together, It had a deep understanding of Qin Feiyang's methods. Once this person was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. No, we have to make things clear now. But the Silver Wolf King was also very stubborn. He would not give up until he made things clear. The atmosphere in the castle became solemn all of a sudden. Everyone's eyes also turned to Qin Feiyang. Chapter 1520. However, Qin Feiyang did not say a word from the beginning to the end. It felt as if this matter had nothing to do with him. The Golden Wolf King gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Boss Qin, can you spare my brother's life for my sake?" The Silver Wolf King was stunned and said angrily, "Big brother, why are you begging him?" "I'll say it one last time. Shut up." The Golden Wolf King shouted angrily. The Silver Wolf King immediately jumped up. "Enough!" However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang spoke. His tone was a little cold. The Golden Wolf King's gaze trembled and he hurriedly raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said calmly, "Did I say I want to kill it?" "What I mean is, let it go," the Golden Wolf King said. "However, have you ever thought about where it can go now that all of your clansmen have been slaughtered?" Qin Feiyang looked at the Golden Wolf King and said. The Golden Wolf King's gaze was dazed. That's right. His people had been wiped out. Where could the Silver Wolf King go? The Silver Wolf King came back to his senses and looked at the Golden Wolf King. He asked, "Big brother, aren't you going to leave with me?" "I can't leave now." The Golden Wolf King smiled bitterly. The Silver Wolf King was bewildered. The Golden Wolf King glanced at Qin Feiyang and lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. "Tell me." The Silver Wolf King roared. Qin Feiyang said, "Let me tell you. Its soul has been controlled by me. Its life no longer belongs to itself. It belongs to me. What? I've controlled its soul." The Silver Wolf King's body shook violently. He looked at the Golden Wolf King and asked, "Is this true?" The Golden Wolf King sighed and nodded. "It's true. Damn human, I'm going to kill you." The Silver Wolf King was furious. He bared his fangs and pounced on Qin Feiyang. "Brother, still." The Golden Wolf King's expression changed and he hurriedly. But it was too late. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. Then he casually swatted the Silver Wolf King with his palm. The Silver Wolf King was immediately sent flying like a meteor. It crashed into the stone wall behind it. "Brother." The Golden Wolf King hurriedly ran over and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The Silver Wolf King got up and glared at Qin Feiyang. "If it wasn't for the Golden Wolf King, you would be a corpse by now." Qin Feiyang glanced at the Silver Wolf King indifferently. He then looked at the Golden Wolf King and said, "Talk to it. Don't provoke me again." The Golden Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang flashed and disappeared without a trace. The double-winged snow eagle stayed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder and said, "Boss, why don't we keep the Silver Wolf King? After all, it has a divine art." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He said, "Some things can't be forced. Let nature take its course." "So, you have the same idea too?" The double-winged snow eagle was surprised. "It has the cultivation of a peak 9-star combat emperor and also has a divine art. It would be best if we could keep it for our own use. You should go and cultivate too. Try to break through to the peak as soon as possible." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The double-winged snow eagle nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the double-winged snow eagle to the castle. He then closed his eyes and sensed the location of the Scorpion Emperor and the other 2 beasts through the slave seal. Of course he knew where the Scorpion Emperor and the other 2 beasts were. He did this just to confirm the safety of the 4 beasts. A moment later, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. Through the slave seal, he could sense the location of the 4 beasts, which meant that the 4 beasts were not in danger. At that moment, he used the phantom steps and rushed towards the direction of the water source. The next day, evening, he finally met the Scorpion Emperor and the other 2 beasts. "Has Lu Xingchen come out?" Qin Feiyang asked. The Crocodile Emperor sneered, "Yes, he has come out twice in the past few days. But when he saw us, he immediately hid inside. He is simply a coward." The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted. He looked at the empty void and said faintly, "You didn't expect that you would have such a day, right?" He did not care whether Lu Xingchen heard it or not. After he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang reminded the Crocodile Emperor and the other two beasts and entered the castle. He closed the kill formula and continued to imitate the fifth stroke of the Xing formula. Time flew by. 2 months passed. 2 months had passed outside, but 600 days had passed in the castle. It was close to 2 years. Boom. Early in the morning, Qin Feiyang's body trembled, and a shocking emperor's aura broke out from his body. The fifth stroke of the Xing formula also emitted a bright divine light. So, his cultivation level directly soared to a 6-star combat emperor. The white-eyed wolf, Fatso, Lu Hong, Lu Zheng, the pangolin, the venomous snake, the black dragon snake, Dan Wangkai, and the others had undergone earth-shattering changes in their cultivation levels. Kunpeng, the lady of the Dragon Phoenix House, Luo Qingzhu, and Ling Yunfei's cultivation levels had also improved and stepped into the peak state. Even Wang Yu had gained a lot. As for the Silver Wolf King, in the beginning it had been plotting all day about how to kill Qin Feiyang. However, it slowly realized that there was no chance at all. Even if there was a chance, it could not do it. Later, under the persuasion of the Golden Wolf King, it slowly began to compromise. After 600 days in the castle, it was now getting along well with everyone. Just 1 stroke left. Qin Feiyang stared at the Xing formula, took a deep breath, and restrained his aura. He turned his head and glanced at Luo Qingzhu and the others with a smile in his eyes. Not only was he becoming stronger, but everyone was also becoming stronger step by step. Especially Ling Yunfei and the others, they were only 1 step away from stepping into the false god realm. At that time, this small team would have the capital to compete with the Mu family, Great Qin, and the main pagoda. Qin Feiyang closed the 6-word formula and looked at Fatso and said, "Come here." Fatso opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and said, "I have a surprise for you." "What surprise?" Fatso quickly got up and went to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took out a jade slip and handed it to Fatso. "What is this?" Fatso was surprised. This jade slip actually carried a trace of divine power. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Take a look for yourself. I guarantee that you will be pleasantly surprised." "Is that so?" Fatso took the jade slip skeptically and immersed his mind into it. His face suddenly froze. Divine art, black dragon scripture. This. Fatso came back to his senses and looked up at Qin Feiyang with a face full of surprise. "I'm not dreaming, am I?" Qin Feiyang smiled and did not answer. He left the castle, leaving Fatso alone in a daze. Outside, in the past 2 months, the Scorpion Emperor and the other 2 beasts had not left, not giving Lu Xingchen any chance to escape. Swish. Qin Feiyang appeared and asked, "How is it?" The Scorpion Emperor smiled and said, "In the past 2 months, he has come out a total of 5 times. I can clearly feel that he is about to lose his patience." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at the place where Lu Xingchen disappeared and said indifferently, "It has only been 2 months. There is still a long time. Let's continue to waste time." Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xingchen appeared in front of him out of thin air. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "Is there any point in doing this?" Qin Feiyang said, "Of course there is. It's fun." "You?" Lu Xingchen's face was full of anger, but he suddenly sneered and said, "You want to waste time, right? Fine, I'm not afraid of you. Anyway, I also want to cultivate in seclusion. Look at my current cultivation, hasn't it improved?" As he spoke, he released his aura. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. This guy had also broken through a small realm and stepped into the 7-star combat emperor realm. Shocked, Lu Xingchen said proudly, "Tisk." Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully and released his aura. "What? You also broke through?" Lu Xingchen's proud face suddenly froze. "You are not the only one who is becoming stronger. What is there to be proud of? Moreover, so what if you have broken through? Do you dare to fight with me directly?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Lu Xingchen clenched his fists. If he was still in peak condition, who would dare to provoke him like this? A tiger that has fallen from the level will be bullied by dogs. This sentence was not false at all. Qin Feiyang laughed again and said, "How about this? I will lower my cultivation by a small realm and fight with you with the cultivation of a 5-star combat emperor. As long as you can defeat me, I will let you go." "Don't go too far." Lu Xingchen suddenly exploded and said angrily, "I am obviously giving in to you. How can you say that I am bullying you?" Qin Feiyang looked puzzled. "What do you want?" Lu Xingchen's fingers were tightly clenched together, making cracking sounds. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. Qin Feiyang's face turned cold and said, "I will say the same thing again. Let Mu Qing stay." "Impossible," Lu Xingchen said. "It is not up to you whether it is possible or not. Unless you really want to fight with me," Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen's face was as calm as water. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "If we fight like this, it will not benefit either of us. It will only benefit the imperial advisor and the people of the main tower." And then? Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, Lu Xingchen was about to go crazy and shouted, "Our enemy is not each other, but them. Do you understand?" "I know, but so what? Don't tell me that you have turned over a new leaf and given up on reviving the Tianyang Empire," Qin Feiyang said. "Why can't you listen to me? Although we will become enemies sooner or later, the current situation requires the two of us to work together." Lu Xingchen said angrily. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Not interested. You are simply unreasonable. I dare to swear to the heavens that someone like you will die in the hands of the great Qin Empire and the main tower sooner or later." Lu Xingchen roared again and again. How could there be such a stubborn person in the world? He was completely impervious. "You don't need to worry about whether I will die or not. You should think more about how to escape from my hands." Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "He did it on purpose." The more irritable and angry Lu Xingchen was, the more comfortable he felt in his heart. Moreover, an irritable person would reveal a flaw sooner or later. He was waiting for this flaw. Lu Xingchen fell silent. Although his heart was filled with raging anger, he could only suppress it now because there was nowhere to vent it. Time passed bit by bit. Suddenly, he looked up at Qin Feiyang and said helplessly, "I can't give you Mu Qing, but I can consider other conditions." Other conditions? Chapter 1521. Other than Mu Qing, I can consider any condition. Lu Xingchen reiterated again. "Any condition," Qin Feiyang murmured. His eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Xingchen and said with a smile, "This is what you said. I want all the god techniques on you." "All the god techniques?" Lu Xingchen was stunned. He was immediately furious and roared, "You're a bastard!" At the same time, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of Lu Xingchen like lightning. He grabbed Lu Xingchen's neck. With his other hand, he took out the Chang Shui and placed it between Lu Xingchen's eyebrows. The sudden turn of events caused Lu Xingchen to break out in a cold sweat. Qin Feiyang grinned and said, "I've been waiting for this flaw." Flaw? Lu Xingchen was stunned. He immediately understood what Qin Feiyang meant. It turned out that he was deliberately provoking him. Damn it. He actually fell for this bastard's trick. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I want to ask you, how are you going to get to the spatial divine item now?" Lu Xingchen's heart sank. He was able to escape last time because Qin Feiyang grabbed his arm. Breaking his own arm was not fatal. But now it was his neck. If he broke his own neck, it was tantamount to suicide. Qin Feiyang said, "Hand over Mu Qing. You have no choice now." Lu Xingchen was silent. "It seems that you really value him. You'd rather die than hand him over." "In that case, I'll fulfill your wish." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed fiercely, and his 5 fingers suddenly clenched. "Don't." Lu Xingchen's expression changed and he hurriedly roared. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. Because he already had the intention to kill. Regardless of whether Lu Xingchen handed over Mu Qing or not, he was going to kill him today. With a crack, Lu Xingchen's neck broke on the spot. That was right. It wasn't shattered. It was a fracture. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xingqian's head fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from the bowl-sized wound. His eyes, which were wide open in death, glared at his boss. But it wasn't over yet. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a bone-piercing cold light. He grabbed the Chang Shui, suddenly possessed it, and stabbed it towards Lu Xingqian's forehead. In Lu Xingqian's mind, there were 3 strands of Mu Tianyang's consciousness. As long as these 3 strands of spiritual consciousness were not removed, Mu Tianyang would always exist. However, just as the Chang Shui sank into Lu Xingqian's forehead, 3 strands of blood-red mist burst out from the top of his head. It was Mu Tianyang's 3 strands of spiritual consciousness. Moreover, in the 3 strands of spiritual consciousness, there was a palm-sized canyon. This canyon was Mu Tianyang's space divine item. Qin Feiyang, just you wait. I will definitely make you pay with your blood. As soon as the 3 strands of spiritual consciousness appeared, they took the space divine item and fled without looking back, leaving behind a murderous roar. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop him. Qin Feiyang glared at the crocodile emperor and the 4 beasts and shouted. The 4 beasts quivered, nodded repeatedly, and quickly chased after the spiritual consciousness. They didn't expect Qin Feiyang to kill so easily, so they were in a daze just now. Qin Feiyang took out the Chang Shui and also used the phantom steps to chase after him. However, without the restraint of the physical body, the speed of the 3 strands of spiritual consciousness was even faster than before. It was even faster than the speed of a 9-star combat emperor. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. The crocodile emperor and the 4 beasts couldn't catch up. They stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang timidly, afraid that Qin Feiyang would blame them. Qin Feiyang walked step by step to the side of the 4 beasts. Looking in the direction where the spiritual consciousness disappeared, his face was frighteningly gloomy. The 4 beasts lowered their heads and didn't dare to breathe. After a long time, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and turned to look at Lu Xingqian's corpse, murmuring, I didn't destroy Mu Tianyang's spiritual consciousness. Even if I killed Lu Xingqian, what's the use? He can still take over other people's bodies. The crocodile emperor and the 4 beasts looked at Qin Feiyang and blamed themselves. It's our fault, we're sorry, it's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The 4 beasts looked at each other. What's going on? He didn't even say a word of blame? Could it be their behavior disappointed their boss? Was he going to chase them away? Boss, we know we're wrong. Please forgive us. Please, don't chase us away, okay? Our people are gone. If you chase us away, we don't know where to go. The 4 beasts hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, when did I say I'm going to chase you away? We made such a big mistake, but you didn't blame us. Aren't you going to chase us away? The 4 beasts asked. Qin Feiyang was once again astonished. He said speechlessly, your imagination is too rich. I don't blame you because this isn't your fault. It's not our fault? The 4 beasts looked at each other and were even more puzzled. They didn't react in time and let Mu Tianyang's consciousness escape. How is it not their fault? In fact, I was anxious just now, so I asked you to intercept Mu Tianyang's consciousness. At that time, I didn't think that with your strength, you can't stop him. Not only can you not stop him, but you will also put you in danger. Because if you attack, Mu Tianyang will definitely be driven to desperation. He will disregard the warnings of the guardians of the miracle and kill you. So, you were right not to do anything. Qin Feiyang said. The 4 beasts looked at each other. That was the truth. Qin Feiyang sighed and said with a smile, okay, get ready to go. Go. The 4 beasts were stunned and asked, go where? There are still a few people I need to find. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he closed his eyes and sensed the location of Wang Zicheng and the others through the slave seal. Wang Zicheng and the others had been controlled by the slave seal and were also his spies in the main tower, so he couldn't leave them alone. A moment later, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and frowned. What's wrong? The 4 beasts looked at him suspiciously. These people are all in front of us. However, they are very far from here. I estimate that it will take at least half a month for the nearest one to meet her. And that's if she doesn't move. If she moves, it will take even longer. Qin Feiyang said. The person closest to him was the Ghost Queen. What kind of people are they? The four beasts were puzzled. Don't worry, you will know when you find them. Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at the four beasts, and asked with a smile, Next, I have a question. Which one of you is willing to lead everyone outside? Me. Scorpion King said. No. When we came to White Bone Canyon, you have been leading everyone. This time, we have to change. I can't let you be the only one tired. Let me do it this time. Crocodile King said. All right. Scorpion King pondered for a moment and nodded with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at the two beasts with a smile on his face. These two guys used to be sworn enemies and would fight whenever they met. But now, they were actually thinking for each other. What did that mean? It meant that after this period of time, they had slowly put aside their previous grudges and became each other's pillar, supporting and trusting each other. That was a good thing. Boom. Crocodile King revealed its true form and its ferocious aura spread in all directions. Then I'll have to trouble you. Qin Feiyang patted Crocodile King's head and smiled. It's a piece of cake. Crocodile King grinned. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and jumped onto Crocodile King's back with Scorpion King and the other two beasts. Then they disappeared together. After the ancient castle was parked on Crocodile King's back, Crocodile King moved its feet and ran towards the southwest. Although it was huge, it was extremely fast. Like lightning, it disappeared at the end of the earth. Inside the ancient castle, Fatso had returned to normal. He was sitting in a corner and silently comprehending the Black Dragon scripture. Lu Hong and the others would occasionally look at him with envy. Obviously, when Qin Feiyang was outside killing Lu Xingchen, Fatso was showing off in front of everyone. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Scorpion King and the other two beasts appear, Lu Hong got up and asked, How is Lu Xingchen? Lu Xingchen is dead, but Mu Tianyang's consciousness. Qin Feiyang sighed and said with a smile, Let's not talk about these annoying things first. After that, he looked at Scorpion King and the other two beasts and asked, Do you know the location of the other water sources? The miracle is too big. We have not been to all the places. And the emperors of the major regions will not allow others to easily step into their territory. Just like in the past, Crocodile King, Ant King, Spider King and I will not let each other enter our respective territories. Unless the Ant King and Spider King have a particularly good relationship. That's why we don't really know much about miracles. Scorpion King said. Qin Feiyang nodded. It seemed that there was no way to find the remaining water sources one by one. It was a pity. He turned to Ling Yunfei and said, Send them to your space god item, and the Golden Wolf King and Silver Wolf King. I'm not going anywhere. Silver Wolf King glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. It was quite close to everyone now, except for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Seeing this, the Golden Wolf King hurriedly said in a low voice, Brother, can you stop talking? Silver Wolf King said angrily, Brother, you can't be so spineless. He's just a lowly ant. What right does he have to make us work for him? But before it could say anything, Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold and he shouted, Destroy it. The Scorpion Emperor, the Ant Emperor, and the Spider Emperor immediately charged forward and bombarded the place. It did not even have a chance to use a divine art. Its energy reserve was instantly shattered by Spider King's claw. Boss Qin, please, don't kill it. The Golden Wolf King hurriedly ran in front of Qin Feiyang to plead. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. His eyes were as sharp as knives. Brother, hurry up and apologize to Boss Qin. Admit your mistake. Golden Wolf King shouted anxiously. He killed our people. He should be the one apologizing, not us. Silver Wolf King roared. Damn it, still stubborn. Let's see if you won't cry until you're in the coffin. Do you think you're still the Silver Wolf King that once dominated Bone Canyon? Now, you're just our prisoner. Chapter 1522. Bang bang bang. The Silver Wolf King howled miserably. Its face was distorted and its entire body was dripping with blood. The Golden Wolf King was burning with anxiety as it watched this scene. But without Qin Feiyang's orders, it did not dare to move. Finally, with a bang, the Silver Wolf King fell to the ground, lying in a pool of blood on the verge of death. Its aura was extremely weak. "All right." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Only then did the Scorpion King and the other two beasts stop and retreat behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang slowly walked forward, looked down at the Silver Wolf King and said, "This is the last lesson. If you dare to be presumptuous again, I will end your life." After saying that, he formed a seal with both hands, and an enslavement seal appeared, sinking into the Silver Wolf King's head like lightning. The Silver Wolf King screamed again. Sigh. The Golden Wolf King sighed secretly. This was all brought upon by the Silver Wolf King. Otherwise, how could it be controlled by the enslavement seal? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lu Hong and said, "The Silver Wolf King will be your mount." Lu Hong was overjoyed. At the same time, hearing this, the Silver Wolf King immediately got up. But before it could say anything, Qin Feiyang turned to look at it, his eyes cold and piercing, and said, "Do you have a problem with that?" The Silver Wolf King immediately lowered its head, not daring to look at Qin Feiyang's eyes. It was also scared of being beaten up. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly, looked at Lu Hong and said, "If it doesn't listen, kill it without mercy." The Silver Wolf King's body trembled, and its eyes were filled with fear. Lu Hong smiled. As for the Golden Wolf King, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Fatso, here you go." "I don't want it." Fatso, who was sitting in a corner comprehending the divine formula, opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, shaking his head. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fat Lord is waiting for the black dragon snake to transform into a black dragon. Fatso snickered. What he meant was that after the black dragon snake evolved, he would use it as a mount. When the black dragon snake heard this, it immediately glared at Fatso. Fatso didn't think much of it. He chuckled and said, "A black dragon mount. I can't help but get excited just thinking about it. Bastard, I'll fight you to the death." The black dragon snake immediately pounced forward, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Hitting is flirting and scolding is love. Go ahead. Fatso snickered. He was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. It simply made people want to beat him up. If Fatso doesn't want it, I will. Wolf Cub, follow me from now on. We'll be invincible when we combine our swords. Ling Yunfei snickered. Combine our swords? I think it's more like a combination of cheap. The white-eyed wolf looked down on him. Luo Qingzhu interrupted and said with a smile, "No matter how cheap they are, they're not as cheap as you, brother wolf." The white-eyed wolf was stunned and snorted, "Sister Qingzhu, you've learned bad things. This is not good. Be careful that no one wants you in the future." "Are you asking for a beating?" Luo Qingzhu immediately waved her fist and gave the white-eyed wolf a punch. Yes. It's asking for a beating. Hurry up and beat it hard. I'll take responsibility if you beat it to death. Ling Yunfei, the pangolin, the winged snow eagle, Fatso, the black dragon snake, and even the Golden Wolf King began to jeer at the side. Looking at this happy scene, Qin Feiyang's face was also full of smiles. These people and these beasts were his family. He was not lonely. Wang Yue, who was next to him, looked at this scene with a bit of desire and envy in her eyes. She also wanted to really integrate into this small team. But for some reason, everyone seemed to be a little wary of her and couldn't really accept her. Viper walked to Qin Feiyang's side, glanced at Wang Yue, and transmitted his voice. "Are we going to look for Wang Zicheng and the rest now?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Viper secretly said, "I think we shouldn't look for them first." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang looked at Viper suspiciously. "They are all cunning old foxes. I believe there shouldn't be any accidents. What worries me the most now is still Yen Wei." Viper secretly said. "Yen Wei," Qin Feiyang murmured. "Since Yen Wei followed you, he has been sacrificing himself. Previously, in the Central Divine Kingdom, he lurked around Fu Anshan. Later, when we returned to the Great Qin Empire, he lurked around the State Preceptor again. He has sacrificed too much for us, so I think we must ensure his safety first. Viper transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang secretly sighed. When have I not thought about what you said? But now, there is a big problem. What problem? Viper was suspicious. The slave seal. When he lurked around the state preceptor, I removed the slave seal, so now I can't sense his location through the slave seal. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Viper raised his eyebrows. This was indeed a problem. Qin Feiyang sighed. I have seen his sacrifice, but now I can't do anything about it. I can only pray for him in my heart. Viper sighed deeply. The miracle was so big that it was impossible to determine the location. To find a person was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Wait. Suddenly, Viper seemed to have thought of something and transmitted his voice. Isn't there still Mu Qin? Qin Feiyang said, now that things have come to this, do you think he will still help us? If he doesn't help, then kill him. Viper coldly snorted. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. In the past 2 months, we have spent a lot of effort and still couldn't kill him. How can it be easy to kill him in the future? My head hurts. Viper rubbed his forehead. Yeah. My head hurts. However, it's not like we don't have a chance. This time, Mu Danyang suffered such a big loss. He will definitely not let it go. Sooner or later, he will come looking for me. At that time, we will take our time to plan. Qin Feiyang said. That's the only way. I hope Yen Wei can hold on until the moment we find him. Viper sighed. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, calmed down, walked to the altar, opened the 6-word formula, and began to copy the 6th stroke of the Xing word formula. Seeing this, everyone also stopped playing and entered a state of seclusion. Silver Wolf King also finally became obedient, lying beside Lu Hong, silently repairing his qi. However, from time to time, he would glance at Qin Feiyang. But he was no longer as arrogant as before. His eyes were filled with awe and fear. On the 3rd day after Qin Feiyang and the others left, an invisible force quietly spread out in the White Bone Canyon. This force was invisible and colorless, and it did not have any aura. It was as if it was looking for a target, constantly spreading in all directions. Half a day later, this force spread throughout the entire White Bone Canyon at an astonishing speed. On the morning of the 4th day, a group of 50 to 60 people entered the White Bone Canyon. There were men and women, old and young, and they were aggressive. However, their cultivation bases were not very good. Most of them were 1-star combat emperors, and only a small half were 2-star combat emperors. In fact, it was not difficult to determine their identities just by looking at their cultivation bases. There were a total of 4 forces that entered the Divine Ruin this time. Main Pagoda, Great Qin, Mu family, and Qin Feiyang. Except for Qin Feiyang. Both the Main Pagoda and Great Qin only had a cluster of pillfire. Therefore, the people who entered the Divine Ruin from both sides were basically 8-star combat emperors and above. As for the Mu family, originally, there were indeed many combat emperors, but last time, they were all killed by Qin Feiyang's trap. The strongest remaining were 9-star combat emperors. However, later on, Lu Xingchen returned and began to nurture the people of the Mu family. Before the Divine Ruin opened, there were also many combat emperors. Therefore, it could be determined that the 50 to 60 people in front of them were all from the Mu family. Why are there so many white bones? The group entered the White Bone Canyon. Looking at the white bones all over the ground, they could not help but feel terrified. The White Bone Canyon was originally filled with countless bones. Now, more than 2 months had passed, and the ghost wolf's corpse had basically rotted, leaving only white bones. It was even more terrifying. If one looked down from the sky, it was completely a sea of bones. It was like hell, and it was incomparably terrifying. Moreover, the air was also filled with a nauseating rotten smell. The group walked into the canyon and was especially careful. However, they were only paying attention to the situation around them and completely did not notice that there was a mysterious force that had entered their bodies the moment they stepped into the White Bone Canyon. Their blood and qi were silently flowing away. It was not until an hour later that one of them suddenly fell to the ground powerlessly that they realized something was wrong. However, it was already too late. One by one, they fell down one after another. As their blood and chi flowed away, they gradually lost their lives and finally turned into dried corpses. Similar to the situation here, it was also happening in several other places. In short, now, as long as one stepped into the area of the White Bone Canyon, whether it was a human or a beast, they would eventually have their blood and chi sucked dry and die. The 7th day, a group of 9-star combat emperor beasts barged in. They were entrenched nearby and had long discovered the abnormality here. Therefore, driven by curiosity, they barged into the canyon in groups to investigate. But in the end, these beasts also died one after another. And as more blood and chi were absorbed, the mysterious force became stronger and stronger. It was no longer limited to the White Bone Canyon and spread to the area outside the canyon. Until the 10th day, the mysterious force covered an area of millions of miles. Countless ferocious beasts were killed. It was like a plague. Wherever it went, no one was left alive. The 12th day, the mysterious force suddenly retreated like a tide, bringing the blood and chi of countless beasts back to the White Bone Canyon. Sand accumulated into a tower, water accumulated into a river. When the blood and chi from all directions gathered in the sky above the canyon, it was like a sea of blood, rolling in the sky and surging angrily. In the end, the blood and chi surged towards the same place. And this place was the place where Zhuge Mingyang was killed. Blood waves rolled, covering the sky and the sun. Gradually, a figure appeared amidst the waves of blood. Boom! A terrifying aura of death erupted like a volcano, sweeping across the sky. Ha, Qin Feiyang, I'm back. Heaven and earth, tremble. Soon, a maniacal laughter suddenly rang out in this world. The void and land here really started to tremble. The next moment, a young man stepped out of the blood waves. His murderous aura surged into the sky. Who else could it be but Zhuge Mingyang? At this moment, even his eyes had turned grayish-white, like a pair of death god's eyes, exuding an aura of death that made people despair. With the blood of billions of creatures, nurture my indestructible demon body. He stood proudly on the ground and roared towards the sky. The blood and chi that filled the void suddenly turned into a torrent, surging towards Zhuge Mingyang. Boom! His aura rose crazily. Chapter 1523. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang. 12 days had passed outside, and 120 days had passed inside the ancient castle. It was exactly 1/3 of a year, but he had only managed to copy 1/10 of the 6th stroke of the Huan formula. Compared to the previous 5 strokes, the 6th stroke was far more costly in terms of battle chi consumption and time. According to his estimation, it would take him at least 3 years to copy the last stroke. Fortunately, he had the ancient castle. 3 years was nothing. If not for the ancient castle, it would be a long process. Because 3 years was enough to do a lot of things. Boss Qin, come out. Suddenly, the Crocodile Emperor's voice came from outside. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He retracted his arm, closed the 6-word divine formula, and appeared on the Crocodile Emperor's back. What appeared in front of him was a dense forest. It was boundless. In the depths of the forest, numerous enormous peaks towered into the sky. Everywhere was a scene of verdant and exuberant vitality. Qin Feiyang was excited. He had found another water source. The Crocodile Emperor scanned the mountains and rivers, its eyes shining. It smiled and said, "Boss, let's discuss something." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Usually, there are divine artifacts or divine arts in places with water sources. If you find it later, can you give it to me? You have so many divine arts and divine weapons anyway. You don't care about 1 or 2, right? The Crocodile Emperor said. "You rascal." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He said, "If there is, I can give it to you. But it has to be suitable for you." The Crocodile Emperor gave him the armor and a divine weapon. There was nothing wrong with that. "Thank you, boss." The Crocodile Emperor was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang jumped down and landed on the ground in front of the Crocodile Emperor. he looked at the forest cautiously and said, "Are you familiar with this place?" "I have never been here." The crocodile emperor shook its head. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Then be careful. There might be a powerful beast emperor here." The crocodile emperor nodded. It quickly shrunk its body and jumped onto Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and took a step forward into the forest. He carefully walked forward. The forest was silent. There were no traces of ferocious beasts on the ground. It felt like a primordial forest. Suddenly, the crocodile emperor looked around and asked suspiciously, "Boss, did you notice anything amiss?" "Something is wrong?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He stopped and looked around. "You don't say." "I really feel that something is wrong. But I don't know what it is." "Me too." Crocodile emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. If he was the only one, he could say that it was an illusion. However, even the crocodile emperor had the same feeling. It seemed that there was indeed a problem with this forest. After carefully walking for a while, he didn't even encounter a mosquito, let alone a huge ferocious beast. The surroundings were so quiet that it felt a little strange. So hot. Qin Feiyang wiped his sweat with his hand. Just as he was wiping his sweat, Qin Feiyang and the crocodile emperor were stunned. How could there be sweat in such a cool place like the water source? "Wait a minute." The crocodile emperor's body shook. It quickly said, "Boss, retreat." Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate. He turned and ran out of the forest. So, one man and one beast returned to the starting point. They scanned the forest and then looked up at the 10 suns in the sky. They finally found out what was wrong. The temperature in the forest was no different from the outside. In other words, it was equally hot. Isn't this the water source? Why is it still so hot? Could it be an illusion? The crocodile emperor retracted its gaze and looked at the forest in front of it in surprise. "Illusion?" Qin Feiyang frowned. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of battle aura flew out and blasted at a big tree. The trunk of the big tree was instantly pierced and wood chips flew everywhere. "It doesn't seem to be an illusion," Qin Feiyang murmured. "Then this is very strange. How can these plants survive in such hot weather? And they're still so lush?" The crocodile emperor said. Qin Feiyang nodded. Even he couldn't withstand the heat of 10 suns, let alone the plants that grew here all year round. There must be something fishy going on. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Qin Feiyang's body and mind tightened. However, he couldn't find the source of the crisis. What was going on? Just as he was feeling irritated, he suddenly felt a pain in his lower abdomen. Purple gold dragon blood suddenly spurted out. The crocodile emperor looked down in surprise and saw a thumb-sized bloody hole in Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen. It hurriedly looked behind Qin Feiyang, but it didn't see anything. "Boss, what's that?" it asked in surprise. "I didn't see anything either. I only felt something very soft going through my lower abdomen." Qin Feiyang shook his head. With his lower abdomen penetrated, his sea of qi was naturally destroyed and his cultivation was lost. He quickly took out a spirit sea elixir and popped it into his mouth. Then, he carefully stared at the forest in front of him. The crocodile emperor glanced behind, its eyes shining. However, as time passed, the sense of crisis did not appear again. However, Qin Feiyang's lips showed signs of turning black. Moreover, the wound on his lower abdomen was also burning with pain. The crocodile emperor said, "This seems to be a sign of poisoning?" "It's poisoning." Qin Feiyang nodded, took out an antidote and popped it into his mouth. "What the hell is this?" The crocodile emperor frowned as if it remembered something. "Boss, I suddenly thought of 2 guys who might know where this place is." "Who?" Qin Feiyang asked. "The Golden Wolf King and the Silver Wolf King. These 2 guys often go to other places to search for treasures. And this place is only about 10 days away from Bone Canyon. I think they might have been here before." The crocodile emperor explained. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while. With a thought, the Golden Wolf King suddenly appeared beside him. The crocodile emperor said, "Wolf pup, look here. Have they been here before?" The Golden Wolf King looked up and scanned the forest. Immediately, it changed its expression. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the Crocodile Emperor were shocked. They all knew the Golden Wolf King's temperament. He was not afraid of anything. But now he was showing such a look? Could it be that they had accidentally entered a forbidden area? The Golden Wolf King swallowed and said in a low voice, "Listen to me. Leave this place immediately." Qin Feiyang and the Crocodile Emperor looked at each other and were even more shocked, because they saw fear in the eyes of the Golden Wolf King. "What is this place?" the Crocodile Emperor asked. The Golden Wolf King said, "This is the territory of the spirit snakes." Spirit snakes? Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right." The Golden Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "So, it was the spirit snakes that attacked me earlier?" The Golden Wolf King looked at the wound on Qin Feiyang's lower abdomen and nodded. "It must be them. Once these guys hide, we can't see them at all. So it's these guys. No wonder there isn't even a flying insect in this forest." The Crocodile Emperor suddenly realized. Immediately, it scanned the forest, its eyes full of disdain. The talent of the spirit snakes is to change the color of their skin. In terms of strength, it's nothing. As long as we take precautions, we don't have to be afraid of them. "Wrong," the Golden Wolf King said. "What's wrong?" The Crocodile Emperor was suspicious. "Not only is it wrong, it's very wrong. Do you know how my brother and I managed to leave alive when we barged in?" The Golden Wolf King said. "Tell me about it." The Crocodile Emperor said with a tone of disapproval. "We begged and begged. My brother and I begged for 2 days and 2 nights before the Emperor let us leave." The Golden Wolf King said. "It's very strong?" The Crocodile Emperor was surprised. "Very strong. Even if all of us and all the beasts worked together, we wouldn't be its opponent. Because it's a pseudo-god." The Golden Wolf King enunciated each word with a solemn tone. "What? Pseudo-god?" Not to mention the Crocodile Emperor, even Qin Feiyang couldn't stay calm. It was a pseudo-god. That was too scary. It stepped into the pseudo-god realm 5 years ago. Its strength is extremely terrifying. It also has a divine artifact and even mastered a divine art. The Golden Wolf King said in a deep voice. "Divine artifact, divine art." Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. He decisively took the Crocodile Emperor and retreated far away. The Golden Wolf King also chased after them. He looked at the Crocodile Emperor mockingly and said, "Now you still dare to say that we don't have to be afraid of them?" The Crocodile Emperor smiled and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Boss, a strong dragon can't beat a snake in its own territory. I think we should take a detour." Qin Feiyang looked into the depths of the forest. His eyes flickered. The Golden Wolf King raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "My suggestion is to take a detour. But it's up to you to decide." Actually, it was extremely nervous at this moment. It was afraid that Qin Feiyang would make a decision and enter this terrifying area. The Crocodile Emperor also looked at Qin Feiyang, feeling extremely nervous. If the Emperor here was only at the peak of the 9-star combat Emperor realm, they could still try their luck. But against a pseudo-god, with their strength, it was like sending sheep to the tiger's mouth. After a long time, Qin Feiyang finally retracted his gaze and turned to look at the Golden Wolf King, asking, "The Emperor you mentioned, is it also a phantom snake?" "Yes." The Golden Wolf King nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Do you think that if I let the Phantom Snake Emperor go in and talk to the Emperor, it will let us pass through here?" The Crocodile Emperor and the Golden Wolf King shook their heads anxiously. "Boss, don't be rash. Although the Phantom Snake Emperor is the same as them, it's still from the outside world like you. It's like you humans. You're living well as a family, but suddenly a stranger comes in. You won't be able to blend in." The Crocodile Emperor quickly said, "The most important thing is that the Phantom Snake Emperor's cultivation isn't strong. The Emperor here won't take it seriously." The Golden Wolf King added. "That makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. He pondered for a while and said, "Let me confirm the Phantom Queen's location first." Chapter 1524. A moment later, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes, his brows tightly knitted together. "What's wrong?" The Golden Wolf King and the Crocodile Emperor looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at the two beasts helplessly and sighed. I have bad news. What news? Don't tell us that the Spirit Queen is inside? The two beasts asked nervously. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two beasts looked at each other, speechless. There was an old saying that when one was unlucky, even water would get stuck in the gaps between one's teeth. The Golden Wolf King said telepathically, You have so many subordinates. You don't care about one or two. Just leave her be. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened and said coldly, You better not let me hear such words again. I'm sorry. The Golden Wolf King's pupils shrank and quickly apologized. Wolf Cub, what you said is wrong. Now that we are a family, we should help each other and take care of each other. According to what you said, when you are in danger in the future, we can also leave you in the lurch? The Crocodile Emperor reproached. Yes. You are blaming me. It's my fault. This prince is deeply aware that this kind of selfish behavior is very bad. The Golden Wolf King nodded and promised. The Crocodile Emperor rolled its eyes and said, It is good that you know your mistakes and can change. Learn from me in the future. I guarantee that you will not take the wrong path. Yes. The Golden Wolf King smiled flatteringly. But in its heart, it was very angry. Even a little crocodile could ride on its head now. Was there any justice in this world? If the Qi and Blood Pearl and the Divine Bow were still here, who would dare to lecture it like this except for Qin Feiyang? The Crocodile Emperor turned its head and scanned the forest, looking like it was ready to die for a cause. Boss, I will accompany you to save her. I'm not afraid even if I die. Bootlicka. How thick-skinned. The Golden Wolf King secretly despised it. Suddenly, the Golden Wolf King was taken aback. He muttered, This king seems to have forgotten something. What is it? Qin Feiyang and Emperor Crocodile looked at it suspiciously. The Golden Wolf King said, I still have a human pet. Human pet? Qin Feiyang and the Crocodile Emperor were stunned. Back in the water source lands, before you came, this king took in 2 human pets. One of them has already died by self-detonation. As for the other human pet, I ordered him to capture someone, but he never returned. Later on, when you all appeared, this king completely forgot about this person. The Golden Wolf King said, Who is it? What does he look like? How's your cultivation? Qin Feiyang asked. Everyone else calls him Old Gua. His cultivation is quite strong. He is at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. After the Golden Wolf King finished speaking, his battle chi surged. The shadow of a white-haired old man condensed in the void. When he saw the flame totem on the white-haired old man's chest, Qin Feiyang knew that he was the divine envoy of the main tower. Not bad. He actually took in a peak 9-star combat emperor as his human pet. The Crocodile Emperor said, With its strength in the past, this is not a big deal. What surprised me is that as the divine envoy of the main tower, this person is so cowardly to submit to a beast. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He felt sorry for Gongsun Bei. Big brother Qin, what you said is prejudiced against us beasts. Are you saying that only humans are allowed to have spiritual pets, and we are not allowed to have human pets? The Golden Wolf King was dissatisfied. I think so too. The Crocodile Emperor also agreed with the Golden Wolf King's point of view. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. The Golden Wolf King thought for a moment. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, We can't find him now. Why don't I just destroy his bloodline power? Don't. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, This person is a peak 9-star combat emperor. It's a pity to kill him. He might be useful in the future. Okay, I'll listen to you. The Golden Wolf King nodded his head. The Crocodile Emperor quickly said, Wait, I'm confused. You don't know where he is now? How do you destroy his bloodline power? That's why you're so ignorant. Have you heard of the Blood Soul technique? The Golden Wolf King said proudly. What? You know the Blood Soul technique? The Crocodile Emperor was surprised. The Golden Wolf King nodded his head. Impressive. No wonder you can find a human pet. Why don't you teach me the Blood Soul technique so that I can subdue a few human pets? The Crocodile Emperor went up and said with a cheeky smile, "A bootlicker like you wants a human pet? Dream on." The Golden Wolf King gave the Crocodile Emperor a look of contempt. "Damn, you're not giving me face?" The Crocodile Emperor was furious. "You're not Boss Chin. Why should I give you face? Let's fight one-on-one if you're not convinced. Even without the divine bow and the chi and blood pearl, I can still beat you to the ground in no time," the Golden Wolf King said with disdain. The Crocodile Emperor grinned and stared at the Golden Wolf King. Its eyes flashed fiercely. "I really want to see who will be the one lying on the ground in the end. But what's the point of arguing over such a small matter? Hurry up and get ready to go," Qin Feiyang said impatiently. The Golden Wolf King stared at the Crocodile Emperor. Its body expanded and instantly returned to its original form. The Crocodile Emperor also jumped down from Qin Feiyang's shoulder and revealed its original form. Its body was as big as a mountain with dense scales. It was releasing a terrifying aura. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang looked at them suspiciously. "Didn't you say that you want to go in and save them?" "Of course, we have to be prepared for battle," the two beasts said. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Even if they wanted to save them, they couldn't just barge in. There was a demigod beast inside. Were they looking for death? "Come to my shoulder. I'll activate the invisibility spell and sneak in," Qin Feiyang said helplessly. The Crocodile Emperor was stunned. When it came back to its senses, it smiled at Qin Feiyang and quickly shrunk its body and jumped onto Qin Feiyang's right shoulder. The Golden Wolf King jumped onto Qin Feiyang's left shoulder. Qin Feiyang immediately activated the invisibility spell and hid all his aura. He quietly sneaked into the forest. The Crocodile Emperor said, "Look carefully. How many phantom snakes are there? Can you still call them phantom snakes if you can see them? Do you think their talent is something to be trifled with?" The Golden Wolf King rolled its eyes. "Shut up." Qin Feiyang stared at them. He sensed the position of the Phantom Queen and moved forward silently. He was extra cautious. He had to be careful. After all, a single semi-divinity realm beast was more than enough to wipe them out if they were to let their guard down. Of course, it was different from before. Now that he was facing a false god, Qin Feiyang wasn't completely powerless. The source of his confidence was the Qi and Blood Pearl. With this divine item, he would even dare to fight a real god of war, let alone a demigod. If he couldn't win, he could just hide in the castle. Who could do anything to him? Half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang passed through the forest and entered the mountains. The situation in the mountains was completely different from the forest. In the mountains, not only were there grass and trees, but there were also blooming wildflowers. On each flower, there were a few bees or butterflies. Moreover, there were also some beasts like elks and white foxes. It was no longer quiet here. Traces of beasts could be seen everywhere. But it was very peaceful. There was no killing. It was like an otherworldly paradise. Walking in the mountains made one's heart calm and peaceful. Is this really the territory of a beast? Why do I feel like it's the residence of an immortal? The Crocodile Emperor looked at all this with a dumbfounded expression. Qin Feiyang had the same feeling. The places where beasts lived were usually full of blood and cruelty. But here, it was completely against common sense. The Crocodile Emperor looked at the Golden Wolf King and said, "Wolf pup, haven't you been here before? Why don't you explain to us?" The Golden Wolf King looked a little embarrassed. "What's with that expression? Don't tell me you were intercepted by the spirit snake before you entered the mountains?" The Crocodile Emperor secretly said. The Golden Wolf King said angrily, "Don't say it out loud. Don't you understand?" The Crocodile Emperor was stunned and laughed. "I got it right. So you're just SOSO. If you have the ability, don't follow the boss. Try it yourself. If you can walk out of the forest and enter the mountains, I will chop off my head and let you sit on it." The Golden Wolf King said angrily. "It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously." The Crocodile Emperor laughed. "Ridiculous. We can come in now because of Boss Chin's concealment technique. It allows us to be invisible. If not for the concealment technique, we would have been surrounded by the spirit snake. The Golden Wolf King snorted coldly. Shut up. The concealment technique has a time limit. We have to speed up. Qin Feiyang said. What? Time limit? The Golden Wolf King was shocked and asked softly, how long? 1 hour. Qin Feiyang said. 1 hour. It took us almost an hour to cross the forest. Doesn't that mean the concealment technique only has half the time left? The Golden Wolf King was shocked. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. The Golden Wolf King's face changed and said sadly, it's over, it's over. We will definitely alarm the Crocodile Emperor here. The Crocodile Emperor glanced at the Golden Wolf King and then looked at Qin Feiyang. It said carefully, if we go back now, we should still be able to make it. Who was the one who said that he was not afraid even if he died? Why did he lose his temper so quickly? The Golden Wolf King sneered. The Crocodile Emperor's mouth twitched and said angrily, don't expose a despicable person. Understand? It's my pleasure. The Golden Wolf King snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and felt a headache coming on. They quarreled along the way. Couldn't they give him some peace and quiet? Might as well. He sent the two beasts to the castle and then went into the depths of the mountain alone. Through the induction of the slave seal, he could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the Spirit Queen. However, the deeper he went, the more incredulous he found it. There were all kinds of beasts in the outside world here. However, they got along very well. They were in groups without disputes and were like a family. Half of the time left was gone. Qin Feiyang climbed up a mountain ridge and stood at a commanding point, looking down ahead. Immediately. Chapter 1525. Under the mountain, there was actually a lake. It was about 100 feet long. The lake water was clear, and under the sun, there were layers of dazzling waves. On all sides of the lake, there was a small forest with lush branches and leaves. But in the small forest, he couldn't sense any aura of beasts. On such a hot day, not only are there so many plants, but there is also a lake. It's really strange. Qin Feiyang murmured. He jumped down the mountain silently, landed in the small forest, and walked towards the lake. In the forest, there was really no beast. It was silent. Passing through the forest, he stood by the lake and scanned it. The water was sparkling, but there was no movement. But suddenly, the sound of flowing water could be faintly heard. Qin Feiyang was stunned. After looking for a while, he finally found a 3 or 4 wide stream on the other side of the lake. The stream meandered and extended into the depths of the small forest. He followed the stream and walked all the way down. So, he walked out of the small forest and stood on a hillside, looking ahead. The scene in front of him immediately stunned him. Just 100 meters ahead, there was an entrance to a valley, and the stream flowed out of the valley. On both sides of the valley, as well as in front of the entrance, there were all kinds of flowers, forming a colorful and dazzling sea of flowers. Some were budding, delicate, and beautiful. Some were completely blooming, competing with each other for beauty. Groups of colorful butterflies, like little elves, danced in the sea of flowers. The stream water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Qin Feiyang was immersed in this beautiful scenery and couldn't extricate himself. How was this the territory of beasts? It was simply a fairyland. Suddenly, he was stunned. According to the feedback of the slave seal, the Spirit Queen was in the valley ahead. This should have been a happy event. But Qin Feiyang didn't have the slightest joy. Instead, he was surprised. Because in the valley, he didn't sense the aura of any person or beast. One had to know. The emperor here was a fake god. Logically speaking, he should be able to sense its power from a long distance. What's going on? Qin Feiyang muttered. Then, he took a step forward and carefully walked towards the valley. His movements were very light, leaving no footprints on the ground. He didn't step on the flowers either, for fear of disturbing the butterflies between the flowers. A dozen breaths later, he entered the valley, stood in front of the entrance, and looked inside. His expression became sluggish once more. The valley was very big, about half a mile wide. Inside, there were also blooming flowers. They were colorful and pleasing to the eye. But most of them were medicinal herbs. Each and every one of the medicinal herbs gushed with multicolored light, looking incomparably gorgeous. Furthermore, basically, every single herb had a tiger-shaped spirit pattern that emitted a hazy luster. What did the tiger-shaped spirit tattoo mean? This meant that the medicinal herbs here were basically all 10,000 years old. Qin Feiyang glanced at them one by one. Tree of creation, divine infant tree, dragon saliva fruit, purple spirit flower, white jade fruit, profound yang grass, profound yin grass. This place actually had all kinds of medicinal herbs. This was a huge treasure trove. Facing such a huge temptation, Qin Feiyang calmed down with great difficulty. Then he followed the small stream and looked down. In the end he found out. The stream extended all the way to the center of the valley, connecting to a pond. The diameter of the pond was about 20 meters. The water inside was extremely pure. In the water, lotus leaves bloomed like a jade plate with water droplets swirling around it. Between the lotus leaves, lotus flowers bloomed one after another. There was white. There was pink. There was also red. It was incomparably gorgeous. Suddenly, he revealed a shocked expression. Not far from the pond, there was a courtyard. It was richly ornamented and had an ancient feel to it, giving it an elegant charm. However, right after, his pupils constricted. In a pavilion in the courtyard, there was a young man sitting. Why is there a man? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. That person looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. He was about 1.8 meters tall and looked a little skinny. On his body, he wore a pure white robe that was not tainted by a speck of dust. His long hair was also as white as snow. Although he looked young, he exuded a sense of vicissitudes of life. He sat alone in the pavilion, sipping his tea. His handsome face had a lazy expression. Suddenly, the man in white raised his head and looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's expression changed immediately and he quickly hid behind a protruding rock next to him. However, immediately after, he was stunned. Now that he was invisible and the other party couldn't see him, what was there to be afraid of? He was scaring himself. However, for the sake of safety, he didn't go out directly. He stuck his head out and looked at the man in white again. He found that the man in white wasn't looking at the entrance here, but the pond. Why are you looking at the pond? Admiring the lotus flowers? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Suddenly, there were circles of ripples on the calm water surface in the middle of the pond. Immediately after, a head popped up from the water. An angel-like face also appeared in Qin Feiyang's sight. It was a woman. Her facial features were extremely exquisite and her skin was as soft as cream. Drops of water fell from her hair. Her lively eyes were crystal clear like gems. She's here? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. The woman who appeared from the water was the spirit queen of the 10 heroes of Qinghai. But who was that man? He had never seen him before. And where was the spirit snake emperor? Why didn't he see it? Splash, at this time. The spirit queen had already walked out of the water. There was a stone ladder beside the pond. She walked lightly and stepped ashore step by step. Her wet long hair was messily draped over her shoulders, constantly dripping with water. However, she was wearing a slightly thin white dress. But because she was wearing a white dress, she was even more seductive. The long dress was soaked and stuck to her body. Not only was it faintly visible, but it also vividly showed off her tall and exquisite figure. As she walked step by step, her graceful figure exuded a fatal temptation. The young man in white sitting in the courtyard had his eyes on the spirit queen all the time, naked and undisguised. But in his eyes, there was no possessiveness. There was no lust or desire. It was as if he was admiring an exquisite work of art. When the spirit queen came ashore and walked to the front of the courtyard, the young man in white got up and went up personally. Like a gentleman, he grabbed one of the spirit queen's jade-like hands and led her to the pavilion. The spirit queen also had a smile on her face. But if one observed carefully, they would find that there was a trace of helplessness and a touch of fear in her smile. The two of them entered the pavilion one after the other and sat opposite each other. The young man in white looked at the spirit queen and praised, My spirit queen, you are really beautiful. A casual smile can make me drunk. Thank you. The spirit queen smiled faintly. Her battle chi surged, ready to dry the water on her clothes and long hair. But the young man in white quickly got up and stopped her, saying, "Don't let the water dry up. I like your current appearance." The spirit queen nodded. The young man in white sat down again, picked up the teapot, grabbed an empty cup, filled it with tea, and handed it to the spirit queen, saying with a smile, "Here, this is your favorite flower tea. I made it especially for you. Have a taste." "Thank you." The spirit queen took the teacup, looking extremely obedient. There's a problem at the entrance. When Qin Feiyang saw this scene, he couldn't stop shaking his head. Although he didn't spend much time with the spirit queen, he still understood this woman's character. She would never be such a docile and obedient person. Could it be that she was forced? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in white, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Liking to look at a wet woman, isn't that perverted? Phew. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, walked out from behind the rock, and walked towards the courtyard. However, when he took a step forward and entered the valley, the void in front of him suddenly distorted, and a light screen suddenly appeared. On top of that, this light screen contained a tremendous amount of divine might. Immediately, he was sent flying by the light screen. Under the impact of the divine power, the concealment art also lost its effect. His entire person was directly exposed. And, at the same time, the young man in white raised his eyebrows, looked up at the entrance, and happened to see Qin Feiyang, who was out of the state of stealth. There's actually someone who can hide without anyone noticing? The young man in white was surprised. Who is so capable? Hearing this, the spirit queen hurriedly turned her head to check. When she saw Qin Feiyang's familiar face, a touch of joy suddenly appeared in her eyes. But suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and the joy in her eyes quickly disappeared. Then, she glanced at the young man in white from the corner of her eyes. Seeing that the young man in white didn't notice, she was relieved. Then, she looked at Qin Feiyang. He looked at the light screen in the void, and his face was full of shock. There was actually a divine power barrier hidden in this valley. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. He hurriedly looked up at the courtyard and was shocked to find that the young man in white sitting in the pavilion had disappeared. Where did he go? Qin Feiyang was surprised and puzzled. The spirit queen looked at Qin Feiyang. Her expression was neither happy nor sad, as if she was looking at a stranger, but there was a faint trace of anxiety in her eyes. "Are you looking for me?" All of a sudden, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The owner of this voice was the young man in white. But when did he come behind him? He didn't notice at all. How strong was this person's cultivation? He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly entered the castle. But just before entering the castle, he suddenly felt a pain on his back, and then he saw a wisp of battle chi rushing out from his chest. In just an instant, a thumb-sized bloody hole appeared on his chest and back. Purple gold dragon blood spurted out like a fountain. This blood actually carries the dragon's power. The voice of the young man in white sounded behind Qin Feiyang again with a trace of surprise. How fast? He didn't even have time to activate the armor and the battle formula. How could Qin Feiyang dare to hesitate? With a look of horror, he quickly went to the castle. Seeing Qin Feiyang disappear, the ghost queen secretly let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. A smile also appeared on her face. And this smile was no longer as stiff as before when she faced the young man in white. It was very natural and sincere. Chapter 1526. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang clutched his chest as he looked at the screen in front of him. In the screen, the young man in white was squatting on the ground, looking at the purple gold dragon blood on the ground with a look of surprise. As for Qin Feiyang's disappearance, he didn't seem to care at all. "Boss, are you all right?" Crocodile Emperor, Fatso, and the rest looked at Qin Feiyang with concern. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, took out a heart protection pill and swallowed it. He waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm fine." But in his heart he was extremely shocked. Whether it was the speed or strength of the young man in white, they were much stronger than he had imagined. He looked at the young man in white again with flickering eyes. Such a powerful person, if he came from the outside, it was impossible for him not to have heard of him. It could be seen that this person was a native of Miracle. However, weren't there only beasts in Miracle? How could there still be humans? What role did this person play in God's miracle? What puzzled Qin Feiyang the most was, where was the Emperor of Spirit Serpent now? Why didn't he see it? Wait a minute. Could it be this person was the master of the Emperor? Impossible, impossible. The Emperor of Spirit Serpent was a pseudo-god. How could it have a master? There was simply no one who could subdue it. Outside. Silence. Inside the castle, it was also dead silent. This is purple gold dragon blood. Suddenly, the young man in white's eyes lit up. His previous laziness was instantly swept away and replaced by excitement. He glanced around the void. His eyes were like lightning, giving people a feeling of sharpness. Finally, he began to look for Qin Feiyang's trace. A moment later, his eyebrows twitched slightly. It was as if he had disappeared without a trace. The young man in white lowered his head and pondered. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, pursing a playful smile. Boom! The next moment, an invisible force swept out from the top of his head with a mighty aura, rolling in all directions. This is divine thought. Qin Feiyang and the others trembled both physically and mentally. Who would have thought that this person was actually a deity? His divine sense shrouded the entire area. Very soon, the white-robed young man's divine will found the ancient castle. He chuckled and said, "It is indeed a divine space artifact." He found out so quickly? "Boss, what should we do?" Crocodile Emperor asked worriedly. "Don't worry. Even if he is a deity, he can't do anything to the castle. Everyone, go do what you need to do. Don't waste time here," Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. He had heard of it. Fatso and the others glanced at each other before returning to their respective positions to refine pills and cultivate. For a moment, the castle calmed down again. Only the Crocodile Emperor and the Golden Wolf King stood behind Qin Feiyang and never left. The white-clothed youth smiled and said, "Spatial divine objects cannot be moved inside the divine ruins. Come out quickly, let's talk." Crocodile Emperor quickly said, "Boss, you can't go out." "That's right. This person is a god of war. Once you are imprisoned by his divine aura, you will die even if you have the ancient castle." The Golden Wolf King added. Qin Feiyang did not say anything as his eyes flickered. "If you want to waste time with me, I'm afraid you have picked the wrong person. Do you know why? Because I have lived here for tens of thousands of years." The white-clothed youth joked. "What? Tens of thousands of years old?" The Crocodile Emperor and the Golden Wolf King were stunned. Qin Feiyang was the same. A person who had lived for tens of thousands of years was simply a living fossil. "Boss, it seems that you can only go out and meet him now. Otherwise, we will not be able to outlast him." The Crocodile Emperor smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang could not help but smile bitterly as well. In a flash, he appeared opposite the white-clothed youth. "Not bad, you know what to do." The white-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded with a smile. "What do you want to talk about?" That was the only thing Qin Feiyang was concerned about. "Still so direct?" Hee. Not bad at all. I like dealing with straightforward young people like you." The white-clothed youth was full of praise. However, his old-fashioned attitude annoyed Qin Feiyang. He was just born a few tens of thousands of years earlier than him. What was there to be arrogant about? Qin Feiyang said impatiently, "Tell me, what do you want to talk about?" What an impatient child. The white-clothed youth shook his head and smiled. "I need your purple gold dragon blood for research." "Research?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes, The white-clothed youth nodded. "Research what?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "That's none of your business," the white-clothed youth said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. "No problem, I can give it to you. However, I have a condition. Don't rush to negotiate with me. Listen to me first." Research is not something that can be done in a short time. Therefore, I need you to stay here until my research is over. Of course. In order to prevent you from playing tricks, I need to control you. The white-clothed youth smiled. Not allowed to leave? Control me? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said angrily, aren't you using me as a lab rat? You can understand it that way. The white-clothed youth did not deny it at all. His calm tone was extremely domineering. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, what if I say no? No. The white-clothed youth laughed and said, then I'm afraid you will never be able to leave this place. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. It seemed that this fierce battle was inevitable. Control. What did this person use to control him? Qin Feiyang's heart moved. He asked calmly, what will you use to control me? Blood soul technique. The white-clothed youth said. Blood soul technique? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was this person joking? How could a mere blood soul technique control Qin Feiyang? Suddenly, he thought of a plan and pretended to struggle for a moment. In the end, he revealed a helpless expression and said, okay, but you have to keep your promise. Of course. The white-clothed youth nodded. Qin Feiyang closed his eyes and said, then let's do it. The white-clothed youth formed a seal with both hands. A blood soul technique seal quickly condensed and entered Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang, who had the slave seal, did not care about the blood soul technique at all. Because as long as he used the slave seal, the blood soul technique would be broken. Come in with me. The white-clothed youth waved his hand and a light door appeared in the divine power boundary of the valley. Qin Feiyang swept his gaze over the barrier, and his eyes slightly widened. Then he followed the white-clothed youth inside. But as soon as he entered the boundary, Qin Feiyang's body suddenly stiffened. The temperature here, it actually cooled down in an instant. What was going on? With a trace of surprise, he left the boundary again. The scorching heat enveloped him again. When he returned to the divine power boundary again, it cooled down again. Was it an illusion? Very surprised, right? The white-clothed youth turned to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled gently. His smile was very gentle and seemed to have a magical power that made it difficult for people to raise their guard. How could this be? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The white-clothed youth said, look at that pond. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the pond. The white-clothed youth smiled and said, there is a kuei water essence under the pond. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. The white-clothed youth asked, do you know why I set up this boundary? Qin Feiyang said, to prevent people from running in and stealing your herbs? Who has the guts? The white-clothed youth smiled proudly and said, I set up this divine power boundary not to prevent anything, but purely to prevent the cold air from leaking out. How extravagant! Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Ha! The white-clothed youth laughed loudly and led Qin Feiyang into the courtyard. He stood beside the Spectre Empress and said with a smile, come, let me introduce you. This is the Spectre Empress, my fiancée that has yet to be married. Fiancée? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The white-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, what about you? What's your name? My name is Qin Dahai. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Dahai. The white-clothed youth thought for a while and said, did you also come in from the outside? Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Queen and said, then you should know each other, right? The Spirit Queen was about to speak. Qin Feiyang spoke first, I've never seen her before. Really? The white-clothed youth looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, there are a total of people from 2 continents who entered the miracle this time, so we don't know everyone. So that's how it is. The white-clothed youth smiled and took out a palm-sized jade bottle from his bosom. He handed it to Qin Feiyang and said, give me some purple gold dragon blood first. Qin Feiyang did not hesitate. He cut his finger and the jade bottle was soon filled. The white-clothed youth grabbed the jade bottle and said with a smile, I'll go and study it first. You guys get to know each other. Remember, don't disturb me if there's nothing. After saying that, the white-clothed youth couldn't wait to turn around and walk into a nearby attic, closing the door tightly. Greetings, When the door was closed, the Spirit Queen was about to bow. "Don't make a sound first," Qin Feiyang said secretly. Then he pretended to be curious and looked around the surroundings as well as the pavilion. Of course, the attic was the main point. He was afraid that the white-clothed youth was hiding in the attic and secretly spying on him and the Spirit Queen. But after observing for a while, he didn't find anything unusual. But to be on the safe side, he and the Spirit Queen chatted for a long time on the surface. For example, where was this place? For example, why were there 10 suns in the miracle? Or were there any ancient ruins nearby? In short, it was just some unimportant topics. Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Queen didn't know that the white-clothed youth was really standing behind a window, without any aura. He was like a ghost watching them. His eyes were no longer as kind as before. There was a terrifying sense of coldness in them. But seeing that the two of them were talking about some boring topics and looking at their expressions and actions, it was really the first time they met. Only then did he turn around and leave silently. After a long time, Qin Feiyang inadvertently glanced at the attic. He was still worried. He looked at the Spirit Queen and asked with a smile, "Can you take me around?" As he spoke, he winked at the Spirit Queen. "Sure." Chapter 1527. The two of them left the courtyard one after the other and strolled around the valley for a while. Then Qin Feiyang finally got to the point. However, throughout the entire conversation, the two of them were transmitting their voices. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "How did you become his fiancé?" "I was forced. If I didn't agree, he would have killed me." The Ghost Queen sighed. As expected, Qin Feiyang mumbled and asked, "Who exactly is he?" "I don't know either. More than 10 days ago, I accidentally entered this place and was surrounded by spirit snakes. In the end, he suddenly appeared and saved me. At first, I had a good impression of him because he was gentle and had a gentle personality. But I didn't expect that after I followed him and came here, he would actually force me to marry him. Moreover, he is very perverted. Every day, he makes me wear wet clothes. I've had enough." The Ghost Queen thought to herself, her eyes filled with disgust. Qin Feiyang sized up the clothes on the Ghost Queen and teased, "Actually, you can't blame him. Your current appearance is indeed very seductive." The Ghost Queen was stunned. She instinctively lowered her head and looked at herself. Her face immediately flushed red. Only then did she notice that her dress was still dripping wet. Battle chi surged. She hurriedly dried the water on her clothes. Then, with a slight shake, those seductive parts were finally covered. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He asked, "Then, are you controlled by him?" "I'm controlled by him. That's why I'm obedient to him." The Ghost Queen said, "Don't worry. Even if he wants to control you, he won't be able to do it. Because of the slave seal, his blood-soul technique is useless against you. Instead, he will suffer a backlash. However, how to escape is really a problem." Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the void above the valley. His face was full of worry. This divine power barrier was equivalent to a cage. Even if there was a way to break the barrier, the white-clothed young man would be alarmed immediately. If one isn't a pseudo-god, it's impossible to break this barrier. The Spirit Empress sighed, her face filled with despair. Originally, when she saw Qin Feiyang appear, she felt that there was still hope. However, he didn't expect that. Now, even Qin Feiyang was trapped inside the barrier. "False god?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Isn't he the war god?" "He told me personally that he's only a false divinity. But even if it's just a false god, it's still not something we can touch." The Ghost Queen's expression was rather gloomy. "If he's just a false god, he might not be a match for me." Qin Feiyang's eyes sparkled. "What?" The Spirit Empress was shocked. She looked at Qin Feiyang and thought to herself, "Could it be that you have already broken through to the false god realm? But that's not right. The aura that you are exuding is obviously that of a 6-star combat emperor. Although my cultivation is only at the 6-star combat emperor realm, the fake god realm is no longer a threat to me. As for the reason, it's a long story. I'll tell you when I have time." Qin Feiyang smiled. The Spirit Empress's face was full of surprise. What was it that made this man so confident? It said that this is the territory of the Spirit Snake. How could there be a human living here? And the Spirit Snake's emperor, have you seen it before? Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. I'm also wondering about this problem. As for the Spirit Snake's emperor, I haven't seen it these days. The Spirit Empress said. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that the Spirit Snake's emperor was hiding somewhere? It had only changed the color of its skin and they couldn't see it with the naked eye? Or could it be that the Spirit Snake's emperor was just the spirit pet of the white-robed young man? If that was the case, why could the white-robed young man stay on the first level? One had to know. In the past, the mysterious madam said that any creature that broke through to the false god realm would be sent to the second level by the rule force. Wait a minute. The guardian of the miracle that appeared last time was a giant python. Could it be that it was the Spirit Snake's emperor? In that case, wasn't this white-robed young man also the guardian of the miracle? That giant python seemed to look different from the Spirit Snake. What the hell was going on? Qin Feiyang's mind was in a mess, and he couldn't figure it out. Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't say anything for a long time, the Spirit Empress transmitted her voice. Young master, since you have the confidence to deal with him, then let's escape quickly, okay? I really don't want to stay here for a moment longer. Don't worry. If my guess is correct and the Spirit Snake's emperor is also hiding somewhere here, then what we have to face is not one false god, but two false gods. Facing two false gods, I don't have much confidence. Qin Feiyang said. Then what should we do? The Spirit Empress was burning with anxiety. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and asked, Did he say when he will marry you? The Spirit Empress shook her head. No, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, Let's confirm whether the Spirit Snake's emperor is here or not. How do we confirm? The Spirit Empress asked. Find it. Although the Spirit Snake can change the color of its skin, the valley is only so big. As long as we look carefully, we should be able to find it. Qin Feiyang said. All right. The Spirit Empress nodded helplessly. At the thought of having to continue facing that disgusting person, she couldn't help but feel nauseous. But there was no other way. In order to escape, she could only endure it now. The two of them strolled around the valley again. On the surface, they were strolling, but they were secretly looking for the Spirit Snake's emperor. The sky gradually darkened. The two of them found nothing. Since the white-clothed young man entered the attic, he hadn't appeared again. Right. There's a problem that I can't figure out. Qin Feiyang walked to the pool in the middle of the valley and suddenly said, What's the problem? The Spirit Empress asked. Although there is the Kuei water essence here, the energy of the Kuei water essence is blocked by the divine power barrier and can't be transmitted outside. But outside, why is there such a beautiful scenery everywhere? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The Spirit Empress said, This is because of another unique treasure. Unique treasure? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, What unique treasure? Emu essence. The Spirit Empress said. What? There's emu essence here? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. That person personally said that there are a total of 5 pieces of ewood essence under this piece of land. It is precisely because of these 5 pieces of ewood essence that the plants outside are able to grow so luxuriantly. The Spirit Empress explained. It seems that I've come to the right place. Qin Feiyang smiled. And his smile was very bright. Now, he already had 7 Kuei water essence. If he could get the Kuei water essence and emu essence here, he would be one step closer to refining the 5 elements universe pill. The most important thing was, this person had lived in the miracle site for tens of thousands of years. Maybe there were other essences on him. For example, the essence of metal, the essence of earth, and the essence of fire. There might even be a large number of divine weapons and divine arts on this person. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang felt that this white-clothed young man was like a big treasure in front of him. Not to mention anything else, just the medicinal herbs in this valley were already worthy of the word big treasure. In an instant, he changed his opinion of the white-clothed young man. Originally, he also hated him. But now, he inexplicably liked this person. The night was silent. The next day, Qin Feiyang continued to look for the Spirit Snake Emperor in the valley alone. The Spirit Empress was sitting on a round rock beside the pond, meditating. Day after day. Just like that, half a month passed. In this half a month, Qin Feiyang searched every place in the valley, including every corner and pond, but he didn't find the Spirit Snake Emperor. Similarly, in this half a month, the white-clothed young man didn't appear. At noon, Qin Feiyang walked to the side of the Spirit Empress and stared at the attic in the courtyard. The Spirit Empress opened her eyes, glanced at the attic suspiciously, and said, "What are you looking at?" Qin Feiyang said to himself, "I've searched all the places in the valley, and now only that attic is left." The Spirit Empress said, "I've been in the attic. There's nothing inside. It's similar to an ordinary residence." The spirit snake's innate ability is very terrifying. Even if it lies in front of you, you won't be able to detect it if you don't observe carefully. "I want to go in and confirm it myself," Qin Feiyang said. "How do I get in?" Before that pervert went in, he said that I'm not allowed to disturb him. The Spirit Empress said. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Boom! Suddenly, outside the valley, there was a loud noise. Qin Feiyang was shocked and quickly turned his head to look. The Spirit Empress also stood up and looked outside the valley. The rumbling sound wasn't too deafening, which meant that the source was very far away from the valley. After careful judgment, Qin Feiyang finally determined that the source of the sound came from the jungle. It's the sound of fighting. Could it be that someone has mistakenly barged in? The Spirit Empress was surprised. Most likely. Qin Feiyang nodded. I really hope it's not Wang Zicheng and the others. The Spirit Empress said to herself. Wang Zicheng? Qin Feiyang was stunned and his expression changed slightly. He quickly closed his eyes and sensed the location of Wang Zicheng and the others through the slave seal. After a while, he opened his eyes and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Zicheng and the others were very far away from here. It was obviously not them. However, this should be an opportunity. He turned his head and looked at the attic behind him. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Boom! Crack! As time passed bit by bit, not only did the sound of fighting not end, but it became louder and louder. Even though they were so far away, Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Empress could still sense the terrifying fluctuations. About 500 to 600 breaths passed. Clang! The door of the attic behind him suddenly opened. Following that, the young man in white walked out angrily and stood on the steps in front of the door. He raised his head and looked outside the valley, his eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He walked to the young man in white and said, "It should be just 1 or 2 small fries." The young man in white immediately glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Small fries can last for so long." Chapter 1528. How dare you disturb my research? You're courting death. The white-clothed youth's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Go and take a look." Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly said, "I definitely can't. Look at me, I'm only a 6-star combat emperor. Isn't that courting death? Useless. I'll instruct those 9-star combat emperor's spirit snakes to assist you," the white-clothed youth said. Qin Feiyang said, "What if the person who barged in is a 9-star combat emperor? What if they have a divine artifact or a divine art? How can there be so many what-ifs?" The white-clothed youth glared at him angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "It's better to be safe than sorry." The white-clothed youth rolled his eyes and looked at the Spirit Queen. The Spirit Queen said, "My cultivation is not as good as Qin Dahai's, but if you let me go, I won't refuse." The white-clothed youth raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, "I'll go personally." After saying that, he took a step forward and left the divine power barrier. Then, he disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight like a flash of lightning. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't go on purpose. He wanted to lure out the Spirit Snake Emperor. Because if he didn't go and the Spirit Queen didn't go, he could only let the Spirit Snake Emperor go. But this person actually chose to go personally. Could it be that he had been thinking too much? The Spirit Snake Emperor wasn't in this valley now. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at the pavilion. His eyes flashed slightly and he transmitted his voice. "I'll go in and take a look. Keep a lookout for me." The Spirit Queen nodded. Swoosh. Qin Feiyang activated the concealment art and turned around to rush into the pavilion. After entering the door, there was a spacious hall with an exquisite coffee table and 4 chairs. On both sides of the hall, there were a few rooms with some miscellaneous items piled up inside. There was also a kitchen inside. Pots, bowls, ladles, and basins were all available, but they were all new and unused. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Spirit Serpent Emperor appeared. The reason why Zhang Xian only had the Spirit Snake Emperor come out to help him was because it was capable of concealing itself. If the Spirit Snake Emperor were to hide in the pavilion, he would be able to avoid being exposed. However, White-Eyed Wolf, Fatso, and the others could not. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "You search the first floor, I'll go to the second floor." "All right." The Spirit Serpent Emperor nodded. It changed the color of its skin and began to search the hall. Qin Feiyang followed him to the second floor. The layout of the second floor was similar to that of the first floor. There was a large hall in the center with several rooms on both sides. In the room, there was a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and so on. In one of the rooms, there was a dressing table. The decoration inside was also very warm. The pink curtains were embroidered with mandarin ducks, and the bedding was clean and tidy. Obviously, this was a woman's boudoir. This should be the room that the white-robed young man had prepared for the Spirit Queen. Qin Feiyang carefully searched room by room. He did not miss any corner, but in the end he found nothing. "Boss, come to the kitchen quickly." Suddenly, the voice of the Spirit Serpent Emperor sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. "Did you find something?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He hurriedly went downstairs and entered the kitchen. He saw the Spirit Serpent Emperor lying in a corner, lowering its head and scanning the ground. Qin Feiyang stepped forward, held the Spirit Serpent Emperor in his hands, and asked, "What's wrong?" The Spirit Serpent Emperor looked at the ground and said, "There seems to be a secret door here." "Secret door?" Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the ground. The ground was seamless without any cracks. It didn't seem like there was a secret door at all. But since the Spirit Serpent Emperor said so, there must be a reason. Qin Feiyang squatted on the ground and reached out his hand to knock on the ground. Immediately, there were waves of echoes from the ground. "There really is a secret door." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and said, "If there is a secret door, there must be a mechanism. Quickly look for it." A man and a snake began to search in the kitchen. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang touched an oil lamp. The oil lamp was hanging on the wall. Although he had only touched it by accident, the oil lamp was hanging on the wall. No matter what, it should have moved a little. But this oil lamp didn't move at all. Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously for a while. He reached out and grabbed the oil lamp. He shook it hard and pulled it, but it still didn't move. It was very firm. And he found that this oil lamp was not made of ordinary materials. It was very hard. He tried to turn the oil lamp again. In the end, he found that it could be turned. And he also found that the oil lamp was empty. There was no oil inside. Could this be a mechanism? Qin Feiyang's face was full of surprise as he turned the oil lamp with all his might. When it turned 45 degrees, the ground suddenly split open, revealing a secret room. Qin Feiyang hurriedly ran over with the Spirit Serpent Emperor and looked at the secret room below. The secret room was about 10 feet in size. There was only a stone table inside, and on the stone table, there was a small square glass jar. It was about 1 foot long and half a foot wide. The bottom was filled with a purplish gold liquid. That was the purplish gold dragon blood. Qin Feiyang said in realization, so he was doing research here. "What research?" the Spirit Serpent Emperor asked. "How would I know?" Qin Feiyang jumped into the secret room and looked around. He didn't find anything suspicious, so he walked to the stone table and looked down at the glass jar. And when he looked, whether it was Qin Feiyang or the Spirit Serpent Emperor, they seemed to have seen something terrifying. Qin Feiyang immediately rushed out of the secret room with the Spirit Serpent Emperor. because they saw a spirit serpent in the glass jar. Although the spirit serpent was very small and had almost no aura, it was enough to show that it was the spirit serpent emperor. But after rushing out of the secret room, Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped and frowned slightly. Why didn't the spirit serpent emperor chase after them? He turned around in surprise and looked down, but he found that there was no movement in the glass jar. What's going on? The spirit serpent emperor was surprised. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head and thought, could it be that it didn't discover us because of the concealment spell? That's possible. Why don't we go down and take a look? The spirit serpent emperor suggested. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. If it was really the spirit serpent emperor, if they went down, it would be tantamount to sending a sheep to the tiger's mouth. The spirit serpent emperor said in a low voice, if it's because of the concealment spell, I don't think it's possible. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang asked. Because we opened the secret door earlier. The sound of the secret door opening will definitely alarm it. But until now, it hasn't moved. Don't you think it's strange? It's strange. Qin Feiyang nodded. In the end, he gritted his teeth and jumped into the secret room again with the spirit serpent emperor. He walked carefully toward the glass jar. Although he had the concealment spell and was invisible, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He approached it step by step. Finally, he came to the stone table again and lowered his head to look at the spirit in the glass jar. After taking a closer look, he found that the spirit serpent seemed to be in a coma. Moreover, its body was soaked in the purple gold dragon blood and there were many wounds. It's seriously injured? The spirit serpent emperor was surprised. Qin Feiyang raised his hand and carefully put his hand into the glass jar. He poked the spirit serpent gently and retracted his hand at lightning speed. The spirit serpent in the glass jar still didn't move. Is there breathing and heartbeat? The spirit serpent emperor asked. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand again and gently placed it on the spirit serpent. After a while, he nodded and said, there's a heartbeat. That means it's seriously injured and unconscious. It really gave me a fright. The spirit serpent emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang also let out a long breath and looked at the spirit serpent curiously. Although the spirit serpent was seriously injured and unconscious, it faintly revealed a trace of divine power. It seemed that it was indeed the spirit serpent emperor. But how could it be seriously injured? One had to know. To seriously injure a pseudo-god-level beast and make it unconscious was not something an ordinary person could do. Something seems to be wrong. Suddenly, the spirit serpent emperor said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned to look at the spirit serpent emperor. He saw that the spirit serpent emperor's eyes were full of doubts at this moment. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang asked. The spirit serpent emperor said, look at the injuries on its body. With its pseudo-god level strength, can such injuries make it unconscious? Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the spirit serpent emperor. In the end, he simply sank his mind into the spirit serpent's body. At this moment, there was a trace of horror on his face. What's wrong? The spirit serpent emperor was surprised. Not only is its sea of qi shattered, but even its sea of consciousness is also broken. Who has such great ability to injure it to such an extent? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Damn, the person who seriously injured it, could it be a real god of war? The spirit serpent emperor was shocked. It's possible. Qin Feiyang nodded thoughtfully. Save me, suddenly. A weak voice sounded, almost inaudible. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He looked at the spirit serpent emperor and asked, did you hear anything? Sound? The spirit serpent emperor was stunned and shook its head. No. No. Is it an illusion? Qin Feiyang frowned. Save me, but suddenly, the voice sounded again, and it was louder than before. This time, not only Qin Feiyang could hear it clearly, but also the spirit serpent emperor could hear it. A man and a snake looked at the glass jar in unison, because the sound came from the glass jar. Qin Feiyang looked at the spirit serpent and asked, are you talking? The spirit serpent emperor did not open its eyes, but its voice sounded again. Qin Feiyang and the Spirit Serpent Emperor looked at each other. This was strange. This was the Spirit Serpent Emperor's territory. As the Spirit Serpent Emperor, why would it ask them for help? I am being controlled by that human. Please, help me. Moreover, I can sense that one of you is emitting the aura of the Spirit Serpent. I think you should be my kind. Please, for the sake of being my kind, help me. The Spirit Serpent Emperor's voice sounded again. It was intermittent, revealing a sense of weakness, and at the same time, there was a trace of anger. As for the kind it mentioned, it was naturally referring to the Spirit Serpent Emperor. Control? Qin Feiyang was shocked. A pseudo-god-level beast was actually controlled by someone? If he didn't hear it with his own ears, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. The person you are talking about, is it the young man in white? The Spirit Serpent Emperor asked. Yes, it's him. Chapter 1529. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and smiled bitterly. We always thought that you were in cahoots with him. I really don't have the strength to speak. You have to help me. After this, I will give you all the medicinal herbs in the valley. The spirit snake said. Medicinal herbs. Qin Feiyang was silent. The medicinal herbs in the valley were indeed very tempting. However, it seemed that there was no need for the spirit snake to give them away. With his ability, he could obtain all of them. I beg you. I will give you everything I can. Is that okay? The spirit snake said again. Boss, I have never begged you for anything before. This time, I beg you to help it. The spirit snake emperor turned to Qin Feiyang and begged. Saving it is easy, but you have to understand that there is no knowing what is in a person's heart. If we save it now, once it recovers and turns on us mercilessly, we'll all be finished. Qin Feiyang said. The spirit snake emperor said telepathically, then you can use the enslavement seal to control it. Qin Feiyang was silent. Boss, I beg you. It is rare for me to meet someone of my own kind. I really can't leave it to die. The spirit snake emperor sighed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Thank you, boss. The spirit snake emperor was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang looked at the spirit snake and asked, You should be controlled by the blood soul technique too, right? The spirit snake said. This is a little troublesome. Qin Feiyang said. Can't you just use your enslavement seal to break it? Why is it so troublesome? The spirit snake emperor was confused. Are you stupid? Once the blood soul technique is broken, that white-robed young man will immediately sense it. We haven't gotten the medicinal herbs outside yet. What if we destroy them in a fight? Qin Feiyang said telepathically. That's true. The spirit snake emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at the spirit snake emperor. How about this, before that person comes back, you take it to the castle first. After I collect all the medicinal herbs, I will immediately help him break the blood soul technique. Okay. The spirit snake emperor stretched out its tail and tied the glass jar like a rope. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the two disappeared. Immediately. Qin Feiyang didn't delay in the slightest and immediately rushed out of the secret room. After closing the secret door, he turned into a streamer and appeared beside the spirit empress. The ghost queen asked in a low voice. The ghost queen's pupils shrank. The situation is a little different from what we expected. The emperor of the phantom snake is a friend, not an enemy. Qin Feiyang smiled. Let's talk about the details later. Now, let's sweep the medicinal herbs here. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he called out Ling Yunfei, Dan Wangkai, Viper, Luo Qingzhu, White-Eyed Wolf, and others. Only Wang Yu did not appear. So many? Looking at the medicinal herbs in the valley, everyone was stunned. Especially Dan Wangkai. After coming back to his senses, he immediately rushed to the front of a nascent soul tree and looked at the nascent soul fruit on it. His eyes were full of joy. Let's do it quickly, Qin Feiyang said. Let's go. Ling Yunfei waved his hand. The group of people and beasts immediately scattered and swept frantically. The spirit queen looked at everyone in astonishment. Was this the rhythm of preparing to fall out with them? The valley was not big to begin with. With so many people and beasts, in less than 20 breaths, everyone looted all the medicinal herbs and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. We've really earned a lot this time. Dan Wangkai was excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. As long as you're happy. Qin Feiyang smiled, then waved his hand, and the group of people instantly disappeared in unison. The Spirit Queen asked, "What's next?" "Next, I'm going to set up a trap and see if I can kill that person in one blow." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. A 5-colored crystal appeared. It was the divine crystal he had snatched from the mysterious madam. "Why did you take out the divine crystal?" The Spirit Queen was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry about it. Change your appearance and go to the castle." "Change my appearance?" The Spirit Queen was stunned. "Wang Yu is in the castle," Qin Feiyang said. "I see." The Spirit Queen suddenly understood. She took out an illusory form pill and put it into her mouth. In the blink of an eye, she turned into an ordinary-looking woman. After Qin Feiyang sent her to the castle, the qi and blood in his body surged out and crazily rushed toward the divine crystal. This was the first time he had awakened the divine crystal. He still didn't know the true power of the divine crystal. Boom! With the influx of qi, the divine crystal suddenly bloomed with bright 5-colored divine light, illuminating all directions. Then, a great godly aura burst out from his body. In this place, a strong wind suddenly blew, and the courtyard where Qin Feiyang was instantly destroyed. The ground of the valley was also cracking and collapsing. Rumble! An ear-splitting loud sound resounded in all directions. The divine power barrier set up by the young man in white also appeared from the void under the impact of this divine power. 5 breaths later, Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at the divine power barrier, a cold light surging in his eyes. Boom! The divine crystal flew high into the sky and crashed into the divine power barrier. Accompanied by a loud crack, the divine power boundary was immediately shattered. Without the obstruction of the divine power barrier, the world-destroying divine power of the divine crystal was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, rolling in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 100 miles was razed to the ground. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine crystal. Frankly speaking, although the divine crystal had not fully awakened, its power was still not bad. However, he felt that compared to the Chang Shui and the castle after awakening, it was more than 1 or 2 levels inferior. Who dares to make trouble in my territory? Suddenly, an angry roar came from afar. It was the voice of the young man in white. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth and withdrew his qi and blood. The divine crystal quickly dimmed and then disappeared into his body. He raised his arm and slapped his own chest with his palm. Purple gold dragon blood spurted out. Then he used his battle qi to cut a few deep wounds on his body, and his whole body was dripping with blood. In short, it looked like he had been seriously injured. After doing all this, he entered the castle. "Are you the Ghost Queen?" Just as Qin Feiyang entered the castle, a sentence came into his ears. His body stiffened, because it was Wang Yuer's voice. But hadn't the Ghost Queen changed her appearance? How could Wang Yuer still recognize her? He turned to look at Wang Yuer and saw that at this moment, Wang Yuer was looking at the Ghost Queen in surprise. At the same time, Ling Yunfei and the others, as well as the white-eyed wolf and the others, all looked at Wang Yuer. The Ghost Queen, Dan Wangkai, and Viper even had the intention to kill Wang Yuer. Obviously, they intended to silence her. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Wang Yuer suspiciously and asked, "Who is the Ghost Queen?" Wang Yuer pointed at the Ghost Queen. The white-eyed wolf asked, "The Ghost Queen you mentioned, is she one of the 10 heroes of Qinghai?" Wang Yuer nodded. "How is that possible? She doesn't look like the Spectre Queen at all." The white-eyed wolf said. Wang Yuer said, "She does look different, but half a month ago, when the person outside introduced her to Qin Feiyang, he did say that she was the Ghost Queen." Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that Wang Yuer didn't recognize the Ghost Queen. She only expressed her doubts after hearing the white-clothed young man's introduction. In other words, Wang Yue wasn't sure either. Qin Feiyang sent a voice transmission to the Ghost Queen. Find an excuse and dodge it. The Spectre Empress thought for a moment and glanced at Lu Zheng, who was beside her. She looked at Wang Yue and said with a smile, "Little sister I'm not some Spectre Empress. My real name is Lu Shaoling. I'm Qin Feiyang's cousin." Cousin? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. This woman was really good at making things up. Wang Yue was also stunned. She asked suspiciously, "Since you're not, why did that person call you that?" "Because this is the Ghost Snake's territory. That person is now in control of the Ghost Snake's territory, so he gave me the title of Ghost Queen." The Ghost Queen said. It sounded like there was nothing wrong with it. "So that's how it is. I thought you were the Ghost Queen of our forgotten continent. But why haven't I heard that Qin Feiyang has a cousin?" Wang Yue said. "Because I've always been at home. This is the first time I've gone out." "Cousin, right?" The Ghost Queen looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded. "Lu Shaoling, cousin?" Wang Yue glanced at Qin Feiyang. After thinking for a while, she looked at the Ghost Queen and said in surprise, "You can't be from the Lu family, right?" The Ghost Queen said, "Sister Yu is so smart." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice to Lu Zheng. "Cousin, cooperate with her." Lu Zheng pursed his lips and walked to the front of the Spirit Queen. He lightly knocked on the Spirit Queen's head and reproached, "Sister, I've always told you in the past to go out more often when you have time. You didn't believe me. Look at what happened now. No one can recognize you." The Ghost Queen rubbed her head and said aggrievedly, "Brother, it's not like you don't know me. I like to stay at home." All of them are best actors and actresses. Seeing the two of them echoing each other and acting as if they were serious, Fatso and the White-Eyed Wolf rolled their eyes. Wang Yue also completely dispelled her suspicions. She looked at the Ghost Queen and said with a smile, "You're Feiyang's cousin, so you can't call me sister because I'm older than Feiyang." "Really?" The Ghost Queen pretended to be surprised and said, "Then I'll call you Sister Yu from now on." Wang Yue nodded and smiled. Boom. It was also at this moment that a terrifying divine might surged over. Everyone was shocked. Qin Feiyang also hurriedly waved his hand, and an image appeared in the void in front of him. In the image, a white-robed young man rushed over at lightning speed with 4 bloody people. At this moment, he was like a different person from before. Not only was his body full of killing intent, but his eyes were also filled with a vicious aura that couldn't be dissipated. Why is it them? Chapter 1530. There were 3 men and 1 woman. One of them was a white-haired old man. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman all looked middle-aged. There was a flame pattern on the tattered clothes on their chests. The White-Eyed Wolf looked at the Golden Wolf King and asked suspiciously, "Do you know them?" "Of course. That white-haired old man is my human pet." The Golden Wolf King chuckled. Everyone looked at the white-haired old man in astonishment. What a coincidence! They actually bumped into him here. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I told you, keeping him might be useful to us. He really helped us now." Obviously. It was the 4 of them who broke in. And the 4 of them breaking in was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Because if the 4 of them didn't break in, the white-clothed young man wouldn't have left the valley and he wouldn't have had the chance to enter the attic to see what was going on. While they were talking, the white-clothed young man had already arrived at the valley with the 4 of them. Looking at the ruins in front of him, the white-clothed young man was furious. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he turned around and walked to the side of the Spirit Snake Emperor. The glass jar and the Spirit Snake were both there. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands and an enslavement seal appeared and disappeared into the skull of the Spirit Snake. At the same time, the white-clothed young man outside spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was a little pale. How is this possible? The Spirit Snake's blood soul technique was actually broken. His face was full of disbelief. When he came back to his senses, he immediately rushed to the secret room. But the secret room had long been destroyed along with the courtyard by the divine crystal. Therefore, no matter how the white-clothed young man searched, he couldn't find it. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang looked at Dan Wangkai and said, Give it elixirs to heal. Dan Wangkai nodded. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the white-clothed young man in the image and muttered, I hope I can succeed in one strike. After that, his figure flashed and appeared outside. As soon as the white-haired old man and the other three saw Qin Feiyang appear, their expressions changed greatly. Why was this fiend here? Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-haired old man and transmitted his voice, The Golden Wolf King is in my castle. You better keep your mouth shut. Golden Wolf King. The white-haired old man's eyes trembled. These words were obviously a threat. At the same time, it also revealed a very important piece of information. The Golden Wolf King had already been subdued by this person. Bastard! It was also at this moment. The young man in white roared. He turned around and dashed towards Qin Feiyang, grabbing Qin Feiyang's neck. Qin Feiyang's face paled. What are you doing? What? The young man in white snickered like a wild beast. You're pretty impressive. You actually destroyed this place when I wasn't around. Destroy this place? Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly exclaimed, I'm innocent. Look at my cultivation base. How could I have the ability to do that? The young man in white said angrily, Before, there was only you and the Spirit Queen here. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? I don't know either. Just now, I was chatting with the Spirit Queen, but suddenly, a divine artifact descended and destroyed the divine force barrier you set up. Qin Feiyang said, his face full of fear. Divine artifact. The young man in white was stunned and said in a deep voice, What kind of divine artifact? It was too fast. I didn't see it clearly. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The young man in white said, What about the Spirit Queen? Qin Feiyang sighed. What? The young man in white's body trembled. His 5 fingers grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck harder and harder. He roared, Then why are you still alive? I have a spatial divine object. Although I was seriously injured, fortunately, I saved my life. Qin Feiyang said in a panic. Bastard! Why didn't you bring the Spirit Queen with you when you went to the spatial divine object? The young man in white said angrily. Big brother, that's a divine artifact. I was scared out of my wits. How could I think of the Spirit Queen? Qin Feiyang said aggrievedly. Useless thing. The young man in white was burning with anger. He threw Qin Feiyang out like he was throwing trash. With a bang, Qin Feiyang smashed into a pile of rocks, blood flowing out of his mouth. What's going on? The white-haired old man and the others looked at each other. Was this the Qin Feiyang they were familiar with? Wasn't Qin Feiyang lawless? He even dared to challenge the main tower and Great Qin? Why was he so cowardly now? Wait a minute. Could it be that this little bastard was playing some tricks again? The young man in white looked around and suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang, the white-haired old man, and the others. He asked, Do you know him? Qin Feiyang got up from the pile of rocks and looked at the white-haired old man and the others. He said, I have some impression of him, but I can't remember where I've seen him. He shouldn't be a famous person. Then he secretly transmitted his voice to the 4 of them, I'll warn you again. Don't talk nonsense. The white-haired old man's body and mind tightened. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and the young man in white and said, We know him. He's from Great Qin and has an extraordinary status. He's a standard playboy. Hearing this, the young man in white didn't say a word. He glanced at the 5 of them with an extremely gloomy expression. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel nervous. After a while, the young man in white took a deep breath and glanced at the ruins around. He frowned and said, Could it be him? Him? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He walked to the young man in white and asked suspiciously, Who are you talking about? The young man in white glanced at Qin Feiyang and said, You won't know him even if I tell you. Qin Feiyang said, Is that a person or a beast? Why are you so nosy? The young man in white glared at him and said, Of course it's a person. Person? Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Could there really be an indigenous person in this miracle site? But why didn't the mysterious lady tell him about this? The young man in white glanced around again and shook his head. There's no need to stay here anymore. Qin Feiyang was stunned and pretended to be puzzled. But haven't you lived here for tens of thousands of years? The young man in white said angrily, "Can you shut your mouth? Why do you have so many questions? Just follow me." Follow you? Wait. Didn't you say that you'll let me leave after the research is done? Now you want me to go with you? You won't go back on your words, will you? Qin Feiyang looked at him nervously. The young man in white turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said jokingly, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who keeps his word?" "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang said. The young man in white said lightly, "From the beginning, I didn't intend to let you go." "You?" Qin Feiyang looked at him angrily. "Don't blame me. It's only because you have the purple gold dragon blood. A human actually has the purple gold dragon blood. How incredible is this? Of course I have to study it carefully." The young man in white smiled. However, this smile made one's hair stand on end. It was like a demon staring at a long-desired prey. "You are so despicable!" Qin Feiyang roared and gritted his teeth. "I am despicable? What can you do to me? Answer me now. Do you want to come with me, or do you want me to cripple you and drag you away?" The young man in white crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang arrogantly. Qin Feiyang stared at the young man in white and clenched his fingers, showing an indignant expression. But in the end, he helplessly loosened his fingers and lowered his head weakly, saying, "I'll go with you. At least you know what's good for you." The young man in white smiled proudly and looked at the white-haired old man and the others. Plop. The four of them were so scared that they directly trembled and knelt on the ground, begging, "Don't kill us, please, we'll be your cattle and horses." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. He stepped forward and directly ended their lives. Although the four of them looked very honest, there was no guarantee that they would betray him at any time, so he had to kill them to wait for them to be exhausted. "Did I ask you to kill them?" The young man in white raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Feiyang unkindly. Qin Feiyang said disdainfully, "What's the point of keeping this kind of trash?" "Trash. One of them is at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm, and the other 3 are all 9-star War Emperors. If they are trash, then aren't you worse than trash?" The young man in white sneered. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. The young man in white smiled contemptuously and waved his hand. "Since you've already killed them, then forget it. But before you do it next time, you'd better ask for my opinion first. If you dare to make a decision on your own again, I won't forgive you." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then let's go." The young man in white looked at him coldly, then turned and rushed towards the south. Behind him, Qin Feiyang stared at the back of the young man in white, his eyes flickering. Now that the young man in white had his back to him, it was undoubtedly a good opportunity to attack. But he was hesitant. Compared to killing the young man in white, he was more interested in knowing if there were any aboriginals here. What was the identity of this person? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang thought that there seemed to be Kuei water essence and E-wood essence here. He stopped and looked at the young man in white. "Well, the Kuei water essence and E-wood essence here, aren't you going to take them away?" "How do you know?" The young man in white stopped and looked back at him suspiciously. "The Spirit Empress told me," Qin Feiyang said. "Is that so?" The young man in white nodded in realization and said disdainfully, "I don't need this trash." "Trash?" Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Such a treasure was actually reduced to trash in this person's eyes? The young man in white said, "If you want it, I'll give it to you." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was ecstatic. The young man in white waved his hand, and 6 invisible forces appeared, flying in 6 directions and then entering the ground. So, the 6 formless mighty forces swept up a sparkling and translucent sunflower water essence and 5 dark green gemstones before flying out from the ground and returning to the white-clothed young man. "It's indeed E-wood essence." Qin Feiyang looked at the 5 emerald gems, his eyes shining. The 5 E-wood essence were about the size of an egg, like emerald gems, exuding a majestic vitality. "How can you be interested in such things? You're really useless." "Here you are." The young man in white waved his hand, and the Kuei water essence and 5 E-wood essence flew to Qin Feiyang. Chapter 1531. Wait a minute. The young man in white didn't care. Was it because he had it? And it wasn't just a little? That wasn't right. If he really had a lot of it on him, why would he need to set up a divine force barrier in the valley to prevent the cold air from leaking out? At most, he could use a few more Kuei water essence to cool down within a radius of 10,000 miles. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang thought of the Spirit Queen, and a look of realization appeared in his eyes. If he wasn't wrong, this divine force barrier wasn't to prevent the cold air from leaking out as the young man in white had said, but to trap the Spirit Queen. Because the Spirit Queen wasn't controlled by the Blood Soul technique. The young man in white couldn't help but worry that the Spirit Queen would sneak away when he wasn't paying attention. On the other hand, with the divine force barrier, even if he didn't control it, the Spirit Queen wouldn't be able to escape. Look at your silly look. You're really embarrassing me. Let's go. The young man in white looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain and urged him. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them, one in front and one behind, continued to head south. About an hour later, under the lead of the young man in white, Qin Feiyang entered a large canyon. There was a group of poisonous scorpions living inside. The strongest one had reached the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. And there weren't many of them. Just at the entrance of the canyon, there were no less than 10 9-star combat emperor poisonous scorpions. Each of them was as huge as a mountain, emitting an astonishing ferocious aura. But, in front of the young man in white, this bit of strength was nothing. If a fake god wanted to kill a 9-star combat emperor and a creature at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm, it would be a complete massacre. Along the way, they were unimpeded. However, Qin Feiyang gradually frowned. Why hadn't they reached their destination yet? One had to know. He still had to find Wang Zicheng and the others. He didn't have time to waste with the young man in white. Qin Feiyang asked, "Where are you going? How far is it?" The young man in white didn't even turn his head and said, "Just pass through this canyon." Qin Feiyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, he wouldn't waste too much time. At the same time, he was looking forward to what was at the end of the canyon. The young man in white looked back at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "You're too slow. I'll take you there." With a wave of his hand, he swept up Qin Feiyang and disappeared into the depths of the canyon without looking back. The naked eye simply could not capture the traces of the two. This was the speed of a false god. Moreover, the white-robed young man had yet to use any assist-type battle techniques or assist-type divine arts. Gradually, Qin Feiyang felt that the temperature in the canyon was getting higher and higher. At the beginning, he thought it was an illusion, but after careful observation, the temperature was indeed changing. Slowly, the ground began to heat up. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Could it be that something had happened to the 10 suns in the sky? However, when he raised his head to look at the sun in the sky, it was still the same as before. Nothing had changed. The young man in white saw his confusion and said lightly, "This is very normal. There's no need to make a fuss." A sudden rise in temperature is normal? Qin Feiyang frowned. Was there something wrong with this person's brain? "You'll understand when we get there," the young man in white said without explaining. Time flew, and another half an hour passed. "We haven't reached the end yet? This canyon is too long, isn't it?" Qin Feiyang began to feel a little irritable. In fact, this canyon was nothing compared to the White Bone Canyon. Qin Feiyang's irritation was not because he could not see the end after a long time. The reason was that the current temperature was so high that it made people's hair stand on end. It felt as if he was in a sea of fire, and his body was about to burn. The ground was also like a red-hot soldering iron. Walking on the ground, he could smell the smell of barbecued meat. And there was no trace of the poisonous scorpion here. In a place like this, except for some specific creatures, other beasts could not survive here at all. Another half an hour passed. Under the guidance of the white-robed young man, Qin Feiyang finally saw the end of the canyon. But when he saw it, his face was full of surprise. He saw that at the end, there was a raging fire that was boundless. The void and the sky above were all illuminated by the fire. From afar, it looked like a big furnace. The terrifying heat rushed toward him, and even Qin Feiyang's body felt a burning pain. When the white-robed young man saw Qin Feiyang's situation, he waved his hand, and the power of the false god emerged and condensed into a divine power barrier. The temperature of the flames was immediately isolated. But the heat of the sun could not be isolated. However, compared to before, it was much better. Qin Feiyang wiped his sweat, looked at the divine power barrier, and frowned. Even the barrier condensed by divine power can't block the burning of the sun? This is a miracle. The white-robed young man nodded. Qin Feiyang looked up again, through the barrier, at the 10 suns in the sky, and said, "What's the difference between these suns and the sun outside?" The white-robed young man said without turning his head, "You have to ask the creator of the miracle." During the conversation, the two had left the canyon and stood in front of the sea of fire. The waves of fire surged, covering the sky and the sun. On the ground, magma rolled, and no living creatures could be seen. Except for the sound of the waves of fire, there was dead silence. "You're not going in, are you?" Qin Feiyang looked at the sea of fire and said in surprise, "To get to that place, this is the only way." The white-robed young man said, "What place?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "You'll know when you get there. But you have to be mentally prepared. The temperature inside will be even higher. Even with my power of the false god, it will be difficult to withstand." The white-robed young man said in a deep voice, and for the first time, his face showed a serious expression. "What?" Qin Feiyang's face changed and said angrily, "Even you can't withstand it, and you want to take me in." The white-robed young man said, "Then will you go in with me or die here? Decide." A trace of anger crept up between Qin Feiyang's brows. He really couldn't stand this person's face. He wanted to kill him now. Although the guardian of the miracle didn't allow him to use Changshui and the castle, he still had the divine crystal and the armor. With these two artifacts, if they were fully recovered, it wouldn't be a problem to kill this person. However, he was also very curious about the depths of this sea of fire. "Wait, don't I have the armor?" After activating the armor, "These flames don't seem to pose any threat to me?" Qin Feiyang muttered. But once he activated the armor, wouldn't the white-robed young man know his background? Most importantly, would the white-robed young man force him to hand over the armor? After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang let out a breath and decided to ignore it and go in first. "Have you made up your mind?" The white-robed young man said impatiently. "Let's go," Qin Feiyang said. "At least you're sensible." After saying that, the white-robed young man waved his hand and took Qin Feiyang into the sea of fire like a flash of lightning. Chapter 1532. The sea of fire was endless. The ground was burned red and there were magma surging everywhere. The young man in white took Qin Feiyang and shuttled between the waves of fire. The divine power enchantment glowed with a hazy divine light, protecting the two of them. Suddenly, there was a beast roar in front. "There's a beast!" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "It's not a beast." The young man in white said. It's not?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. What he heard just now was clearly the roar of a beast. The young man in white did not explain and silently hurried on. About 100 breaths passed. Accompanied by a loud roar, a beast more than 10 meters long roared out from the waves of fire. Its appearance was very strange. Its body was like a dragon's body, but it had a lion's head. Its scales seemed to be cast from magma. In short, it looked very strange. Qin Feiyang could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable, but he didn't know what kind of beast this was. However, its aura was very strong. It was a 9-star war emperor. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "If this is not a beast, then what is it?" The young man in white was still silent, but he made a strong move. The power of the pseudo-god was like a blade and instantly cut off the beast's head. With a wail, the beast suddenly fell to the ground and died. However, what surprised Qin Feiyang was that there was no blood flowing out of the beast. Bang! The moment it fell to the ground, an incredible scene appeared in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. He saw that the beast's body quickly dissipated, as if it was an energy body. So, his body disappeared without a trace. But on the ground, there was an additional gem the size of a cobblestone. This gem was completely red, and the surface was like a divine jade without any flaws. There were traces of flames lingering around it, exuding a mysterious power. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded, as if he had seen something incredible. The white-robed young man waved his hand, and the gem flew into his hand. Then he tossed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang hurriedly grabbed the gem and turned it up and down, left and right, carefully examining it. This was actually the essence of the fourth fire. What happened? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the young man in white suspiciously. After this fierce beast died, how could it become a piece of fourth fire essence? That ferocious beast just now was transformed from this fourth fire essence. That's why I said it's not a beast, the white-clothed young man said. The fourth fire essence is transformed? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fourth fire essence, Kuei water essence, second wood essence, sixth earth essence, and eighth metal essence, when they reach a certain level, can transform into the appearance of a fierce beast. It's also very unique. For example, the ferocious beasts transformed from the fourth flame essence are known as scarlet dragon lions. The fierce beasts transformed from the Kuei water essence are known as ice dragon lions. Second wood essence, sixth earth essence, and eighth metal essence are respectively known as jade dragon lions, earth dragon lions, and golden dragon lions. The white-clothed young man said. There's such a thing? Qin Feiyang was surprised. These things were actually not recorded in the pill scripture. Roar! Suddenly, another 5 scarlet dragon lions roared out. The white-clothed young man raised his eyebrows and quickly killed them one by one. There were 5 more pieces of fourth fire essence on the ground. Qin Feiyang hurriedly picked them up as if he had found a treasure. He asked, "How many scarlet dragon lions are there in this place?" "A lot. There are too many to count," the white-clothed young man said as he galloped forward. Too many to count. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. If he could get all of them. He couldn't help but be excited. On the way, in less than an hour, he had harvested more than 30 pieces of fourth fire essence. Now, in his eyes, this sea of fire was equivalent to an inexhaustible treasure trove. However, when they arrived at a fiery canyon, the white-clothed young man stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. "After this canyon, I won't allow you to hunt any more scarlet dragon lions." But Qin Feiyang frowned. On the opposite side of the canyon, there is a terrifying divine beast sleeping. If you hunt the scarlet dragon lions, it is very likely that you will wake it up. At that time, you and I will be finished. The white-clothed young man said in a deep voice. What? Divine beast? Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted as he looked at the canyon. The canyon was more than 10 miles wide and was filled with magma. It was like a giant python that stretched horizontally to the end of the world. Looking at the sky above the canyon, there was only a stone bridge in front of them that led to the other side of the canyon. However, this stone bridge was also in tatters. It was burned red by the flames and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The narrowest part was estimated to be only half a meter, which was only enough for one person to walk on. It won't collapse, right? Qin Feiyang asked. This kind of stone bridge was too dangerous. Don't worry, from the moment the miracle appeared until now, this bridge has always been there and has never collapsed. The white-clothed young man said. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and took the lead to step onto the stone bridge. Qin Feiyang looked at the magma below and also strode up. As soon as he stepped onto the stone bridge, Qin Feiyang could clearly feel that the temperature was rising. The temperature of the flames had already begun to break through the divine power barrier and slowly seeped in. One could imagine. Just how high was the temperature here? It was not an exaggeration to say that even a 9-star combat emperor would be burned to ashes if he did not have the protection of the divine power barrier. When the two of them walked to the center of the stone bridge, a group of scarlet dragon lions suddenly rushed out from the magma below. With astonishing ferocity, they pounced on Qin Feiyang and Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was about to make a move. But at this time, the white-clothed young man shouted in a low voice, "Don't tangle with them." At the same time he said those words, he grabbed Qin Feiyang's hand and left with a speed as fast as lightning. At the end of the stone bridge, There was also a vast sea of fire. Waves of fire rose dozens of meters, hundreds of meters high, covering the sky and the earth. The temperature here was even better. Even a 9-star combat emperor at the peak realm would not be able to hold on for 10 breaths. A moment passed. Accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, the white-clothed young man rushed over from the stone bridge with Qin Feiyang. He stood at the head of the bridge and scanned the front. "Where's the divine beast?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Still in front. Now, no matter what happens, remember, you can't make a move. And you can't expose your aura." The white-clothed young man warned with a serious expression and took the lead to restrain his aura to the extreme. Even the aura emitted by the divine power barrier was concealed. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-clothed young man and saw that he did not seem to be joking. He immediately retracted his aura. Immediately, Qin Feiyang followed behind the white-clothed young man and walked forward carefully. On the way, whenever they sensed the aura of the red dragon lion or heard the roar of the red dragon lion, the two would take a detour. About half an hour passed. Suddenly, a faint snoring sound entered their ears. This sound, Qin Feiyang was shocked. "It's the snoring of that divine beast," the white-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang became nervous. There was actually a divine beast. Moreover, as they got closer, he could already sense the aura emitted by the divine beast. It was actually a dragon's aura. Could it be a divine dragon? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked up at the divine power barrier. The barrier was actually beginning to distort, as if it was about to break. The high temperature continued to seep in, and the temperature inside the barrier was also getting higher and higher. It felt as if they were in magma and their bodies were about to melt. "We're almost there, hold on a little longer." The white-clothed young man transmitted his voice. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. His lips were already cracked, his skin was boiling hot, and his eyes were bloodshot. About 100 breaths passed. The snoring sound became more and more deafening, like thunder. The dragon's aura also became more and more intense, making people fearful. The two rushed to a mountain ridge that was burned red, stood at a commanding height, and looked down. Qin Feiyang immediately turned pale with fright. Not far below, a behemoth was entrenched in the flames. Its body was more than 100 feet long and covered with palm-sized dragon scales. Its huge head was leaning on the ground, sleeping soundly. That turned out to be a fire dragon. The aura it emitted was extremely shocking. "Is it a fake god or a god of war?" Qin Feiyang asked. He never thought that there would be a real divine dragon here. "I don't know. No one knows how strong it is. In short, I'm no match for it. So you must be careful not to wake it up," the white-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't this mean that the fire dragon was very likely to be a real god of war? He couldn't calm down. The white-clothed young man said, "Do you see the stone door behind it?" "Stone door?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He raised his head and looked behind the fire dragon. Waves of fire were rolling behind it, and there really was a stone door standing behind it. The stone door was about 2 meters tall. It was dark all over and emitted an ancient aura. "Has the stone door always been here?" Qin Feiyang asked. The white-clothed young man nodded. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly showed a trace of disbelief. In such an environment all year round, even divine iron would be melted. But the stone door didn't even change color. What material was it made of? "We have to go through the stone door to get to the place we want to go, so we have to be careful. The fire dragon won't wake up under normal circumstances unless we touch its body. Do you understand?" the white-clothed young man said. Qin Feiyang nodded. It meant that as long as they didn't touch the fire dragon, they could successfully enter the stone door. "Let's go then." The white-clothed young man took a deep breath and walked towards the fire dragon with familiarity. Qin Feiyang followed closely behind, not daring to even breathe loudly. Fortunately, this was the fire dragon's territory. The red dragon lions transformed from the essence of the fourth fire did not dare to approach due to the might of the fire dragon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. More than 10 breaths later, The two of them finally approached the fire dragon. The fire dragon lay on the ground motionlessly. The two of them tried their best to avoid it and approached the stone door. Suddenly, the fire dragon moved. The ground trembled and rumbled. Oh no! The white-clothed young man's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Qin Feiyang and turned to flee. But soon, the two of them realized that something was wrong. The fire dragon was still snoring. It didn't seem to have woken up. The two of them stopped and turned to look at the fire dragon. Their expressions were immediately stunned. Chapter 1533. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the fire dragon didn't wake up. But when they looked at the stone door again, their faces instantly turned pale. Originally, although the fire dragon was there, they could still enter the stone door. But now, because the fire dragon turned over, it actually blocked the stone door with its head. What should we do? Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in white. The stone door was blocked and there was no way to enter. The temperature inside the barrier was also getting higher and higher, almost reaching the limit of what he could bear. We can only wait. When it turns over again, it might move its head away. The young man in white pondered for a while and said helplessly. Qin Feiyang was speechless. This was not reliable at all. Regardless of whether the fire dragon would move its head away or not, who knew when it would turn over again? What if it was a few days? Or even dozens of days, hundreds of days? Could he afford to wait? Even if he could afford to wait, the temperature inside the barrier was enough to melt him and burn him to ashes. The young man in white was also a little irritated. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Aren't you a space divine object? Take me in to hide." This, Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. Bringing this person in, wasn't that the same as inviting a wolf into the house? No matter what, he couldn't do that. What? You still won't let me in? Don't forget, your life is now in my hands. If you don't listen to me, then you're courting death. The young man in white laughed sinisterly, his eyes flashing coldly. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly surged with killing intent. But suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted, and he secretly laughed. The function of the blood soul technique is to destroy a person's bloodline power, right? The young man in white nodded and frowned. What do you want to say? You didn't kill me to study the purple gold dragon blood. If you use the blood soul technique now to destroy my bloodline power, it is equivalent to destroying the purple gold dragon blood. Does the destroyed purple gold dragon blood still have value to you? Qin Feiyang smiled. The young man in white was stunned. He sneered and said, "You can actually think of this. I have to admit that you are really smart. However, smart people usually don't live long." Qin Feiyang said, "You don't have to worry about that. You should think more about how to enter this stone gate." He didn't take the white-clothed youth's threat to heart at all. This was because he was confident that he could break the blood soul technique before the white-robed young man destroyed his bloodline power. The young man in white looked at him gloomily, then raised his head to look at the fire dragon and the stone door. His expression was uncertain. Time passed by slowly. Just as Qin Feiyang couldn't withstand the high temperature and was about to enter the castle alone, the white-robed young man gritted his teeth and said, "Let's take a risk." Qin Feiyang was bewildered. The young man in white said, "Let's go around the fire dragon first, kick it away, and then quickly enter the stone door." This, Qin Feiyang was petrified on the spot. What kind of stupid idea was this? Although kicking the fire dragon away did give them some time, the white-robed young man had said that as soon as he touched the fire dragon would wake up. And the fire dragon had the cultivation of a false god, so its speed was needless to say. If they couldn't enter the stone door in time before the fire dragon reacted, wouldn't they be doomed? The white-robed young man didn't have much of a problem. He could escape at any time. But what about him? He couldn't even withstand the flames here, let alone the fire dragon. If the white-robed young man abandoned him and ran away alone, he could only hide in the castle. If the castle could fly, it wouldn't be a problem. But the problem was that the castle couldn't fly here. Once he entered the castle, he would be trapped here forever without anyone's help. He wouldn't do such a thing. Of course. He still had the armor and divine crystals to protect himself. But the fire dragon's strength was unfathomable, and even the white-robed young man didn't know its true strength. What if it was a real war god? If it was a real war god, then even if the armor and divine crystals were revived, they wouldn't be able to save it. So, before figuring out the true cultivation of the fire dragon, he had to be careful. However, before he could say the word objection, the white-robed young man grabbed him and rushed behind the fire dragon like lightning, kicking the fire dragon's back fiercely. All this happened in a flash, and Qin Feiyang couldn't stop it in time. But after this kick, both Qin Feiyang and the white-robed young man were dumbfounded. One had to know. The white-robed young man was a false god, so how terrifying was his full strength? It was no exaggeration to say that it was enough to destroy a large mountain. However, his kick landed on Huolong's back, but Huolong's body didn't even budge, let alone send Huolong flying with a kick like he had said earlier. "You're not kidding me, right?" Qin Feiyang looked at the white-robed young man and asked, "Damn, do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you?" The white-robed young man glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. As a false god, he couldn't kick a creature that was only a few hundred feet away. How embarrassing! All of a sudden, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. A gust of wind suddenly blew, and the calm sea of fire suddenly became violent. Qin Feiyang and the white-robed young man were startled and hurriedly looked at the fire dragon. They immediately saw the fire dragon open its eyes and two beams of divine power burst out. "Damn it, retreat!" Qin Feiyang shouted. "Tell me, where should I go now?" The white-robed young man said angrily. He gritted his teeth and simply kicked again. "How dare you!" The fire dragon sensed it and shouted loudly. Its giant tail rose like lightning and slapped Qin Feiyang and the white-robed young man. Crack! In an instant, the divine power ward was broken. "Is it so powerful?" Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. The divine power ward was set up by the white-robed young man, but it was so fragile. The moment the ward was broken, the terrifying wave of fire rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the white-robed young man. Qin Feiyang didn't dare to hesitate at all. He left the white-robed young man and went straight to the castle. However, even if he managed to reach the ancient castle in time, his entire body was instantly covered in burns and scars, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Tisk. Boss, why is there only a burnt smell when other people roast meat? Fatso sat aside and looked at Qin Feiyang with a sneaky smile. "You're burned like this and you're still joking? Are you still a human?" Wang Yu glared at Fatso and ran to Qin Feiyang's side. She asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Luo Qingzhu and Lu Hong also looked worried. "I'm fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took a healing pill. He waved his hand and an image appeared in front of him. Everyone immediately saw the fire dragon's giant tail smashing towards the white-robed young man. The white-robed young man was in the fire and his face was gloomy. His body was also covered in burn wounds. He raised his arm and clenched his fist. The power of the false god surged and he punched the fire dragon's giant tail. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the white-robed young man's arm was torn open and his whole body was blown away by the giant tail. The fire dragon stood in front of the stone gate and didn't move at all. This, Qin Feiyang and Fatso were dumbfounded. Huolong was able to injure the young man in white so easily. Wasn't Huolong's strength a little too ridiculous? "Boss, it can't really be a god of war, right?" Ling Yunfei murmured. His face was full of shock. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Even I don't know how powerful it is, let alone you." A solemn voice rang out in the castle. Everyone turned around and saw a 1-meter-long phantom snake floating in the air behind them. It was the spirit snake that Qin Feiyang had saved in the valley. The spirit snake stared at the white-robed young man in the projection. Its long and narrow eyes flashed with a sinister light. After that, it turned to Qin Feiyang and the others. "You guys can address this emperor as Yu Huang." "Yu Huang?" everyone murmured. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and said with a smile, "You've recovered?" Yu Huang nodded. The coldness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by gratitude. "Thank you." "It's nothing." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, have you been here before? Of course. But I've never entered that stone gate. Yu Huang said. Stone gate. Qin Feiyang looked at the screen and asked, is it because of the fire dragon? That's right. It's too powerful. I've fought against it once before. However, it only took an instant for me to be seriously injured. Since then, I've never been here again. Yu Huang said with deep fear in his eyes. The Golden Wolf King looked at Yu Huang and asked suspiciously, what is this place? What's behind the stone gate? Yu Huang looked at the Golden Wolf King with a trace of disdain in his eyes and said, haven't you been here before? You've been here before? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the Golden Wolf King in surprise. Well, the Golden Wolf King smiled embarrassedly and said, brother and I did come here before, but we couldn't withstand the high temperature here before we even walked out of the canyon at the beginning, so we retreated halfway. The Silver Wolf King looked a little embarrassed. Yu Huang looked at the Golden Wolf King and the Silver Wolf King contemptuously and said, you two don't have strength or talent, and you like to jump around and cause trouble all day long. If you don't change, you'll die outside sooner or later. You're right, we'll definitely change. The two brothers were obedient and didn't dare to act rashly. They were even more obedient than little lambs. Back then, they accidentally broke into Yu Huang's territory and were tortured by Yu Huang. The scene was still vivid in their minds. Yu Huang looked away and looked at the screen again. He looked at the stone gate and shook his head. I don't know what's behind the stone gate. But there's one thing I know. What? Hearing this, everyone looked at it. Yu Huang said, that human came from behind the stone gate. What? Everyone's eyes trembled as they looked at the stone door in unison. Chapter 1534. While everyone was discussing, the young man in white and the fire dragon clashed a few more times. But without exception, the young man in white was at a disadvantage. He felt that in front of the fire dragon, he was like a 3-year-old child, unable to withstand a single blow. The injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. The fire dragon raised its head and looked down at the young man in white. It snorted coldly and said, how dare you sneak out while I'm asleep? You've got guts. The young man in white's face turned pale. Although we are old friends, I will never show mercy to those who ignore the rules. The fire dragon said coldly, his voice like a bell, shaking the sky. That enormous body actually soared into the sky. What? It can fly? Is it also the guardian of the miracle? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. In the outside world, flying in the air was a very common thing. But in this miracle, it was very important. Could be said that, if two people of the same level fought fiercely, if one of them could fly, it would definitely have an overwhelming effect. Not to mention, the fire dragon was stronger than the white-robed young man to begin with. Boom! The man and dragon clashed a few more times, and without any suspense, the young man in white had no room to fight back. One of his arms was shattered and blood spurted out. You're stronger than I expected. What's your cultivation level? The terrifying strength displayed by the fire dragon almost made the young man in white despair. Do you think an ant like you is worthy of knowing my cultivation? The fire dragon was overbearing and his eyes were full of contempt. The young man in white clenched his hands. Such humiliation was not only a psychological blow to a false god, but also mental torture. Suddenly, he noticed that the stone door that was originally blocked was revealed because the fire dragon rose into the air. There's a way. He sneered and looked at the fire dragon. I'm not the only one here. Damn it. In the castle, Fatso and the others cursed. This person was obviously going to betray them. The fire dragon stared blankly at the sea of fire around him. You can't see it, because he's hiding inside a divine artifact. He'll come out to clean up the mess when both of us are injured. The white-clothed youth sneered. Mutual destruction? The fire dragon was filled with disdain. The white-clothed youth said, he also said that he was lacking a divine beast as a mount, and that you were his best prey. The fire dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent. Fatso said angrily, Bastard, how dare you slander us? He's not slandering us, he's slandering Boss Qin. But even so, we can only watch helplessly. The Golden Wolf King said helplessly. Not to mention the fire dragon, just the flames alone were not something they could step into. However, it was undeniable that this white-clothed youth was indeed disgusting. Outside, the young man in white looked at the furious fire dragon with a hint of mockery in his eyes. There's one more important thing. What? The fire dragon asked. He has purple gold dragon blood. The white-clothed youth said word by word, sonorous and powerful. Purple gold dragon blood. The fire dragon's eyes trembled, and his huge pupils were filled with disbelief. It was also at this moment. The white-clothed youth used a mysterious footwork and disappeared into the stone door in the blink of an eye. Courting death. After the fire dragon reacted, he flew into a rage, and a divine light flashed in his eyes, bringing with it an apocalyptic aura as he shot into the stone door like lightning. Immediately, a scream came from inside the stone door. Is he dead? In the castle? Fatso asked. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, the mark of the blood soul technique hasn't disappeared, which means he's not dead yet. What a lucky bastard. Everyone was indignant. It was also at this moment that a terrifying divine sense rushed over and enveloped the castle. Oh no! The castle has been locked onto by the fire dragon. Everyone's expression changed. They hurriedly looked at the screen and saw the fire dragon staring at them. It felt as if he could ignore the existence of the castle and directly see them inside. Even Yu Huang couldn't help but feel nervous. What do we do? The Golden Wolf King panicked. If the fire dragon was only a pseudo-god, they could still take a gamble. However, judging from the current situation, there was an 80% to 90% chance that the fire dragon was a true god of war. Even if Qin Feiyang recovered his divine artifact and Yu Huang, they might not be a match for the fire dragon. Come out, the fire dragon said. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in unison. Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy, and he suddenly turned to Yu Huang and said, accompany me to meet it. What? Yu Huang's eyes widened and he hurriedly shook his head. No, I haven't lived enough. If you want to die, you can die by yourself. The Golden Wolf King said angrily, Boss Qin isn't afraid. What are you, a pseudo-god, afraid of? Who are you to speak here? Shut up for this emperor. Yu Huang glared at him. But this time, the Golden Wolf King didn't retreat and snorted coldly. I think you're just SOSO. You only know how to show off in front of us, but when you meet someone stronger than you, you're just a weakling. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. Yu Huang immediately flew into a rage and pounced towards the Golden Wolf King. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Golden Wolf King took a big step forward and quickly hid behind Qin Feiyang. Yu Huang's eyes darkened as he stared at Qin Feiyang and said, Human, since you saved my life, I won't attack you. Get out of my way. The Golden Wolf King is right. If you're not even afraid of me, what are you afraid of? Besides, we still have the castle. If the fire dragon really wants to kill us, we can hide in it again. Qin Feiyang said. Yu Huang looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes flashing, but he didn't say anything. You're a pseudo-god, stronger than us. You once made the Golden Wolf King kneel and beg for mercy, so don't let the Golden Wolf King look down on you. Qin Feiyang said again. Yu Huang glanced at the Golden Wolf King and said to Qin Feiyang, Are you really not afraid of death? I am. But we have no choice now. We have to face it. Qin Feiyang said. Yu Huang gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, I'll go with you to meet him. Consider it repaying your favor. That's the way. Only like this can you gain everyone's respect. Golden Wolf King laughed. Don't talk nonsense with me. If it weren't for Qin Feiyang, even if a god descended, he wouldn't be able to save you today. Yu Huang snorted. Golden Wolf King stood up and patted his chest. As long as you can defeat the fire dragon, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. I won't complain. Yu Huang was instantly enraged. Defeat the fire dragon? Wasn't he deliberately making fun of him? If he could really defeat the fire dragon, would he be so afraid now? This wolf cub was really courting death. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and looked at Yu Huang. Are you ready? I'll deal with you later. Yu Huang glared at the Golden Wolf King. His false god power surged out and formed a divine power barrier that protected Qin Feiyang. Then he nodded at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't stay any longer. He immediately brought Yu Huang and appeared in front of the fire dragon. But seeing Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang appear together, the fire dragon's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. "Greetings, senior." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and cupped his hands in salute. Facing such a terrifying existence, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. "Greetings, Lord Dragon God." Yu Huang was also very respectful. Fire Dragon looked at Yu Huang and asked suspiciously, "Why are you with this human?" Yu Huang smiled bitterly, "It's a long story, then don't say it." Fire Dragon directly interrupted Yu Huang, and Yu Huang didn't dare to have any objections and stayed aside obediently. "I heard that you have purple gold dragon blood? And you even said that you want this emperor to be your mount?" Fire Dragon looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "It's true that this junior has purple gold dragon blood, but asking you to be my mount is purely because that person from before made something out of nothing and maliciously slandered me." Qin Feiyang said, "Made something out of nothing? I don't think so. You can even subdue Yu Huang, which means that your methods are not simple." Fire Dragon said. Yu Huang hurriedly said, "Lord Dragon God, I wasn't subdued by him, this is a misunderstanding, shut up." Fire Dragon glanced at him with a cold light in his eyes. Yu Huang shrunk his neck and lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. Fire Dragon looked at Qin Feiyang again and said indifferently, "Whether or not you subdued Yu Huang, this emperor doesn't care. This emperor only cares about your purple gold dragon blood. Quickly let this emperor take a look." "You're so interested in the purple gold dragon blood?" Qin Feiyang frowned, waved his hand and cut his wrist, causing the purple gold dragon blood to flow out. When Fire Dragon saw the purple gold dragon blood, his huge eyes immediately lit up. Following that, a fiery red wave of air appeared, ignoring Yu Huang's divine power barrier as it pounced in front of Qin Feiyang and swept away a dozen drops of purple gold dragon blood. After observing for a moment, Fire Dragon's eyes began to tremble and he muttered, "It really is purple gold dragon blood, but how is this possible? He is a human. How can he have the purple gold divine dragon's bloodline power? Could it be the child of a purple gold divine dragon and a human?" Suddenly. Chapter 1535. This time, it was Qin Feiyang who fell into a state of shock. This fire dragon actually knew about the ancestor? Qin Badian? Yu Huang, who was at the side, revealed a trace of suspicion in his eyes. "Speak!" The fire dragon roared. Qin Feiyang's body trembled, revealing a trace of panic, as if he was intimidated by the fire dragon's pressure. But in fact, he was pondering in his heart, because the fire dragon's eyes seemed to be a bit uneasy. Could it be that he had a grudge with the ancestor? If that was the case, then he couldn't admit it, otherwise it would definitely bring about a fatal disaster. But if he wanted to deny it, then he had to find an excuse. But the problem now was that only he and the ancestor had the purple gold dragon blood in this world, so how could he explain it? Wait, the fire dragon was a creature inside the miracle, so he should know nothing about the situation outside. In other words, no matter what he said, the fire dragon had no way to verify it. "Are you trying to test this emperor's patience?" The fire dragon's eyes turned cold, and a terrifying aura surged, rushing towards the barrier. Immediately, the divine power boundary began to distort. Seeing this, Yu Huang suddenly panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Qin Feiyang, quickly answer the dragon god, otherwise the two of us will be finished today." Qin Feiyang glanced at Yu Huang, then looked at the fire dragon and said, replying to Senior, "This junior doesn't know any Qin Badian." "You don't know?" The fire dragon was stunned and said unkindly, "Don't try to fool this emperor. This junior wouldn't dare. I really don't know him." Qin Feiyang said sincerely. The fire dragon said in a deep voice, "If you don't know him, then why do you have the same bloodline power as him?" "The same bloodline power?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said suspiciously, "Senior means that this Qin Badian also has the purple gold dragon blood." "That's right." The fire dragon nodded. "This is too amazing. I originally thought that I was the only one in this world who possessed the purple gold dragon blood. I didn't expect there to be others. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Qin Batyin, Qin Feiyang. The same surname, the same bloodline power. Yu Huang, who was at the side, was contemplating. Suddenly, it looked at Qin Feiyang with a glint in its eyes. There was no such coincidence in the world. This person was definitely related to the Qin Batyin mentioned by the fire dragon. Although Yu Huang had guessed it, he didn't say it out loud. Fire Dragon sized up Qin Feiyang for a moment. His expression softened a little as he said, "This emperor will ask you again. Are you really not related to Qin Batyin?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Since you are not related, there is no need to keep you alive." The fire dragon instantly turned hostile. He raised his huge tail and smashed it at the barrier. "Not good." Yu Huang's expression changed greatly. This, Qin Feiyang was also caught off guard. How did it become like this? Didn't the fire dragon's expression soften just now? Could it be that he guessed wrong? The fire dragon and his ancestor didn't have a deep hatred. On the contrary, they were old acquaintances? Seeing that the huge tail was about to hit, Yu Huang was anxious and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, go to the castle quickly." Qin Feiyang? Hearing the name Qin Feiyang, the fire dragon was stunned. His eyes suddenly shot out a strong cold light. "You and Qin Batyin both have the surname Qin. You both have the purple gold dragon blood. Don't tell me this is a coincidence." The fire dragon stared at Qin Feiyang with murderous intent and said word by word. And the huge tail didn't stop. Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly looked up at the fire dragon. He said, "Senior, please show mercy. I will tell you the truth." The fire dragon raised his eyebrows. The huge tail paused and stopped above the divine power barrier. Yu Huang breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang was also covered in cold sweat. The fire dragon's power was like the god of death. It made people's hair stand on end. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you dare to deceive me again, I will not show mercy. Even if you hide in a spatial divine item, I will not be able to find you." The fire dragon said coldly. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He could find them even if they hid in the castle? This guy was too confident. How could an ordinary spatial divine item compare to a castle? Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang looked up at the fire dragon's eyes and said, "To tell you the truth, Qin Batyin is my ancestor." Ancestor? The fire dragon was surprised. "That's right. I can have the purple gold dragon blood because of my ancestor's blessing." Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire dragon said angrily, "Since he is your ancestor, why didn't you admit it from the beginning?" This, Qin Feiyang didn't know how to answer. The fire dragon said, "Are you worried that I have a grudge with your ancestor? And after knowing your identity, I will kill you? There is no other way. Senior is so powerful. This junior can't be afraid." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The fire dragon asked, "How old are you this year?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He really didn't know how to answer this question. Because now there were two concepts. One was the time outside. The other was the time inside the castle. And if calculated according to the time inside the castle, he was really not young. The fire dragon raised his eyebrows and said, "Is this question difficult to answer?" Yu Huang saw that the situation was not good and said anxiously, "Qin Feiyang, hurry up and say it. It's just an age. What's there to hide?" "Less than 100 years. Qin Feiyang said vaguely. What? When Yu Huang heard this answer, she was dumbfounded. In less than 100 years, he had cultivated to a 6-star combat emperor. This talent was too terrifying. Was he still human? Yu Huang wanted to swear. This was too unbelievable. The fire dragon was also stunned. Such talent could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It was rare in the world. It could even be said that it was rarer than the divine beasts. Qin Feiyang asked, "Senior, what is your relationship with my ancestor?" "My relationship with him?" The fire dragon raised his head and looked at the sky. He seemed to be lost in his memories and did not speak for a long time. "It seems like, even if we are not friends, we are not enemies." Qin Feiyang murmured, and his heart finally calmed down. Your ancestor, he is the most outstanding young man I have ever seen in my life. Extremely talented, arrogant but not arrogant. Especially his benevolent and righteous heart. Even this emperor admires him to the extreme. It can be said that he is a very perfect man. In this world, no one can be compared to him. Unfortunately, at this point, the fire dragon changed the topic and let out a long sigh. Unfortunately what? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. As for Yu Huang, who was beside him, her expression was also filled with shock. He did not expect that this person called Qin Badian would be praised by the fire dragon. What kind of hero was he? The fire dragon said, unfortunately, because he was too benevolent, he forced himself to a dead end. What? A dead end? Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Could it be that his ancestor had really died? He asked, Senior, please tell me, is my ancestor still alive now? The fire dragon withdrew his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang. Those who go to that place can only die. That place? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in surprise, what place? The fire dragon said, the third floor of the miracle. There is a third floor of the miracle? Huang's body trembled and his eyes were full of shock. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he was similarly shocked to the point of being tongue-tied. All along, he had thought that there were only 2 floors of the miracle, but he did not expect there to be a third floor. The third floor is countless times more dangerous than the first and second floor. Even this emperor does not dare to enter. Do you know what those who know about the third floor call it? The fire dragon said. Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang looked at each other and shook their heads at the fire dragon. We call it hell. The fire dragon said. Hell. Heard of it? Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang's eyes trembled. Even a terrifying existence like the fire dragon regarded it as hell. How terrifying was the third floor? But the fire dragon suddenly changed the topic and looked at Qin Feiyang with a cold light surging in his eyes. Although this emperor admires your ancestor, he deserved to die. This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. The fire dragon continued, and he was forced into the third floor by this emperor. Oh no. Yu Huang immediately realized that something was wrong. Chapter 1536. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's body and mind were also trembling. His eyes were filled with disbelief and he couldn't recover for a long time. His ancestor entered the third level because of the fire dragon? Didn't that mean that the fire dragon killed his ancestor single-handedly? Qin Feiyang slowly raised his head and looked at the fire dragon. Say that again? Ha, don't say it once. It'll be the same 10 times. Qin Badian was forced to the third level by me. Do you think that I'm old friends with Qin Badian? Let me tell you, you're way too wrong. I only have hatred for him. It's really a pity that I couldn't kill him with my own hands. The fire dragon laughed sinisterly and his eyes were filled with ferocity. Shut up. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. His black hair and eyes were instantly blood-red and a monstrous murderous aura surged from his body. Qin Feiyang, don't be rash. You're no match for it. Yu Huang hurriedly sent a telepathic message when he saw this. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him. His eyes were filled with blood-red light and he was like a ferocious beast with a murderous aura. It's over, it's over. Yu Huang was burning with anxiety. What should he do? Qin Feiyang had obviously lost his mind. With his strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for the fire dragon. From the looks of it, you must really want to kill this emperor and avenge your family's ancestors. However, do you have the ability to do so? In front of me, you're just an ant that can't withstand a single blow. The fire dragon's expression was full of contempt. Even an ant can defeat an elephant. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with coldness and his blood qi surged out. Clang. A divine armor appeared, glowing with a dazzling purple-gold divine light. As his blood qi surged in, a monstrous divine power surged out. A divine artifact? Using blood qi to recover? This guy is crazy. He's digging his own grave. Yu Huang was dumbfounded. The fire dragon also looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Using vitality to revive a divine artifact? What an idiot! Rumble. However, another 5-colored crystal suddenly appeared above Qin Feiyang's head. It was the deity crystal. His qi and blood instantly split into two. Half flowed into the armor while the other half flowed into the divine crystal. The two divine weapons glowed brightly. A destructive shockwave rolled wildly within the divine power barrier that Yu Huang had set up. Yu Huang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not only did he want to revive a divine artifact, but he also wanted to revive 2 divine artifacts at the same time. Did this guy really want to die? You're digging your own grave. The fire dragon looked at Qin Feiyang mockingly. Qin Feiyang remained silent. His eyes flickered with incomparable craziness. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, which was to kill this bastard and avenge his ancestor. The divine power of the divine crystal and the armor became more and more terrifying. However, Qin Feiyang's expression did not reveal the slightest bit of weakness. This doesn't seem right. Yu Huang was surprised. One had to know that Qin Feiyang was reviving 2 divine artifacts at the same time. How terrifying was the speed of his qi and blood loss. But why was Qin Feiyang still so energetic? The fire dragon gradually realized that something was wrong. The destructive power of the 2 divine artifacts was getting stronger and stronger, almost comparable to that of a false god. However, this person's qi and blood were not exhausted. This didn't make sense. Could it be his qi and blood were endless? But how was this possible? Rumble. The divine power barrier that Yu Huang had set up shattered under the impact of the divine power. That divine might was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins, covering the sky and the earth as it spread out in all directions. The earth shattered. The fire waves were annihilated. Even Yu Huang couldn't withstand it and kept on retreating. Its expression was filled with astonishment. It didn't expect that this little guy, who was only a 6-star combat emperor, would have such terrifying means. I don't believe that the qi and blood in your body can't be used up. The fire dragon said coldly. If you have the ability, don't make a move. Qin Feiyang sneered. Reviving a divine artifact required time. The longer the time, the stronger the power. Therefore, it was an excellent opportunity for him if the fire dragon didn't make a move. Qi and blood were endless. Rumble. Clang. Finally, accompanied by a deafening sound, the aura of the armor and the divine crystal soared by a large margin. A surge of pure divine might erupted in this world. The void cracked inch by inch. Even the sky was trembling. Break the void. The power of these 2 divine artifacts has reached the level of a war god. Yu Huang was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Not to mention Qin Feiyang's cultivation level, it would be very difficult for it to revive 1 divine artifact, let alone 2 at the same time. There's a problem. The fire dragon's face gradually darkened. Rumble. Suddenly, it raised its giant tail, which was surging with divine light, and with the power to destroy the world, it slammed towards Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Are you starting to panic? Can't help but make a move? I thought you were very powerful, but it turns out that you're just Qin Feiyang sneered and activated the battle character art, Double Defense. No matter how powerful your cultivation level is, I will kill you today, I swear. Immediately after, he roared to the sky, his blood-red hair fluttering, and the divine crystal broke through the sky and collided with the giant tail. Rumble. A loud explosion suddenly occurred, like rolling thunder, shaking the sky for thousands of miles. At the same time, there was a wave of destructive air with Qin Feiyang and the fire dragon as the center, roaring in all directions, destroying everything. This is too terrifying. Yu Huang, who had retreated far away, saw this and continued to retreat, its face full of fear. It realized that the current Qin Feiyang was strong enough to instantly kill it. In the center of the battlefield, the wind howled. The ground was already shattered. Only the stone door was still standing there, completely undamaged. Although the divine crystal had been revived, the fire dragon's strength seemed to be stronger. Not only was the divine crystal knocked away, but Qin Feiyang was also sent flying. Even with 2 layers of defense, he was seriously injured and blood flowed out. An ant will always be an ant. Even if you fully revive the 2 divine artifacts, you can't stop my determination to kill you. The fire dragon's eyes were full of contempt. A wave of fire surged out from its body. It was formed by divine power. The mighty divine power could destroy heaven and earth. However, even if Qin Feiyang was injured, his expression did not change. His vitality was still flowing into the divine crystal and armor, and his aura became more and more terrifying. He looked coldly at the fire dragon and waved his hand. The divine crystal broke through the air again, and the 5-colored divine light shone in all directions. Its power was stronger than before. Rumble! The divine crystal and the wave of fire collided. This time, the scene of a crushing defeat didn't appear. The divine crystal and the wave of fire were in a stalemate in the void. This, the fire dragon found it hard to accept. However, Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. From this point, it could be seen that the fire dragon had not reached an invincible state. There was still hope. Rumble! After a few seconds of stalemate, the divine crystal flew out. The wave of fire formed by divine power rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly, and his vitality surged into the armor. A wave of blood suddenly emerged from the armor. A blood-colored light curtain instantly blocked in front of Qin Feiyang. Rumble! The wave of fire hit the light curtain, and the light curtain immediately shook violently. In the end, it only lasted for 5 breaths before the light curtain shattered. In an instant, the wave of fire drowned Qin Feiyang. Although he had the armor, Qin Feiyang still felt a fatal crisis. Because his body was melting. The fire dragon said contemptuously, "This is the difference between you and me. No matter how many divine weapons you have, it won't help." Is that so? Qin Feiyang stepped out of the wave of fire, and the armor and divine crystal emitted a dazzling divine light. Although his injuries had worsened, there was an unconcealable joy on his blood-stained face. Because now, he at least had the ability to compete with the fire dragon. Moreover, the divine crystal and armor had not fully recovered yet. He was confident that once the divine crystal and armor fully recovered, he would definitely be able to crush the fire dragon. Looking at Qin Feiyang's current appearance, the fire dragon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He suddenly closed his eyes and snorted coldly. "I won't let you continue to jump around. Die for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 fiery red divine lights burst out of his eyes. The aura emitted by these 2 divine lights was even stronger than the wave of fire formed by divine power. But at the same time, under the recovery of his vitality, the power of the divine crystal and armor was also a level higher than before. If you attacked with all your strength from the beginning and didn't give me a chance to recover the divine weapon, I would definitely be dead now. But unfortunately, you were too conceited and arrogant. Now, you no longer have the ability to kill me. Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. The divine crystal shattered the void and blasted towards the 2 divine lights. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, under Qin Feiyang's incredulous gaze, the divine crystal was actually blasted away in an instant. How is this possible? Wasn't it in a stalemate just now? Could it be those 2 divine lights were evolved from a divine technique? Qin Feiyang was both shocked and furious. At least you have some eyesight. As the former guardian of the miracles, how can I not have a divine technique? The fire dragon sneered. Former guardian? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did he say, former? But before he could think about it, the 2 divine lights had already charged towards him. Without hesitation, he took a step forward, and 2 beams of divine light swept past him. Clang! Although he avoided the divine lights head-on, the aura of the 2 divine lights blasted onto the armor on his body and directly sent him flying. With a boom, he smashed into the ground in the distance. As the thick smoke rose, a huge sinkhole appeared. He lay in the sinkhole. Although the armor was not broken, the body under the armor was already full of scars. Purple gold dragon blood constantly flowed out through the gaps in the armor. Many of the bones in his body were also broken. But his blood-red eyes did not have the slightest fear. On the contrary, he only felt that the bloodline power in his body seemed to be burning and boiling crazily. His eyes also became sharper and sharper. The battle intent revealed not only did not diminish at all, but also became more and more terrifying. The fire dragon must be killed. He suddenly got up, took out a dozen healing pills and bone-replenishing pills, and swallowed them into his stomach in one breath. In addition to the merged fire of life and the self-healing ability of the purple-gold dragon blood, his injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately. Chapter 1537. Is this brat even human? Looking at Qin Feiyang, Yu Huang didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. In the face of such a powerful enemy, if it were anyone else, they would have fled long ago. But this person didn't run away. Instead, he became more and more courageous. He was simply a monster. Didn't you just say that you were going to destroy me? But now, why am I still alive and well? Qin Feiyang sneered as he charged towards the fire dragon. He was full of provocation. The fire dragon was enraged when it heard this. Indeed, previously, it had thought that those two divine lights would be able to kill Qin Feiyang. But it had never thought that this human was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed and would stand up again and again. You can't kill me. Instead, you'll die in my hands in the end. Qin Feiyang laughed. He's too arrogant. If this kid doesn't die, he'll definitely become a hero in the future. Yu Huang's eyes trembled. It had lived in the divine ruins for tens of thousands of years and had seen many geniuses from the outside world, as well as many arrogant people. But it was the first time it had seen such an arrogant person. The fire dragon was already trembling with anger. When it opened its eyes, another two beams of divine light shot out from them. One from the left and the other from the right, they charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang defended with his armor and attacked with his divine crystal, but he was still no match for it. He was sent flying again and created a huge pit. But soon, he crawled up again, his aura surging. The cycle continued. After a few rounds, the fire dragon couldn't stay calm anymore. It looked at Qin Feiyang as if he were a monster. Was this really the reincarnation of a cockroach? At this moment, 2/3 of the divine crystal and armor had been recovered. Divine might could destroy the world. The fire dragon became more and more frightened. It couldn't drag on like this any longer. Otherwise, it would really be dangerous later. This time, I'll definitely kill you. It shouted coldly, and a dazzling divine light shot out from between its eyebrows. It was a dragon scale. It was the size of a palm and looked like it was cast from lava. Its entire body was surrounded by flames and emitted a destructive aura. This is... Yu Huang's eyes flickered as he sent a telepathic message. This is its reverse scale. It's sharper than a divine weapon. Don't clash with it. Reverse scale? Qin Feiyang mumbled. He looked up at the divine crystal and muttered, "Show me your power." After saying that, his qi and blood surged into the divine crystal. However, to his surprise, the power of the divine crystal did not increase any further. It remained at 2/3 of its peak state. Are you dumbfounded? Even if your vitality is endless, as long as you don't have divine power, you won't be able to fully recover. This is a divine artifact. How could an ordinary person like you possibly wield a grand divine artifact? The fire dragon laughed. Qin Feiyang's eyes sank as he checked the state of the armor. As expected, the recovery state of the armor was maintained at 2/3, and it could no longer recover. In other words, he had to wait until he condensed divine power to fully exert the power of the divine artifact. 2/3, Qin Feiyang murmured. He suddenly looked up at the divine crystal and roared, "I don't believe that you're just an ordinary divine artifact. Show me your power." Boom. He waved his hand and the divine crystal cut through the void and collided with the reverse scale. Clang. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. The divine crystal only lasted for 3 breaths before it was blown away by the reverse scale. And there was a gap on the divine crystal. This, Qin Feiyang's eyes were dull and blood flowed out of his mouth. Its reverse scale is too strong. Even if your divine artifact is fully recovered, you might not be its opponent. Don't fight anymore. Go to the castle quickly. Otherwise, your divine artifact will be destroyed. Yu Huang roared secretly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He reached out and grabbed the divine crystal. The powerful recoil forced him back again and again. His internal organs were ruptured. His injuries had undoubtedly worsened again. However, he did not care about his injuries at all. He stared at the reverse scale that was flying toward him. The sharp edge of the reverse scale was destructive in all directions, making one's scalp tingle. Why are you so persistent? As the saying goes, 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. With your talent, it's only a matter of time before you catch up to it. Why are you so impulsive now and insist on fighting to the death with it? It's not worth it. Yu Huang sighed faintly. He felt that it was a pity. 10 years is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, Qin Feiyang muttered. His body shook violently, and a monstrous battle intent burst out of his body. It was as if he had transformed into a war god. He shouted, 10 years is too long. I'm seizing every moment. Clang. A light flashed out of his body. It was Chang Shui. Although the guardians of the miracle realm had said that he was not allowed to use Chang Shui again, he could not care less now. He swore that he would not give up until he killed the fire dragon. Qin Feiyang put away the divine crystal and grabbed Chang Shui. His qi and blood surged madly into it like a tidal wave. Clang! Chang Shui quickly recovered. With Qin Feiyang as the center, streaks of terrifying sharpness surged out in all directions from all directions. The violent wind turned into a tornado, sweeping in all directions. Even if the guardians of the miracle realm come today, they won't be able to protect you. Qin Feiyang roared. He used phantom steps and rushed forward without looking back. The armor emitted a dazzling light, protecting him in all directions. Finally, Qin Feiyang and the reverse scale met. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He raised Chang Shui and slashed at the reverse scale. With a loud clang, the reverse scale was instantly split into two and flew past Qin Feiyang. What? Yuang's eyes widened in anger. The fire dragon howled and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. To be exact, it was looking at the Chang Shui in Qin Feiyang's hand. It could actually destroy the reverse scale? And it was as simple as cutting vegetables. Oh my God! What kind of divine weapon was that? It was too terrifying. I said, you will die in my hands in the end. Qin Feiyang roared and suddenly jumped up. He grabbed Chang Shui and stabbed at the top of the fire dragon's head. The fire dragon panicked. Although the reverse scale was only a part of its body, it was closely related to its life. Once the reverse scale was destroyed, its strength would instantly drop by more than half. It's you again. Did you take my words for granted? Stop right there. But at this time, a majestic voice sounded. In the sky, the guardian python appeared out of thin air. Looking at Qin Feiyang, its eyes flashed with a cold light. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. His blood-red eyes were filled with a murderous light, like a demon god. Puchi! Chang Shui fell and the blade sank into the top of the fire dragon's head. Dragon blood suddenly spurted out. The fire dragon howled and raised its huge tail, slapping Qin Feiyang away, and then quickly rose into the air. And Chang Shui was left on the top of the fire dragon's head. Bang! Qin Feiyang smashed onto the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't even bat an eyelid from the beginning to the end. He immediately got up, raised his head and stared at the fire dragon. He said coldly, "If I want you to die, you will die. Even if a god descends to the mortal world, he won't be able to save you." Finished. With a wave of his hand, the Chang Shui that was left on the top of the fire dragon's head released an unprecedented sharpness. The entire Chang Shui directly shattered the top of the head and entered the fire dragon's sea of consciousness. Following closely, Chang Shui was like a sharp arrow, following the fire dragon's body and flying out from the dragon's tail. In other words, the entire body of the fire dragon was pierced through by Chang Shui. Dragon blood was like a waterfall, dyeing the sky red. The fire dragon howled miserably. With a bang, he fell to the ground powerlessly. The flames on his body gradually dissipated, and his life force was also rapidly draining away. This scene, not only for Baiming Yu Huang, even the guardian python was dumbfounded. He actually killed the fire dragon? Although the fire dragon was not dead yet, he was not far from death. Terrifying. What a terrifying young man. However, the truly terrifying thing was the dagger in his hand. It was simply a heaven-defying divine artifact. Ancestor, if you really die, you can rest in peace. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire dragon and muttered to himself. Chang Shui floated above his head, casting down strands of divine light to protect him. For a moment, this place fell into a dead silence. Impudent. Suddenly, the guardian python let out a furious roar, and a terrifying divine might pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head, looked at the giant python, and laughed sinisterly. "Do you dare to touch me?" The giant python was stunned for a moment, then immediately burned with anger and shouted, "Then this venerable one will try and see how capable you are." Not only did he kill the fire dragon, he even provoked it? He was simply arrogant to the extreme. Qin Feiyang grinned, closed his eyes, and his consciousness entered the inner world. Looking at the inner demons sitting cross-legged in the void, he laughed. "You haven't been out for a long time." "It has been a long time." The inner demons nodded and asked, "Are you tired?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "I'm a little tired, go out and play." "That's what I was thinking." The inner demons suddenly stood up and disappeared in an instant. At the same time, outside, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, and his entire temperament changed drastically. The killing intent all over his body was like flames. Yu Huang was surprised. Although it did not know what had happened, it could feel that the current Qin Feiyang was different from the previous Qin Feiyang. Although the previous Qin Feiyang was crazy, the murderous aura on his body was not very strong. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was like a demon with murderous aura. The inner demons Qin Feiyang looked up at the giant python and laughed. "The guardian of the miracle, is it? I really want to know, what qualifications do you have to order me around?" Boom. Chang Shui's qi and blood surged wildly, and his divine power became more and more terrifying. It was like a wave that met the giant python's divine power. With a loud bang, the two divine powers collided and rolled in the sky. The void was annihilated and turned into nothingness. It was like chaos. So strong, the giant python's pupils contracted. The inner demons grinned, and the word, "kill," appeared between its eyebrows. The fire dragon's divine blood immediately rushed toward the word "kill." The fire dragon was a true god of war. The energy contained in the divine blood was enormous. In less than 5 breaths, the inner demons Qin Feiyang's cultivation soared to the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. What kind of heaven-defying divine skill is this? Yu Huang was dumbfounded. Although its cultivation was stronger than Qin Feiyang's original body and the inner demon's techniques made it feel an indescribable fear. "Come on. Let's see if you're stronger than me." Chapter 1538. In the face of the inner demon's repeated provocations, the guardian python couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. It looked coldly at the inner demons and said, "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Boom. Before its voice faded, a wave of rule force descended from the sky, carrying a destructive aura as it blasted toward the inner demons. Interesting. The inner demons laughed. Chang Shui erupted with endless light, slashing through the void and facing the rule force. Clang, crack. For a moment, the void above collapsed crazily. A storm swept in all directions. The rule force and Chang Shui continued to collide, creating waves of destructive aura. At first, Chang Shui still showed signs of being defeated. But as the vitality continued to pour in, Chang Shui's power became more and more terrifying, gradually turning the situation around. It was evenly matched with the rule force. The giant python was shocked. It could actually compete with the rule force? What level of artifact was this? Only now did it realize that it seemed to have underestimated this dagger before. Too terrifying. "This brat is simply a monster," Yu Huang muttered, his heart surging. Miracles had existed for countless years, but it had never been heard of. Who could compete with the rule force? Even the god of war couldn't do it. This was the first. The guardian is just SOS. The inner demon smiled proudly. With a clang, the castle flew out from between its eyebrows. Vitality madly poured into the castle. A magnificent godly aura burst out of his body. That was to say, at this moment, the inner demons were awakening 3 artifacts at the same time. Chang Shui, castle, armor. Putting aside the armor, the power of the castle was almost on par with Chang Shui. With the recovery of the castle, the inner demons were in high spirits. With a wave of its hand, the castle rushed into the sky and collided with the rule force. Boom! The 2 artifacts joined forces, and the divine power was difficult to resist. The rule force actually showed signs of being suppressed. Damn! Yu Huang couldn't help but curse. Not only could it compete with the rule force, but it could also suppress it? What a joke! Were these 2 divine artifacts really heaven-defying? Because the power of the rules was equivalent to the heavenly Tao. It was left behind by the creator of the miracle to suppress those who violated the rules of the miracle. And the guardian's existence is to control these rule forces. It could be said that in this miracle, the guardians and the power of the natural order were invincible. No one could defeat them. However, at this moment, the rule force was actually suppressed by Qin Feiyang's 2 divine artifacts. How inconceivable was this? Clang, clang. The power of Chang Shui and the castle grew stronger and stronger. Even the sky was collapsing. The radiance of the 10 suns was also overshadowed. The inner demons were also full of vigor, as if they were going to pierce through the sky. Boom! A dozen breaths passed. Suddenly, a deafening sound exploded in the sky. The power of the natural order was crushed into pieces by the 2 divine artifacts. Crush the power of the natural order. Yuwang's eyes trembled. The giant python was also stunned. It looked at the castle and Chang Shui in disbelief. This is too crazy. What kind of divine artifact could be so powerful? Just as the giant python was distracted, the inner demon's eyes surged with murderous intent. Chang Shui turned into a flash of light and swept towards the giant python. A strong sense of crisis swept through the heart. The giant python quivered and suddenly came back to its senses. When it saw Chang Shui, its heart surged with an indescribable fear. It hurriedly dodged. But it was still a step too late. Chang Shui, like an arrow, pierced through its giant tail. The giant python suddenly screamed in pain. The giant tail was torn apart, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the void red. Amazing! Yuwang's heart at this moment was like a turbulent wave, rising and falling one after another. This human kid was simply terrifying to the point of making people despair. Who else in the world could seriously injure the guardian of the miracle? This is the strength of the guardian of the miracle? It's a little disappointing. The inner demons shook its head, its blood-red eyes full of disdain. How dare you? The giant python was burning with anger, but when it looked at Chang Shui, its heart was filled with fear. Boom! All of a sudden, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and a strong wind blew. Dark clouds rolled in from the horizon, and in less than 3 breaths, the land fell into darkness. What's going on? The inner demons, Yu Huang, and the giant python all looked at the sky. The next moment, streaks of dazzling lightning flashed in the dark clouds, and a terrifying force of heaven descended from the sky, enveloping all directions. The giant python's eyes widened, and it hurriedly swooped down, carrying the dying fire dragon with it, and escaped without looking back. What is the meaning of this? The guardian of the miracle is escaping? Yu Huang looked at the back of the giant python, his face full of shock, and then turned to escape. Only the inner demons remained indifferent, standing proudly on the ground, looking at the sky. Boom! Crack! About 10 breaths passed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared, illuminating the sky. Following closely, a huge force of lightning fell from the sky, exuding a great force of heaven, firmly locking onto the inner demons. A cold light flashed in the inner demon's eyes, and Chang Shui and the ancient castle collided with the force of lightning. Clang, clang. At this moment, the two divine artifacts had recovered nearly 1/3 of their strength. However, in the face of the force of lightning, the two divine artifacts were no match for it and were sent flying on the spot. How is this possible? The inner demon's eyes trembled, full of shock. This is the thunder punishment. It's specially used to deal with arrogant people like you who violate the rules of the miracle. If you still don't understand, I will kindly explain it to you. You have crossed the bottom line of the creator of the miracle. For those who cross the bottom line, there is only one outcome, and that is to be destroyed. However, you are also considered powerful. Because from ancient times until now, only you have crossed the bottom line set by the creator. The giant python's gloating laughter came from afar. Thunder punishment. The inner demons murmured, looking at the giant python in the distance, suddenly looked up at the sky and shouted, "So what if you are the creator? Today I will try. What can you do to me?" Qi and blood surged. Chang Shui and the ancient castle paused in the void, then rushed into the sky again, killing their way into the sky. If God blocks me, I will kill God. If devil blocks me, I will kill devil. Even if you are the creator, if you provoke me, I will still kill you. The inner demons laughed again and again. That domineering aura caused Baiming Yuhuang to be tongue-tied. Boom! In the sky, thunder and lightning roared. Streaks of thunder tribulation blasted toward Chang Shui and the ancient castle. The terrifying destructive power was enough to crush mountains and rivers. However, the two divine artifacts were also extremely terrifying. No matter how the thunder tribulation blasted, there were no signs of breaking. The clanging sounds were ear-splitting and ear-splitting. Yu Huang looked at this scene and smiled bitterly. Arrogant? It seemed that this was no longer enough to describe Qin Feiyang at this moment. Arrogant? Still not enough. This human brat was simply lawless. The inner demons looked at this scene unruly. Qi and blood were endless, like a blood waterfall, connecting Chang Shui and the ancient castle. The aura of the two divine artifacts was becoming more and more shocking. But suddenly, a faint cracking sound came from his body. However, although it was faint, it was as deafening as thunder in the ears of the inner demons. Because this cracking sound came from his heart. And with this cracking sound, the qi and blood suddenly stopped. He hurriedly looked at his heart and was shocked to find that his heart had cracked. And in the center of his heart, the qi and blood pearl had shattered. What is going on? The inner demons were stunned. In the sky, without the support of the qi and blood, Chang Shui and the ancient castle quickly dimmed and were blasted down by the power of thunder and lightning, smashing into the ground not far away from the inner demons. Boom! Two sinkholes appeared. The shock wave of the collision sent the inner demons flying on the spot, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Furthermore, even the armor had stopped recovering. And just as Chang Shui and the ancient castle fell to the ground, the power of thunder and lightning came down from the clouds, shining in the sky, and blasted toward the inner demons. Sigh. Seeing this, Yu Huang sighed deeply. Although it was a pity, he did not help the inner demons. Because he did not dare to. This was the thunder tribulation set by the creator of miracles. Even the guardian python could not avoid it, let alone a mere false god like him. He could not withstand it at all. Seeing that the thunder tribulation was about to hit the inner demons also felt the threat of death. But suddenly, the thunder tribulation stopped above the inner demons and did not fall again. Time seemed to have stopped. Yuang's eyes widened. What's going on? The giant python was also very surprised and bewildered. Right at this moment, two bright divine lights swept out from the broken ground, one on the left and one on the right, suspended above the inner demons. They were the ancient castle and Chang Shui. At this moment, the two divine artifacts shone with thousands of divine lights, illuminating the sky for thousands of miles. On top of that, wisps of godly might loomed over the place. It was many times more terrifying than when the inner demons had recovered. Seeing this, the inner demons were wild with joy. They never expected that these two divine artifacts would recover on their own. The giant python looked at the motionless power of thunder and lightning, then at the ancient castle and Chang Shui. Its huge eyes were full of surprise, and it murmured, "Is this the power of the law time stop?" Boom! Before its voice died away. Above the sky, the power of thunder and lightning emerged, filling the whole sky like a big waterfall, roaring toward the inner demons. Clang! But at the same time, the ancient castle shook in the void, releasing an invisible force, rushing toward the sky. Suddenly, all the power of thunder and lightning, like the previous one, stopped in the void, motionless. It's really the power of the law time stop. Impossible. How can a divine artifact have such a heaven-defying ability? I must be dreaming. The giant python shook its head, roaring in its heart. However, what happened next was an even more unacceptable scene for it. Clang! Chang Shui slashed in the air, and the void above suddenly split open a crack of more than 100 feet wide. Immediately afterward, the power of thunder and lightning poured into the crack and disappeared from everyone's sight. Boom! The next moment, there was a deafening rumble in the distance. Chapter 1539. It actually transferred the thunder tribulation over there? The giant python murmured. It suddenly turned its head and looked at the crack where the thunder tribulation had been transferred. Its huge body trembled. Yu Huang was not as exaggerated as the giant python. He was just puzzled. How did Chang Shui do it? Inner demon, who was involved in this, was also confused. It's another kind of power of law, time travel. Where did you get these two divine artifacts? Why do they both have a kind of power of law? Time stop and time travel. Even I can't compare to you. The giant python stared at the inner demons and roared in shock and anger. Time stop? Time travel? The inner demons was stunned. What was that? But from the sound of it, it sounded very awesome. Yuang's eyes were also full of doubts. The inner demons smiled arrogantly and looked up at the giant python. Why do you care where I got them? You just need to know that you can't escape today. The giant python's pupils contracted. You've ruined my plans several times. I've long been unhappy with you. Go to hell. The inner demon snorted. However, before its voice died away, the divine light of Chang Shui and the ancient castle directly dissipated. The inner demons was stunned and suddenly said angrily, "Bastard, you don't give me face. Do you believe that I'll throw you to the ground and stomp on you a few more times?" But the two artifacts were indifferent. The inner demons was also helpless. It lowered its posture and smiled flatteringly. "Two masters, I was wrong. I apologize. Help me. I've already said it. If I can't kill it, I'll lose face in the future. If I lose face, won't you lose face too?" But the two artifacts still didn't move, as if they didn't fall for it at all. "Damn you, do you really think I don't dare to stomp on you?" The inner demons was angry. It grabbed the two artifacts, threw them to the ground, and trampled on them crazily. Bewilderment appeared on Yu Wang's face. If it were him, he wouldn't even be able to cherish such a peerless divine item. But this bastard actually treated them like this. He really didn't know how lucky he was. The giant python was also speechless. But suddenly, murderous intent flashed in its eyes, and a wave of rule force fell like lightning, attacking the inner demons. The inner demons raised their eyebrows, grabbed Chang Shui and the castle, and threw them toward the power of rules. However, under his astonished gaze, the two divine objects actually dodged. Bastard! The inner demons were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. They cursed angrily and quickly turned around to escape. Fortunately, the flames within a radius of 10,000 miles had already been extinguished in the previous battle. Otherwise, without the protection of the castle and Chang Shui, these flames would be enough to kill him. After all, the armor had stopped recovering. His defense was greatly reduced. Boom! The rule force slammed into the ground, causing it to collapse. Although the inner demon managed to escape, it was still swept away by the shockwave and was sent flying. It was in an extremely sorry state. The two divine objects, Chang Shui and the castle, floated motionlessly in the void, as if they were watching the inner demons make a fool of themselves. The inner demons got up, glanced coldly at the giant python, then looked at Chang Shui and the castle and roared, "Bastard, if you don't destroy that damn guardian, I'll throw you into the latrine and have a good bath." However, the two divine objects didn't care about his plan at all. "It turns out that you can't control them." The giant python laughed. The rule force continued to fall, bombarding the inner demons. The inner demons were scared. With the chi and blood pearl, he could still fight. But now, the chi and blood pearl was shattered, and the divine artifact couldn't be recovered. With his own strength, it was impossible for him to compete with the rule force. "Sirs, I'm begging you, please help me." He looked at Chang Shui and the castle and said helplessly. The castle immediately trembled slightly, and time stood still again. The rule force floated motionlessly in the sky. "So you're amenable to coaxing but not coercion?" The inner demons was stunned, and a sly light flashed in his eyes. He leaned forward and laughed. "Masters, can you help me destroy that little bug again?" The little bug was naturally referring to the giant python. Hearing this, the giant python's expression changed and immediately disappeared without a trace with the fire dragon. "Damn, it runs faster than a rabbit." The inner demon's face darkened, and he looked at the sky and roared, "Thunder punishment, is it? Come on, kill me if you can." However, the thunder punishment didn't seem to want to pay attention to it. The lightning disappeared, the dark clouds gradually dispersed, and 10 suns appeared. The terrifying heat shrouded again. The flames that had already been extinguished burned once again. The inner demon's expression changed, and he quickly looked at Yu Huang in the distance and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Come here." Yu Huang came back to his senses and nodded. Then he rushed in front of the inner demons like lightning and set up a divine power barrier to isolate the flames. The inner demons also waved his hand, and Chang Shui and the castle fell into his hands. Yu Huang looked at the two divine objects and swallowed. He was terrified and asked, "Qin Fiang, what are these divine objects? They're so scary." "Who knows?" The inner demons shut up. Bewildered, Yu Huang asked, "Aren't you their master? How can you not know?" "How do you know I'm their master? If I were their master, would they be disobedient? They're my masters. In the future, I have to take good care of them, or else they'll die." The inner demons snorted. Yu Huang smiled bitterly. This was the truth. The inner demons waved his hand, and the castle disappeared between his eyebrows. Chang Shui also disappeared in his energy reserve. He took Yu Huang to the castle. The outside also quieted down, leaving only the stone door standing alone in the sea of fire. "Big demon, long time no see." In the castle, the white-eyed wolf looked at the inner demons and chuckled. Except for Wang Yuer and the Golden Wolf King, everyone knew Qin Feiyang and the inner demons very well, so they recognized them at a glance. The inner demons glanced at the white-eyed wolf and said coldly, "I'm not the real deal. You'd better not give me a nickname, or else." The white-eyed wolf's pupils shrank. He quickly said, "Okay, it's my fault. How's the situation outside?" The inner demons ignored him and looked at the Golden Wolf King. "Is there a limit to the chi and blood pearl?" "Limit? What do you mean?" The Golden Wolf King was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. "Just now, when I was reviving the castle and Chang Shui, the chi and blood pearl suddenly shattered. Otherwise, I would have pierced through the sky." The inner demons was annoyed. "Shattered?" The Golden Wolf King was stunned. "How could that be? Then, we won't be able to revive the divine artifacts in the future, right?" The white-eyed wolf, Fatso, and the others were also in an uproar. "That's right." The inner demons nodded. The Golden Wolf King pondered for a while and looked at the inner demons. He shook his head and said, "I really don't know about this because the chi and blood pearl has never shattered before. Is it because you've overused it when reviving too many divine artifacts at once?" The inner demons frowned and said, "It seems that this is the only reason that makes sense." "What a pity." "Yeah. With the chi and blood pearl, we can totally sweep the miracle realm. But now, sigh." Everyone sighed. Without the chi and blood pearl, no matter how powerful the divine artifacts were, they were just decorations and could not exert their true power. Lu Zheng suddenly said, Where there are gains, there are losses. You can't force things. Where there are gains, there are losses. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He turned to look at Lu Zheng and said in confusion, I don't understand. What did we get this time? Lu Zheng said, although we didn't get anything, at least we killed the fire dragon and avenged the late emperor. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He shook his head and said with a wry smile, it seems that this is the only way to comfort myself. I don't believe that ancestor is dead. But at this moment, a firm voice sounded. Everyone turned to look. At some point, the inner demons and Qin Feiyang had switched back. The white-eyed wolf sighed and said, Little Qin Zi, this is the truth. My condolences to you. Qin Feiyang glanced at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at everyone and said, although the fire dragon said that the third level is called hell, Ancestor is not an ordinary person. I believe that he will definitely be able to turn the misfortune into a blessing. In his heart, Ancestor was invincible. He firmly believed that Ancestor was still alive. Everyone looked at each other. They were afraid that they would hurt Qin Feiyang, so they repeatedly agreed. But then again, what was the grudge between the late emperor and the fire dragon back then? Remember, the fire dragon said at the beginning that it used to be the guardian of the miracle realm, but now it has been reduced to a gatekeeper. Is it because of the late emperor? Fatso said suspiciously. Who would know about this kind of old history? Lu Hong rolled her eyes at him. Someone should know. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. Everyone was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, the person who entered the miracle realm with Ancestor back then. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion said, Are you my mother? No, I'm not your mother. After all, your mother was on the first level back then, and Ancestor was on the second level. The person I'm talking about is Lu Xingchen. No, Lu Xingchen is dead. It's Mu Dunyang now. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Zheng said, That's right, that's right. As long as we find Mu Tianyang, we will definitely be able to find out the truth. Although Mu Tianyang knows, he might not tell us. Besides, Mu Tianyang's whereabouts are unknown now. We can't find him at all. Lu Hong sighed. Don't worry, he will take the initiative to find me. And with Mu Qing's omniscient eye, he can also find me. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and sat cross-legged on the ground. He took out a healing pill and closed his eyes to recuperate. Everyone looked at each other. Those who cultivated and those who refined pills. Time passed in a flash. The next morning, Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. After fighting with the fire dragon and the giant python repeatedly, his injuries were very serious. There was no way for him to completely recover overnight. But he did not want to waste time. He looked at Yu Huang, who was lying at the side, and asked, Are you leaving? Or are you following me into the stone door? Yu Huang smiled and said, Without the fire dragon guarding, such a good opportunity, I must go in and take a look. Is that all? Qin Feiyang said. Of course not. That damn human, how dare he control me? If I don't kill him, I won't be happy. Yu Huang smiled coldly, his killing intent bone-piercing. Then let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yu Huang nodded. The power of the false god surged and condensed into a barrier.